Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Sorry, I'm just letting the music play because I really enjoy every single piece of music they've made for this game. And welcome to Wrath of the Righteous. Love how we're still getting advertisements for 40k Rogue Trader and fucking the Death Cult Assassin over here. But yes, sorry, I was delayed a slight bit because I noticed some last minute problems. So, welcome to Wrath of the Righteous. Yes, this will be modded, much like our previous playthrough. Almost all of the mods are solely bug fixes and feat interaction fixes for the most part. Unfortunately, unlike Kingmaker, they're not centralized, so the mod list looks a little bit longer than it did before. But I assure you, the vast majority of these are simply basic mechanic fixes. So we do have Toy Box, as per usual, to keep everything, in case anything breaks, because feat interaction, didn't know you were into that. What are you talking about? I don't even know which one you're looking at. What? What are you talking about? Whatever. Alternate racial traits, which brings in some alternate racial feat. Ow. Ha ha ha. Dark Codex, which this is kind of the bigger one because it fixes some of the interactions with stuff. Don't need to have all of it on because some of it is only useful if you're playing that specific class. But for example, we are going to be playing Kineticist, and this one provides quite a few alterations to how Kineticist's feats actually function a little bit closer to the tabletop. You know, like making melee feats actually somewhat goddamn useful. Dexterous Cartage, Dragon Library, and Dragon Fixes, which are both bug fixes for the most part. Phidian Tweaks, which affects a sentient sword that we can pick up. Some additional archetypes for kinetic. Although I looked at them, they ended up not being anything I wanted to look at. But again, Praxenite, get ready for me to make liberal use of Bardic Knowledge. Well, thank you, Lord Brownberry. Cannot wait to hear. No Film Grain, Paradox Deparadoxified, though we're not going for that ending. I did look up what this did, and this is for a future playthrough of mine that I will probably not be doing on stream, because this is for the, what I would call the, I don't know, what would you call that one? Secret ending? Not really secret, hyper, like, broken ending in a way. There's a random equipment setting to, random equipment thing to increase the amount of loot that's given out over the course of the game and make the, basically to make the person who made this mod tried to make the curve of weapons and items that you got a little less spiky, because there are periods of time in the second and third act where you go from getting almost nothing that is of any real value to, oh, this thing will, all of these items that you're about to get from this one dungeon are going to last you for the rest of the game. He tried to smooth that out a little bit so that you're not just seeing constant spikes. Scaling Cantrips, which is a small mod that I have brought in as well, that was suggested when I was looking these up. This literally just imports the scaling component from 5th edition D&D into the cantrips for Pathfinder, which is good because default cantrips literally last you the first 2 levels and then become completely worthless. Tabletop Tweaks Core, which is a prerequisite for a couple of these, but doesn't actually adjust anything. The other tabletop tweak mods are far more to bring everything in line with the tabletop, but that does make some mechanics quite a bit more difficult, so we're just going to keep those off. Sorcerer's Sundries includes some items from both the actual tabletop game and from Kingmaker to include in the loot list. Weapon Focus Plus to make it easier to switch between weapons of similar types. Path of Bling and Path of Rage fix a lot of problems with the Gold Dragon and Demon mythic abilities. We're not going to be going down that route, but again, I'm probably going to be playing this off stream as well. And Wrath Patches is just generic Wrath Patches. So, we're going to go into new game, main story. Okay, so I have never seen Inevitable Excess, but that shows up in the story later. Treasures of the Midnight Isles is their roguelite version, which I also believe is in the main story. Through the Ashes and Lord of Nothing, however, is a bit of a problem. Because, quite frankly, I don't like Through the Ashes. I really don't. I played through it once, and I don't want to do it again. So I might play this off stream and just get through it like I did with the Varnhold Vanishing DLC. I have never touched Lord of Nothing, so I'm not quite sure how that will go. So, I'm a bit iffy on this because I do know it does add content for the base game. Just, I'm not sure where, how, when, why, whatever. Imagine Expedition 33, but they enter a hardcore mode with all the, not a difficulty setting, but a different mode with all the detail you imagine. And then you get to the final fight with Renoir. And after he summons the Axons, you push him down to about half health, and then he summons Simon. That would be a great fake out for some people if you like fought Simon and failed, and you're just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna deal with this. And you go to fight with Renoir, and it's just like, oh yeah, you didn't kill Simon. Summon Simon instead of the Axons. It's like, what, you thought we weren't gonna use him? Okay, but that being said, we're gonna go into the main story. Also, I really like this artwork. A lot of the artwork and music here was done really, really well. All right, we are going to go for Simon appears. Yeah, exactly. Was there anything? Auto level up? No, turn that off. I really hate to say it. Unfortunately, Owlcat did not learn from Kingmaker very much, and a lot of the auto level for the companions is really bad in this one. I think Arushale is the only companion who you can leave auto level on, and it will actually result in a good build. Character creation here is similar to Kingmaker with some additions, namely background traits. Yep, but in the original, you add a campaign trait to one of your 2 starting traits. Each campaign trait is tied to a tabletop mythic path. Ah, each one tying you to the whirlwind with your backstory establishing you as a mythic character. Okay. Damage to party, number of enemy. This actually, I do like to increase, partially because it means we get more EXP faster. But we do keep the actual damage. The actual damage and negative effects and all that. Blindness, ability damage, and numerous other negative effects will be removed immediately upon resting. Kind of tempted to turn that on because that was really fucking annoying. And to be fair, resting is not as good in Wrath of the Righteous because of the corruption mechanic. No. We'll leave it off for now. If I need to turn that on later, I will. Party speed depends on what you're carrying. Nope. Additional enemy behaviors. Nope. Because the enemy's already going to get more than enough abilities. I don't need them getting even more. Weather effects. Light, please. Enable character retrain. Yes. We will not be doing the Crusade auto mode because I know a lot of people bitched about it, but I never really had a problem with the Crusade mode, and we will see that when we get there. Turn the tutorials on because I don't remember everything about the early portion of this game at all. Keep the active companions off. All right, we should be good to go. We're of course going to go for a custom character. What do you think Simon, as we fight him in Expedition 33, would rank in Pathfinder as a setting if we imagine it being put here just as strong as he is in Expedition 33? Oh, definitely. I would assume definitely some form of mythic character. Like he's already breaking the bonds of what a level 20 would do. At the bare minimum, he is level 20. Yeah, mythic champion. Yeah. All right. Okay, so when I was first planning on doing the Pathfinder games, I was not sure which one I was going to do first. So I do have a custom portrait for this one. It is AI generated because a buddy of mine just fiddles around with AI models and makes shit for shits and giggles. He doesn't monetize anything. He doesn't do any of that. And I thought it would be cool to have something that's a bit more fitting since we're going to be going with a fire kineticist. So I hope nobody has a problem with that or anything like that. And also because I couldn't find a decent pyromancer picture to save my fucking life. I'm not even lying. Like, if I wanted to play a female kineticist, there's 1,000 pictures of Chandra from Magic the Gathering that would have worked. But I'm not. And good lord, trying to find a male pyromancer looking character apparently is impossible. Now notably absent among the character options are 2 prestige classes, the Low Templar, a 2-timing knight with dirty fighting tactics and a penchant for falsifying tactics to play both sides, but an adept fighting demons regardless. Oh, that's interesting. That would have been a more interesting introduction to like the side of the demon things. So we are going to go with that. We are, wait, where is it? Kineticist. Now we are probably just going to go with the default kineticist. Since most of these do not really help. Let me pull up the details. Blood kinetic, because part of the problem is that most of them lose out on too much. Blood kineticist loses out on a lot of infusions to only get very specific ones. They lose out on expanded element. Oh, fire focus. Oh, wait, I didn't actually know about this one. Hold on. Oh, but we do lose out on wild talents. But we do keep everything else. Oh, it's a mount. That actually doesn't sound like it would be that good. What is the difference with this? Hold on. I've never actually seen this one. Rift Warden, a faction of mages dedicated to preventing fiends from encroaching on the material plane. Unlike the Low Templar, they're not a world wound speciality, but for obvious reasons, they are very relevant. Yeah. When a Cinder Adept gains elemental focus, she must select fire as their chosen element. When they gain expanded element at 7th, they must select her primary element fire and does not learn a new element. Okay. So then what happens at level 15? I assume they get to choose an element just like before. This doesn't really seem to do anything aside from give you a mount option. Gain fire resistance 5 for a number of rounds equal to the total value of the burn cost. The resistance increases to fire resistance 10. Adept and her mount loses resistance if she dismounts before the duration ends. Gains mounted combat as a bonus feat and a +1 bonus on concentration checks due to riding. Okay. Huh. Okay, well, that's interesting, but still not going to fit us. Dark Elementalist, as you all remember, that is the one that we had on our Tiefling Companion, which is based off of Intellect. Elemental Engine, which is supposed to be an even more glass cannon-y kineticist, but they lose Supercharge, which on its own is a massive problem. They do get Burnout and Elemental Burnout to somewhat increase the damage, but quite frankly, by the end of the game, especially with Wrath of the Righteous, Supercharge is absolutely vital for to be able to spam as much high-level stuff as possible. Relevant right this second, but the original campaign recommends beginning in media res while providing the intro in the form of flashback. Isn't relevant. I spilled my coffee. I'm off guild. That's fair, Lord Brownbear. Please make sure you get that clean so it doesn't turn into a sticky mess all over your desk. Yeah, really, Elemental Engine is the only one that I considered, but it just has the problem of Elemental Engine is better so long as you can, when you are going all out, it is a better all out because they don't get supercharged, so they're not reducing the burn. I'm noticing extra archetypes. I told you we had extra archetypes. Part of that was just for me to see what they were about, Lord Brownbear, because it's really only a choice between Elemental Engine and Base Kineticist, because the rest of these don't play as... So, again, we are playing a Kineticist who is going to go into the Legend Mythic path, which Legend is very different from the other Mythic paths. You don't get a lot of the special interactions that come from Mythic abilities, you just don't get. I played Legend. I know, but I'm saying why, because some of these would work a bit better for other paths. Like, for example, if I recall correctly, Elemental Engine and Elemental or Kinetic Knight, as well as Kinetic Sharpshooter, all work better if you're doing like either a demon or an angel mythic path, but we're not going to be doing that. Hey, Leona, welcome, welcome. That is an adorable emote. I do like the marching emotes. I need to get something like that at some point in the future. See, I literally had decided on regular Kineticist, but now I'm looking at Elemental Engine again, and I'm wondering if maybe it would be better. Because the only thing we learn is the only thing we lose is Supercharge. So hold on, what does Burnout do again? Kineticist's body surges with energy from her chosen element whenever she accepts burn. In addition, they receive a bonus on their attack rolls with Kinetic Blast equal to the total number of points of burn they currently have, to a maximum bonus of +1 for every 3 Kineticist levels they possess. They also receive a bonus on damage rolls with the Kinetic Blast equal to double the bonus on attack rolls. Okay, so yes, that's why Elemental Engine is more glass cannon-y than even the regular Kineticist. They want you to be operating at max burn at all times. Depending on what element they chose at level 1. If it was fire, gain a +2 bonus to saving throws against fire spells. Additionally, gain a +20 enhancement bonus to your speed. And then lastly, greater elemental burnout. An elemental engine gains more benefit while at maximum burn depending on the element they chose at first level. So yes, that is the whole point. Elemental engine deals less when they are on low burn, but more on high burn, whereas the kineticist is a little more balanced. While you make your character, I'm going to keep reading book 1 and DM you art as I come across it. Nice. I really thought I had already made this decision, but now I'm second guessing myself because this would help in the early game to deal just more damage. So we still get elemental overflow, which is good because that boosts our stats. Probably playing Pathfinder as a new gamer or recent CRPG, I'm not gonna lie, it's too much. You're not wrong. At the same time, you can get by a lot of these classes. You don't even need to look at the archetypes. You really don't. Baseline Blood Rager is perfectly acceptable. Baseline Bard is still good. Baseline Barbarian, honestly, probably the weakest of the bunch because you really want either Invulnerable Rager, Mad Dog Pack Rager, or Instinctual Warrior, but you know, you can't all be perfect. Baseline Alchemist is okay. All of the archetypes are basically better in one way or another. I get that, but there's like 15 choices. It's hard to really grasp what it means to pick them. I know. Well, to be fair, the archetypes are more, again, the archetypes are more if you know what you want out of a class. If you don't know what you want out of a class, just go for the base one and you're going to be fine 90% of the time. Like for example, like if you're someone who wants to play a rogue, some of them are fairly straightforward. Here's Knife Master. Are you a rogue who doesn't want to bother with skill checks and just wants to stab things till they die? The Knife Master is going to be better than the baseline rogue. I'm not saying you're wrong, Tenwin. I am saying that there is some gradients to this. Some archetypes are pretty straightforward. Others are not. I would say basically any archetype that doesn't change your base casting stat is usually pretty straightforward. If you only go for the base class, it's a lot of choices to go through. Yeah, fair. But, well, to be fair, CRPGs have always had that to a varying degree. I literally thought I was ready for this, and now I'm second guessing whether we should do Elemental Engine instead. There's also Kinetic Duelist, which is a dex version of the Knight. The Kinetic Knight, which is unfortunately so goddamn useless because all they get, they lose out on Metakinesis entirely and only get the ability to use Kinetic Blade with no burn cost. And it's just not worth it. They also lose Supercharge. I forgot about that. Yeah, they lose out on so much in order to get this. And they gain Heavy Armor, which doesn't work at all in these kind of settings. People I send to a legacy source book site for Pathfinders organized by book so you don't get overwhelmed. Yeah. Most of the CRPGs have, what, 10 choices, not 20, without accounting for subclasses? I know. To be fair, I think part of this as well, Tenwin, is because we never really got a 3.5 D&D CRPG. Like, all the early CRPGs were 2nd edition. And then by the time game developers wanted to do like a 3.5 era, a lot of them branched out to do their own systems, or they just used D20 Modern, like KOTOR did. Knights of the Old Republic. There was never really a truly customizable like 3.5 or 1st edition Pathfinder game that really let you go out on your builds until Alcat came back and was like, hey, we're going to do the original Pathfinder modules. It was just something that didn't really exist. Kinetic Knight in tabletop has a charge ability that lets you charge even across space or through the air. The CRPG version isn't good because it doesn't have that mobility. I do believe this version did add that back in. Yeah, Blade Rush Quicken. At 13th level as a swift action, the Kinetic Knight can accept 2 points of burn to unleash a kinetic blast with the Blade Rush infusion. So Blade Rush did get added back in by one of the mods that I'm using. There's Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, especially with mods. Yes, if you do go out of your way to mod it, Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2 was the closest you really got. There's Kinetic Lancer, which I'm not even sure which ones this is. Oh, it's basically a Dragoon. Kinetic Sharpshooter, which infuses their arrows with their elemental blast, which is, if I recall correctly, mechanically, this is just a straight upgrade over the regular Kineticist. You get all the Metakinesis, you get all the Supercharge, the Elemental Overdrive, the expanded elements, composite specialization, the only thing you lose is 1 infusion, which gets replaced with charged ammunition. It is literally kineticist, but better. Unfortunately, it also means I'm using a weapon, which does not fulfill my pyromancy fantasies of just summoning fire from my hands and killing everything. But those that don't know a lot about Pathfinder, it's a bit unclear for the differences. True. Again, Tenwin, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I'm too happy about the fact that we finally got games like this to really care. That's the unfortunate truth. We have Onslaught Blaster, which is, if I recall, another even more glass cannon-y version of it. Yeah, because they get Onslaught Blast. Fires an additional blast instead of gaining it. Yes, so they have the ability to either do the usual blast that is a single target massive damage, or they can turn into an elemental machine gun. Overwhelming Soul is the charisma kineticist, and psychokineticist is the wisdom kineticist, I think. I don't remember. Regardless. Let me see here. Bonus on attack rolls equal to the total number of burns she currently has to a maximum of +1 for every 3 kineticist levels she possesses. So by the end of the game, that is a +6 to our accuracy. He also receives a bonus on damage rolls with Connect Blast equal to double the bonus on attack rolls. So we get, by the end of the game, we will have a +6 to accuracy, and a +12 to our damage. That does actually sound quite good. But we lose this. Nope, we're going to go with base kineticist. I'm not going to change. Base kineticist. We are going to go for Aasimar again, simply because they give the best stat bonuses. I'm not going to lie. They also are the closest for when we do the customization to get like the fiery looking hair that you can get with this, because you can't really do that with the So we're going to need... Was it this one? Yes. We're going to be going Archon Blooded for Lawbringer because we get the +2 bonus to Constitution and Wisdom, both of which are going to be useful. And a +2 racial bonus to Persuasion and Perception checks. Also really good. We do have alternate racial traits. I did see there was one in here that I really like. Where was it? No. There we go. So, Crusading Magic. Many Aasimars feel obligated to train to defend the world against fiends. These Aasimars receive a +2 racial bonus on caster level checks to overcome spell resistance, which is good because spell resistance was only becoming a problem towards the latter half of Kingmaker, but it's going to be a problem day fucking 1 in this campaign. And then that was the other one I took because it seemed broken to take a second one with the way that some of these were set up. We will also be going for... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Wait a second. There it is. We will be going with the Acolyte background. So we get Persuasion and Lore Religion as class skills, but this is the important part. We use Wisdom instead of Charisma for our Persuasion checks. So now, as a Kineticist, I have 2 dump stats. I don't need Strength, and I don't need Charisma. One of the reasons I see someone in CRPG, I finished Baldur's Gate 3, I considered playing Pathfinder. Any advice? Yeah, if Baldur's Gate 3 is your first, I would not recommend Pathfinder as a start. Yes, no, I agree. I agree. I would suggest something like Pillars of Eternity, or even just an older CRPG, the Neverwinter Nights, stuff like that. You would only go into Pathfinder if you have somebody on hand who can guide you through Pathfinder. But again, Tenwin, part of the issue is just, I'm just happy to have these games. That's the main thing. All right, so we dump Strength, we dump Charisma. We want at least a 16 in Dex. We need an 18 in Con, and preferably at least a 16 in Wisdom. That also allows me to get a 14 in Intelligence. Now the question is, I do think I'll go ahead and bump my Strength back up slightly, so we're not going to take as much of a punishment. But that still gets us 3 skill points. You can kind of see it. The chat's a little bit in the way. We can get 3 skill points a level. We've got the maximum amount of Constitution we can have. We'll have good Wisdom for our Perception, Lore Religion, and Persuasion, because that's going to get adjusted to that as well. And we'll have a 16 in dex, which is perfectly good for our early accuracy because we're going to be using fire, which targets touch AC, which makes things so much easier when you're trying to hit most things. By the end of the Wrath of the Righteous campaign, I knew Demon Resistance by heart. Don't know if the CRPG version will have that effect on you, since ignoring resistance is a big part of the Mythic play. The very first Mythic ability we're going to get, Lord Brownbear, and one of the only ones we get to keep, because we're going to be going down the legend path, is going to make it so that the enemy cannot get fire resistance against our attacks. Fuck you. I don't care about your fire resistance. Get burned anyways. So what is character-wise difference between this guy and the previous guy? Firstly, Tenwin, this guy is going to be neutral good from the start. We're going to be neutral good because we are going to be going down. I still haven't decided between Angel and Azada for what we do before we get the option to switch over to Legend. And we're going to be much less restricted in regards to trying to justify our actions. A lot of this is going to be far more of a power fantasy than a straightforward character. Be a good little Christian boy. Well, so here's the main thing, Tenwin. Angel has really nice support abilities for the early portion of the game. And when we do get enough feats to engage in melee with Kinetic Blade, it also has really good buffs for the Kinetic Blade. Well, really for any melee. The whole Angel's Blade component of the Angel kit is very powerful. However, Azada, on the other hand, Azada gets better interactions for team play in general because the spellbook for the Azada is built almost entirely around buffing the entire party. It does get zippy magic, which basically allows you to fire twice when it comes to spells and spell-like abilities like Kinetic Blast. It also gets Ivu, which is a companion that you don't get unless you play Azada. And Ivu is pretty damn good, if I recall correctly from when I did play a bit of the Azada path. You also get to listen to all the lawful companions bitch and moan about how fucking insane you are, which does have its own merits, in my opinion. But I have not decided yet is the problem. But this is going to be our stat spread: low strength, low charisma, very high wisdom, solid intellect, very high constitution, good dexterity. That's what we're going for. That gets us 3 skill points. Obviously, persuasion, perception, hands down, automatic picks. Then it just becomes a question of, do I want to take a dex skill or a wisdom skill? So the wisdom skill alone is just lore religion, which is all right. It does help with a few things because there are a lot. Alcad did do a good job of including a lot more skill, like passive skill checks that happen over the course of the game based on your background, based on your class, based on what skills you have. That can alter some conversations, most of them pretty minor, but it's nice to see that they were at least trying. On the other hand, stealth and mobility do show up a lot, and I don't even remember who I'm going to be doing. Just reminded how much I find those shorts on YouTube. People talk about D&D characters going, this build has infinite attacks. Character starts with 30 armor. Yeah, like that is 100% not for me. That's how I roleplay. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Man, a part of me just goes, that is such a boring way to create a character. Funnily enough, I do know just enough about the late game story that you can actually min-max a character and it would make total sense in world for why. Because of a certain character who may or may not have totally fucked with you before the game started. Since we're on the topic of divinities, theoretically every mortal Golarion has an investment in stopping the world wound. The primary deities involved are Iomade, Abadar, Torag, Shelyn, Sarenrae, and Desna. Knowing enough, 2 of your companions are atheists. Scroll up to look at what I typed about demon resistances. Oh, demons are all immune to electricity and poison, 10 resistance to fire, cold, and acid, and they have DR punched through by cold iron at low levels. Good at higher levels and required both at higher levels still. Many demons also have other immunities depending on type. This is all explained during the player's guide before you even start, so not really a spoiler. Yeah, that's basically the DM's way of giving everyone a primer on, hey, yeah, if you're gonna pick somebody who can only do one type of damage, maybe don't. We have the advantage of, by the time we start running into demons that have those immunities and higher resistances, we will have a mythic ability that allows us to just no-sell it. But, yeah. I'm just gonna go with lore religion. That'll get these 3 skills taken care of. I don't need anybody else with persuasion. I don't need anybody else with lore religion. Everybody else can focus on this. Is there any class in Pathfinder that's directly tied to the demons, like demonology, demon transformation, or the like? If I recall, there's a subclass for Stalker, I think, which is all about somebody who was like formerly a cultist, but now uses their ability to fight demons. It's called like a reformed fiend or something. I think it's a tiefling only subclass. Like it's literally meant for tieflings who were on the side of the abyss and then repented, redeemed themselves, and joined the fight against it. Otherwise, here's part of the problem, Tenwin. There are a variety of classes that deal with hell, but hell in Pathfinder is lawful evil. The abyss is much closer to the warp from 40k. The abyss corrupts things just by touching them. People who deal with the whole like demonology and stuff like that almost inevitably in all regards end up getting corrupted by the abyss and falling. It's very much something you don't fuck around with. As for demon transformations, that's the entire point of the demon mythic path, that is straight up what you do. You absorb portions of demonic essence and then transform yourself in battle using a demonic rage to then use those abilities. But yeah, the abyss is very different than hell. Hell can only, a way to look at it is that, especially in Golarion, hell can only corrupt you if you let it. The abyss does it whether you want it to or not. But you get the point. Maybe it's just my perspective. It almost seems that Pathfinder evil classes seem rare, even compared to D&D. To be fair, those two games seem to avoid theme classes as a fashion. Yeah, there are not many classes related to a specific alignment outside of the big ones. You know, Paladin, Hell Knight, Druid, for example. Monk to a lesser extent. I believe all monks have to be lawful to one extent or another. There's most of them fall on the lawful chaotic spectrum rather than the good evil spectrum. Because for the most part, Paizo was very much of the opinion, I am answering the questions, damn it. Well, too bad, Lord Brownbear, we're all here talking. Two prestige classes that kind of match that. The Blackfire Adept is the opposite of the Rift Warden, siding with Fiend interest by poking holes in the material plane to help the goals of the Fiends. And you said, however, so I'm assuming you're going to write something else. But you get what I'm saying. Like, Paizo, for the most part, tried to avoid, they tried to avoid the good-evil dichotomy because a lot of their adventure paths have good people doing evil things and evil people doing good things. Wrath of the Righteous is a great example. There's an entire sect of the Hell Knights here who are absolute assholes, but they're honestly more effective than most of the Crusaders. D&D Pathfinder and also Pillars of Eternity seem to avoid like pyromancers, cryomancers, demonology, pure undeath spells, rather having the classes being relatively open to some theme. Yeah. Pathfinder gave every alignment some love to a certain extent. I agree. Well, pyromancers, cryomancers, that kind of thing, Tenwin, that is what the kineticist is. The kineticist draws power directly from the elemental planes in order to because they're not casting spells. That's the thing. Kineticists don't cast spells. Kineticists quite literally open a portion of their soul to the elemental plane and allow the power of that plane to flow through them. So a fire kineticist is literally tapping into the actual power of the elemental plane of fire. A water kineticist who can become an ice kineticist if he continues down the path and thus be a true cryomancer, does the same with the elemental plane of water and earth and air. And technically, there are like 50 other elements that are actually in the books at one point or another that they did not include here because that would be ridiculous. They aren't limited to one type of elemental type is what I meant. They have a thematic, but they aren't restricted to a specific theme of abilities. Technically they are. It depends because what are they called? I can't remember what the name for them is. There's a specific mechanic for the kineticist where you shape your elemental blast, and the types of shaping you're allowed access to varies by element. Let's keep moving. We're going to want precise shot. That is vital immediately. We're going to be taking fire. Hold on, what are they called again? That's it, infusions. Yes, Infusions are different based on the element you choose and based on what combination of elements you choose once you get to 7th and 15th level and expand your element. You do get different ways of modifying your talents. The wild talents also technically fall under that as well. Some of these are not applicable to others. There is a demonologist class in Pathfinder. It's a prestige class for dedicated demon cultists. You need to worship a demon lord or an demon lord and take the class you need to suffer trauma for a demon. You perform obediences for a powerful boon. You can let the demon partially possess you for an ability bonus, and max level you can have a temporary demon transformation. And even a ritual that turns you into a half-demon. The former is more scientific, while the latter is a divine ritual guided by a demon lord. Yep. So the demonology class works with any class, you just have to be a demon simp to get it. Yes. Basically. Alright, we're gonna go with fire blast from our hands. Our first infusion is going to be extended range because that is pretty vital. But yes, some of the mods did. So these are the infusions, and these, again, as I said, Tenwin, they do change based on what element you have selected, as well as how powerful you are. So for example, the Cyclone infusion, I can't really have that. I can't move the mouse from here. Only air kineticists or those who have specialized in blizzard, sandstorm, or thunderstorm can use the Cyclone shape of the infusion. And then Deadly Earth is earth, magma, metal, and mud. Detonation is, here's a great example. Detonation is fire and blue flame only. You cannot use detonation with any other element. Entangling has a variety. Eruption has a few. Exploding Arrow requires a kinetic sharpshooter regardless of your element. Flash Infusion requires either fire, blue flame, or plasma. Foxfire is fire only. There's a variety of these that all require very specific combinations. This is one we're going to be needing, Pure Flame Infusion, because this is the fuck you, I don't care that your spell resistance is 999, you don't get it. But as I said, we're going to be starting with extended range. And because we are going to go legend, well, I was debating on this one because of the nature of what I want to do as a legend, I'm debating between Iori, which would make the most sense for legend as a whole, because Iori's whole thing is that they are the legendary god, basically. They are the mortal who achieved enlightenment and achieved perfection and actually became a deity on their own power. But the other side of the coin that I was thinking of doing is we go Green Faith. I'd recommend any ascended deity. Your alignment is restricted by deity choice. Yes, I was thinking Green Faith because one, Sarkoris, the land that makes up what became the World Wound, was apparently a center for the Green Faith. So I thought that might be fitting thematically. But also, it's a naturalistic philosophy based on the belief that the natural forces are worthy of attention and respect, which makes a lot of sense for a kineticist who draws power directly from elemental planes of from the elemental planes of the various elements. And also, favored weapon doesn't matter because nobody has Kinetis Blast as a favored weapon, so that's not going to matter at all. Your alignment is restricted by deity choice. I know. The problem is with that, if I recall, the only other ascended deities, if I recall, are Norgabur, the god of, because he's the only evil god among the ascended. There's Norgabur, there's Caden Kalen, and then there's Iomade, right? Yeah, Iomade. In theory, the Greenface favored weapons are all druid proficiency weapons. Yeah, I mean, they start in the game, they're sickle, but yeah, I could definitely see that. I think I'm going to go with Green Faith. I've done an Iori run for like chapter 1 and chapter 2 before, and I didn't really see much there. So I'm going to go Green Faith. I'm going to justify this because this is one thing I am going to be doing with this character, because we are going down the legend path. We are going to basically try to reestablish Sarkoris. That is kind of our split off from the rest of it. So we're going to be pissing off the queen quite frequently. She is not going to be happy with us, which is why we're not romancing her, because really the only reason to make the queen of Mendev happy as if you're romancing her and being a total simp, because otherwise she's a bit of a dumbass. Yeah, Iomedae, Kaden, Norgabur, and if you expand beyond the Starstone challenge deities, it also includes Nethys and Iori. The problem is Nethys is all about magic, which this character is not, and Iori is interesting from a legend playthrough perspective, but I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna. I just don't like it as much. I just don't like it as much. Plus, Green Faith allows us to be neutral good, whereas with Iori we have to be lawful good right off the bat, and I don't like that. We're gonna go with Green Faith. We're gonna start with neutral good. We are immediately. That is too pale. There we go. We go for the one that does not have the glowing lips. Thank you. Let's see. Do I want any stars? Ooh, I actually like that one right under the eye. There we go. And then we go over to here. Go over to here. Grab the short hair. The idea of someone being close to specialize in 1 to 2 elements and unable to choose others due to the rules of the universe is really cool to me, as it would force/create creativity instead of just throwing fireballs, having firecasters and like having to come up with unique approaches to their fire, as much versatility as they can, but also results in characters being restricted to one approach, which can result in combat being a tiny bit boring. Yeah. I mean, again, that is basically what the kineticist is. The kineticist starts by just throwing fire. Eventually, by the end, he's throwing fireballs. He's creating fire walls. He can run into the middle of melee combat and forcibly detonate the fire within him to hit everything around him. He can create whirlwinds of fire. He can do all sorts of things. That is the entire point of the kineticist. The funny thing is, Tenwin, this is actually funny that I did learn from reading about this for the tabletop stuff. The kineticist was originally meant to be a very grimdark class. Like, the original descriptions for the kineticist when it was introduced in a book for Pathfinder were all about how the elemental power ravages your body from within and all sorts of things. They were just like, this was meant to be like Edge Master stuff. Problem though, it came out the same year that Avatar: The Last Airbender did. Suffice it to say, the whole tortured soul wielding the power of the elemental planes did not last 5 fucking minutes when people realized I can make Zuko in Pathfinder. And if I remember correctly, the 2nd edition Pathfinder has completely dropped that angle from the class description. It's just gone. It's much more like, it's I don't know how Pathfinder 2nd edition fully takes it, but it's no longer in that direction. It's no longer in that direction at all. Like, it literally came out the same time. I think that was the one that I was going to go for the hairstyle, because, oh no, that one. Yeah, that'll work. If anything, Grimdark Aspect makes it less like Avatar. Well, yes, that's my point, Lord Brownbear. That's my point. It was originally meant to have a very different feel, but people just saw I can roleplay as Aang, and even, like, it didn't matter what they wrote in the rulebook, that nobody played that version of the kineticist. We don't really need war paint because as a kineticist, we start with all these elemental brands all over our body. So I'm fine with keeping that fine. And as for our clothing, let's go for the slightly brighter red. Can we get that as our main color instead? Yes, there we go. There we go. I don't know why the leggings are still purple, but I'll take it.
This will hurt! Burn! Slice! Together I won't give up!
Let us bide our time.
My wounds pile on.
Time's not waiting.
That's what you get. We'll win this. One way. Does anyone require? And off we go. Beautiful.
I like this one.
I can find better. Damn, son!
I didn't actually think if I would I just go with Savani again here? Because the last time I did this, it was based off a tabletop character, which is why his name was Tarendil, because that was the tabletop character's name. The Grimdark thing must have been a playtest thing. I always remember Kinesis having the burn drawback to use her. Just having to use the burn drawback. Yes, I think it was just in the very first book. It was in like the very first book where it was first introduced. And the burn drawback, it's just the way it was described, Lord Brownbear. It was very much, it was meant to be way more like tortured soul, almost like how people view wild mages in D&D, was how the kineticists were viewed by the people of Golarion. Like, oh god, he could, you know, that's a fire kineticist. He could set fire to the orphanage at any moment. Get him out of here. Like, it was a lot of like, oh, woe is me backstory kind of stuff. And again, all of that got dropped because Avatar: The Last Airbender came out around the same time, and nobody wanted to do that kind of style of elemental bending. Wish that more of these RPGs lent into a more morally gray or evil with class choices. Like, yeah, Pathfinder lets you be a chaotic evil bastard, becoming a devil and so on, but doesn't let you be an undercover demonology acolyte or anything, which makes sense in this game, but not as much in Kingmaker. I mean, technically you kind of can. The swarm that walks is like the most horrifying fucking thing that they could have possibly created as an endgame stat or state for the character. Like, yeah, but not at the start. I mean, it depends. I mean, okay, but at the same time, when you're also starting at level 1. You're also starting at level 1. That's also part of the problem. It's like anybody can be anything at level 1. You have to actually make progress in the campaign for it to make sense for you to be doing something else. Yeah, we'll just go with this. We'll go with a shortened version. Demon acolyte, like the base cultist, is what I meant. Even there, you have the problem of, in a lot of cases, unless, because here with this campaign, again, it makes the most. It doesn't make sense at all. You spent your years prior to games and sellers chanting at summoning circles. I mean, you can do that. It's a quick way to get killed in this setting, but I honestly don't care what the birthday is because it doesn't affect anything.
First come, first served.
All right, there we go. Everything's set up. We have all of our abilities. Everything's ready to go. We do start with a low base attack. I forgot about that, but we do target touch AC, which is so much better. So having Fire's ability to target touch AC is so nice. Okay. I go away and put my claws down now because we're gonna have a lot of dialogue to read. Make way, coming through. Fetch a healer, quick.
Hey,
would be
somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
Would be a nightmare to write about, but imagine a CRPG where you choose to be like a demon acolyte or a necromancer, explicitly evil classes, and they had to write different approaches to it, where you have to hide your true nature, explain your abilities, and so on, and at places in the game you have the option to come out to your companions, and you have to judge who would react appropriately if you have the relationship or skills to convince them. Oh, that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting.
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded...
Hold on. That's definitely still a little too soft on the sound department. Where is voice dialogue? There we go. Let's pump that up.
Fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't he be carted off somewhere else, like, oh,
I should probably move because I'm going to be covering up...
Or an accommodating ditch?
Is it only doing that because it has my character portrait over here? Because usually it has the pictures on the other side.
Make room, everyone. Step back. Now.
Hold on. There we go. For right now, at least. For right now, at least. The reality is that you are the one talking to your character, not the NPCs. Sorry, make room, everybody, step back. What's the matter? What happened to him? You hear the stern voice of an elderly man, but you're far too weak that you can't even turn your head to look at his direction. Ah, the wound looks nasty. Who did this to him?
Demons, prelate. We found him barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
The walls, you say? Enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right.
Okay, I'm gonna up the volume on the voice again, because it's still too soft. Just max that out.
We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take his weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. He can get his things back after the festival.
So immediately there's sort of superficial resemblance to the Guardian campaign trade getting injured outside the walls of Nabras, and the source of that injury being the catalyst for your power. Ah. Holrune can't move his head weakly. I mean, no, to be fair, Holrune is not as bad right now. He He gets significantly worse when everything goes to shit.
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal his wounds.
The magic envelops you, but the pain lessens only slightly. Water.
You will have water as soon as we heal your wounds.
Originally, the players do have their gear because why the fuck would you disarm your citizens when the city is literally next door to hell? I mean, they're disarming the citizens, not the guards. And to be fair, Canobras is full of regular citizens who don't have anything to do with the Crusades other than supporting the logistics. He turns very fast to Inquisitor. Oh, okay, you're healed. Who sent you? Who's the, what is your master? Don't make me tear your nails out. Yeah, I know. I vaguely remember his dialogue, Tenwin. I remember.
My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there. Yes, you. Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev.
I mean, to be fair, Tenwin, given his position, I'm not surprised. And he is going out of his way to be like, heal first, question second. He's not going like, I mean, he's not going full 40k Inquisitor. Yeah, so I can interrogate you, burn cigarette out on your leg.
Surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
The lady raises her head in an affectation of surprise.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
My name is Savan.
That's the first I've heard of that name. Who are you then? What's your business in the city?
Originally, this festival is directly about preparing for war, and the narrative emphasizes how it's about training unarmed combatants and choosing squires. It's a minor inconsequential trade.
He has been through enough already.
Yeah, I can
Go
see
on.
that.
I'll take care of him.
Oh, kind of always weird that
All right, as
Terendelev
you
never got a
wish.
portrait.
You are our protector, and a dragon at that. So I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed he was wounded near Canabras. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of this city.
Muttering discontentedly, the old man begins to walk off.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
A beautiful silver-haired woman leans over you. She seems ageless, her face wholly unlined, but centuries-old sadness gleams in her eyes. The longer she speaks, the stronger her voice becomes. Thank you for helping me.
I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done.
Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
Are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
I mean, she says that, but giant silver dragon, like, sitting in the middle of the square would probably be one hell of a wake-up call for a lot of people. What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
Am I free to go?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return. But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, protector of Canabras. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Since you already know that Hullrune acts like a raging asshole, I may as well offer what the tabletop differs. Tabletop has emphasized that he's aware his zealous attitude of participation in the witch hunts may have had a net negative on the Crusades, but is considerably cooled down by the beginning of the campaign. Clearly, Alcat wanted to show off the ugly side of the Crusades with Hullrune's face. Yeah, I can see that. At the same time, that is an important aspect to emphasize, that the Crusades have not exactly been going very well, and that has led to a variety of problems. All right, and we now have, okay, hold on, we need to adjust some things here. Okay, dismiss. Right. Dismiss area infusion effect at will. Yep, we want to have that. There we go, point blank shot, aim. We don't really need. Power attack doesn't matter because we don't use physical attack. So I did, one of the mods I did download is basically removing a lot of feat tax. So pretty much everybody has point blank shock and power attack and combat expertise regardless of their starting class. It's not going to be that important for us since we're kineticists and it doesn't really matter. So let's set up down here. We'll go ahead and have our light halo, which is basically, I'm gonna emphasize that that's basically like the fire coming off of us as we begin to learn how to control our abilities. Go. I already have precise shots, so I don't need to worry about those on. And the only infusion we have is extended. All right, good. Now I don't think there's really anything to do around here. Yes, thank you for the tutorial. He also dies off screen, and I'm not sure it's confirmed, but when I played, my DM mentioned it was by a character who doesn't appear in the Alcat game. Want me to tell you about him? Also, the music's kind of loud. Of course, the music's too loud now. We'll drop the music down. Let's say a 75. Hopefully that's a little bit better. It's also weird that it's... like, I'm listening to it, and it only gets really loud when the camera's, like, right about here. And then it starts... okay, I guess it's a little bit loud. It's weird. It's a shame, because this is not the music that's really good, and I really like... I want to keep the music at least somewhat high, because when we get to the really good, like, mythic tracks, this stuff is... I'd rather not miss out on it. Alright, just go ahead and do the... yeah, tab, hold, interactable objects. Nowhere. We don't really need to talk to anybody around here. So. Oh, look, and there's an ad. Perfect timing. It's a bit of a... oh, no, you didn't say that. Type something else. Yeah, we threw a dart at a target. Woo! I do like that these are basically themed, or the three choices you have here are themed around, like, the physical combat stats. You have throwing a knife, which is obviously dexterity. You have, like, punching the target dummy, which is strength. And then you have drinking, which is obviously constitution. So we may as well do the ones that correspond to our character, dexterity and con. I should wait to do this because I know what happens after we do this, and it's going to be progress. And it's a big cutscene, so we may as well wait. Oh, okay, it's on toggle, not hold. That's fine. There's Daron. They call this a celebration. This is but a paltry imitation of what goes on in my mansion on a dull holiday evening. Sela, pour me another one. Let's make this a day to remember. I do love a festival. When we win, our victory feast will put this one to shame. And look, it's Jana Aldori from Kingmaker. I've been a Crusader 5 whole days, and I love it. The future's going to be blessed, grand indeed. So you want to know who kills Hullrune in the tabletop? He doesn't show up in the game? Sure, why not? We need more evil RPGs. Kenwin, I've agreed with you on this like a dozen times now. I agree. I hope... we already know that they're going to be doing the Inquisition next for their... Inquisition next for Alcat. I really hope they do Black Crusade after that. I really, really hope they do Black Crusade after that. Right, that's the chest that has everybody's equipment. I guess we could talk to Camellia. Orgus and Camellia are over here. Grubby peasants and their grubby diversions. Why did I even bother coming? Yes, happy city day, and now step aside, please. I do not wish for Horgus Quirm to be seen next to you. stranger. The absence of an answer is an answer, too.
Let's see what we can do.
I think that's all the named characters. Oh, Trend 11. Hold on, over here. This will ease your suffering. A strange wound. Cursed cracks. I think that's everybody. Oh, a Nevian here as well. Everybody's letting their hair down. Everybody's drinking, having a good time. But the demon spies never let up, so that means no fun for me.
Here we go.
Just waiting on the ad to finish because I know what comes next. Oh, Rami. Days like this is as if the war doesn't even exist. Desna, grant us peace. Pretty sure he's the priest of Desna, I think. Alright. Give me a drink. I love a drink, especially when the city's footing the bill. About to say, if it's free food is free food. And now everything's about to go to hell. Cause it familiar name room factory mythic bullshit doesn't have an active no stats, but said he's a mythic assassin before the PC arises in power. Personally races any individual group to be a viable threat to the nation. It's also worth mentioning a reader is known as the villainous figure of the Crusades, but her being alive is a boon. Yeah. People start to panic very fast. I mean, demons are not supposed to just appear in the middle of Canabras. Canabras is used to having to face either cults from within, or the demons literally throwing themselves against the walls. Much less so that they just appear. And Terendelev is having none of it.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Also, Discari himself showing up is not good. And unfortunately, yeah, no. Dragon does not beat Demon Lord.
Feast begin.
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do?
More meant that they didn't go, wait, what? And then panic before it went boom, instant panic. Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say even that. It was boom. Okay, anybody who doesn't have a weapon, get the fuck out because you're about to be fodder if the demons find you. Which is fair. That's literally what happened. The halfling's armor is splashed with blood and he's armed to the teeth. A sword, a blade, and a hatchet on his belt and a crossbow on his back. His voice sounds strangely familiar to you. I've seen you somewhere before.
You have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for.
Who the hell is Discari?
You must have got a good drubbing round the head, brother. Discari's a demon lord, the most fearsome enemy of all Crusaders and all living things, come to think of it.
Yep, most powerful of the demons are unique demigods, rulers of the abyss with their own individual powers and abilities. The demon lords are known throughout the multiverse, and many cults worshipping them exist upon the immaterial plane. The total number of demon lords is beyond knowing. The countless powerful demons that rule the various layers of the abyss, some are more widely known than others. Widely known and worshipped than others. The most ubiquitous demon lord, and the only one to have attained full godhood, is Lamashtu, the mother of monsters. Now, when my DM did this, she gave us some relevant celebration activities to do. I won a box of tomatoes. It was a bit of the first 2 books that I had periodically seen eating them. Now the reason there's a flashback normally is so the PCs don't do something like rush a demon they can't fight, which the Magus did. My DM also made the mistake of having an NPC fight and kill a lesser demon, even though it's established he never risks his own life if he avoided it. Let's be honest here, that dragon didn't just have no chance. She did a bit of a poor move by not making sure the demon lord couldn't literally jump on top of her. Yep. What's the situation in the city?
Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. Place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks.
Well, then give me a weapon. We need to do something.
Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even.
That sounds utterly fucking retarded, but okay.
Good luck.
Because there's no way in hell a normal
Try not to
crossbow
get
does
eaten
that.
now.
The halfling's roars are drowned out by terrible rumbling and the rustling of countless tiny worms. I do love that our character's first decision is to actually try to shoot the demon lord.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
And then he cracks the very ground.
Behold, Iomade. Behold the death I saw.
I really hope it stops putting my portrait on the left side. But
The silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
The biggest change in this intro is that it's not Discari that invades the city personally, but the Stormlord Karamzada. The fight is just as one-sided, but less expected since there is past presence of Terendelev being able to fight off Baylor with the aid of the Wardstone, which he more or less shrugs off this time. Fell in battle is a very generous statement for someone who got one-shotted instantly. I mean, it's still falling in battle. It's still falling in battle, Tedwin. You don't say that a soldier who died because they were the first one to get shot didn't fall in battle. There we go.
I can handle it.
I vaguely remember this. Fell on the way to battle. Oh, it's so nice having the native support for the camera rotation and everything. Hi, guys.
Holy mother of...
A small woman with messy brown hair winces in pain, uttering a stream of curses through clenched teeth. She's pinned to the ground by the weight of several boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
Okay, so I think it's going to be keeping... the portraits on the right side now. Now you start here. Each PC gets one of Terendelev's scales, each one providing a special daily power based on the PC's path. Ah. So hold on. Let me adjust. Let's... I think that will look fine, because it's mostly just covering my portrait. Seela, I don't remember much, just that I found her personality very grating in Act 1 and the start of Act 2. I remember most of Seela's stuff, and honestly, I never got the hate. My main thing with her is not her personality. My main thing with her is she doesn't act like a paladin. She acts like a neutral good cavalier or like a chaotic good knight. Because she really doesn't act like a lawful good paladin most of the time. Like, she's got the good side nailed. Like, she's got that completely on lock. But she's not lawful. Like, she just straight up isn't.
I feel him all right. When say no to a little less feeling in him. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
I've had this discussion with someone before. I'll skip to my final point. Okay.
That's all that matters. Now, we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
Now, see, this I don't like because I'm not skilled at athletics. I have no knowledge world. The only thing I'm good at is diplomacy, and they decided to make that an evil option for some reason. Spotting you, the knight reaches for a sheathed weapon, but after scrutinizing your face momentarily, she raises her hand in greeting. Look, I'm not going to help anyone for free. Does you have anything that you could offer to help give the rest of us a chance to get out of it?
Yeah, sure thing. Look, you don't owe us anything, after all. Here, take this. It's all I got. Now do me a favor and get me out of here. This position ain't as comfy as it looks.
The knight opens her mouth to eject, but the wounded woman stops her and retrieves a gold pouch from inside her pocket. Not surprising, Inevia deals with, like, the shady underclass of Canabras, so she's just like, look, if he just wants money, just give him the fucking money. Yeah, see, and then we automatically pass the skill check because I have a high enough skill, and we get the money, and we get her out. Bada bing. Summoning all your strength, you manage to lift the rock up enough to free the wounded woman from the club.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Inevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch. I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Sela knows her oath by heart. She doesn't need to remind others of it every second. What may seem to be as reverence is calculated calm, not just to allow herself rest, but to comfort people around her. She's not any less lawful for it. I don't know. I'll have to get back to some of her major scenes in the game because that... I get what you're saying, Lord Brown Bear, and it sounds somewhat right, but I also feel like it's still a case where, I don't know, she doesn't come across as very paladin-y in a lot of the situations.
Well, I'm Sela, paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendeb and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now.
That might also be the issue, is that she's a paladin specifically of Iomade. Like, her being a paladin in general, I could maybe see from one of the other lawful good deities that are a little less stringent, but Iomade is Iomade. And quite frankly, this game does not do a very good job of showing Iomade in a very nice light because, well, she kind of fucks up a lot and her followers fuck up even more.
I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like. It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomade's herald with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
That's sort of the point. Alignment doesn't equal personality. Yes, but if there was a class where the two are more closely correlated, it is Paladin. That's part of the problem, Lord Brown Bear.
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
Now, from my perspective, my own character, he grows to respect Iomade herself, but can't stand most of her constituency, especially the party paladin. The Wardstones are a chain of powerful artifacts that keep the Worldwound's expansion at bay. The first and greatest in the chain was erected in the city of Canabres by the hand of the inheritor himself, a gold-winged angel sent by the goddess Iomade. My name is Savan.
Good to meet you. Now, tell us all about yourself.
Whoa, girl, slow down.
See, I like that, and Nevi's just like, okay, no, we don't need to know everything.
We don't have time to be swapping life stories. We need to find a way out of here. Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so. That's if you're going straight up, of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
Anevia tightly ties off the twine in her improvised splint and, leaning on a stick, hauls herself to her feet.
To summarize, there are 3 of us with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
See, I don't mind her self-deprecation. Like that, I know, I vaguely remember most of her backstory that she gives you later in the series, or later in the story. So I know why she does a lot of the self-deprecation stuff. I don't mind that so much.
Can't make the demons wait.
All right, let's adjust. There we go. I don't need to be that far behind. There we go, containers, yep. Holrun put all the confiscated weapons in the chest. Take a look, maybe your thing survived the vault. I mean, doesn't really matter because I don't use weapons, but thank you. I will go ahead and take the Cloak of Resistance, though. Thank you. We also have the engraved Lucky Bracers with the +1 luck bonus. There we go. Did anything change her base? She's got banded mail. She's got her heavy shield. She's got her long sword. She's got a short bow. That's fine. None of the rest of these would be better for her, I don't think. Nope. Nope. All right.
Beautiful.
Tell us about yourself. I poisoned the drink at the festival, and right now anyone who survived was shitting their guts out. Hold on. Can I change that to a hold rather than a toggle? I think it would be under double click delay, right mouse function. not seeing it. Damn. Tips, turn-based mode, combat text. Could have sworn there was a way to change it to that, but not seeing it. Oh well.
Let's see what we can do.
I think it's mostly your tone that bothers me. I know that it's very shallow, but it really grates on me. Again, part of that is by design. She's meant to sound a little like that because she is, like, she is well aware that she's not, that a lot of people do not see her as a knight of Iomade because of her background and because of what she did. Who's there? The fine apparel of this young half-elf woman is torn and stained with blood, dust, and dirt. However, she holds herself with such dignity that you'd be forgiven for thinking you were at a high society party and not in the dank catacombs, of the city. Her fingers grip the rapier hilt with confidence, ready to draw it at a moment's notice, and at her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at first glance it's hard to tell whether it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia, and this is our new friend. We're looking for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it.
Never recall agreeing to be your friend. Snifskuba, I smell a psychopath. Yeah, I mean, I think anybody who's played even some of this game knows that this is, Now, don't get me wrong. I love how Alcat does her as a character, because it's so nice to have someone who's just... who is, on the one hand, totally on the side of the Crusaders. She does not want the demons to win. But on the other hand, is a completely unrepentant, unchangeable, chaotic evil psychopath. It's a great way to take the murder hobo concept and actually make it work for a character. The girl relaxes slightly but keeps her hand on her sheathed weapon. Her self-control falters for a moment. You glimpse the fear beneath the mask of perfect lucidity. She licks her lips nervously. Yeah, I'm sure that's why she licks her lips. Not many could withstand a strike from the Demon Lord, not even the great Terendelev.
I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Discari himself has come to Canabras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
At Camellia's feet is a much better character, Aravashniel, a Rift Warden who in tabletop is blinded when he falls down with you and has to be guided out of the cave. He's a 3rd or 5th level wizard, so he can cast spells to help you and make knowledge checks, but he's limited by his condition. Originally, he's a conspiracy theorist who worries frequently, but between my gnome's pranks and the thick Asimar bard romancing him, he was pretty distracted. So you cured him through the power of friendship and thick thighs.
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
Camellia finishes Anevia's thought with a ruthless precision. What happened to the man next to you? Who is he?
I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
He was thick with more C's, but I ran out of character space. Sela eyes warily scan the area.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
Who exactly are you?
Who am I? Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival. But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
Now, the real reason they killed Aravashniel was because Alcat had their own elf mage NPC they wanted to shove in, but we'll focus. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they also don't really talk about the Rift Wardens, so it was probably a case of, what should we do? And, of course, they wanted to introduce Camellia in an interesting fashion. So, I mean, I would give them a little more credit than that, Lord Brownbear. I don't think it was just because they had an elf mage NPC. I think they had a variety of issues and they realized, hey, if we do this, we can kind of tie all of this together nicely with the characters that we do have. It's just sucks that it's one of the NPCs you liked. Sorry, man. Yeah. You want to join us?
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
Well, then we need to keep moving. We've got to find a way back to the surface
That's
somehow.
right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Right, she starts off injured. We immediately have to use a healing spell on her. It's fine. Then we're going to adjust this because these two are actually quite good tanks. If I recall, she does start slightly lower than Seela because she only has a buckler and light armor. But if I recall, she gets access to a few things early game that make her a far better tank than Seela does in terms of AC. Plus, she's a dex tank, which is also, I love this. I love that even people who haven't played a CRPG have to know, like, oh, alignment. Oh, it tells me my companion's alignment. Why can't I tell her alignment? Like, that is a huge red flag. And all he had on him was a masterwork.
Here we go.
I believe our first combat encounter. Yep, there it is. Giant Sentinel.
I can handle it. Here we
What
go
I
again.
want to do then is we're going to gather power and then long range shot this guy.
Do not fear.
Yep, combat starts. And I missed. Very first dice roll of any combat, and I missed. And it doesn't even tell me what the check was. There we go. Oh, and then we're gonna attack that one. What is my character doing? What is my character doing? Just regular attack. There we go. Oh, because he keeps losing target because they're killing him. Did I miss again? Oh, because these things actually have a high touch attack. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Fair enough. I'll give the full complaint on Camellia later on. I mean, she is not a good character. Like, I enjoy her writing, but she is a, like, insano character. Like, she's the kind of character concept that any DM would take one look at and go, what the fuck are you trying to do? What do you mean you're trying to actually be a goddamn murder hobo?
Beautiful.
Oh, I forgot how ugly these things are. Giant flies.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
All right. Let's just go ahead and gather power. Let's try to shoot him again. Please don't miss.
They will break against
There
our
we go. We
resolve.
actually hit them this time. And I'm going to just... There we go. There we go. Worked out just fine. Doesn't fit in Wrath is the crux of my complaint for her.
Let's see what we can do.
Really? I mean, again, it is interesting to have a chaotic evil companion who is totally on board with not serving the demons because, you know, I don't know.
Here comes trouble.
Go. Okay, just set that to your basic attack. There we go. Now I don't have to constantly be against it. Ow, you actually hit me, dick.
Here we go.
All we're doing is clearing these guys out. That is a bracers of armor. To be fair, I don't think anybody needs that because I do at least still have light armor on right now. Yes, and that's a max dexterity of 6. There's no problem. All right.
I can handle it.
Should be getting close to the end of this section of tunnels. Those guys.
Should I?
Save the last one for me.
Hit him. Yeah. Please kill that thing before it spits. Thank you. Also, Anevia is actually supporting us with her little bow, which is nice. The shock factor of a serial killer in the face of a literal apocalypse that has entire regiments of demons formed from the souls of serial killers makes Camellia a fucking gnat in comparison. Yes.
Can't make the demons wait.
Like, how can I have the energy be shocked at the shit she pulls when I just saw 4 demons take the time to pull apart a Crusader's limb before the skirmish was even over? I think it's because of the fact simply that she's not on the demon's side, so you don't expect
Beautiful.
it. And to be fair, Lord Brown Bear, we are approaching this from the perspective of, well, okay, so part of the issue is I've played the beginning of the game, so I know what she is. You played the tabletop, which means the second you saw her standing over Aravashniel, you knew something was
Let's
up.
see what we can do.
For somebody who doesn't have that foreknowledge and is used to like traditional CRPG tropes, it's a bit weird to have one of your companion characters be like this, let's be honest. Damn, we failed the skinning. Oh well.
Here we go.
Oh, best girl is coming up. Best girl is coming up. It's just a disconnect between how the game plays and the character personality.
Just walk away.
Fair.
It's got to be here somewhere.
You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. As soon as he steps into the circle of light, however, you realize that you've never encountered a creature like this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man.
Wenduog!
The man notices you and freezes. The curling horn protruding from his head casts a malevolent shadow on the cave wall. Best girl, best girl.
Did you find it? Who is that?
The woman looks just as strange as her companion, like a cross between a cat and a spider. When she catches sight of you, she immediately drops into a fighting stance, her movements revealing a lethal grace of a wild predator. Also, the difference between a game being revealed to be evil and one being openly evil is 2 different approaches. Like, if you play through an RPG and your companion is revealed to be a mass murderer later, that feels worse / more like betrayal, rather than a character you met early on is open about the moral stance, which you can appreciate from the perspective within limits. Like, when you grill her on it, she claims it has to be someone innocent. It's such a violent place like the Whirlwind where you fight and kill every day. She can't do anything to satisfy her need to kill. It just feels asinine. I can understand that to a certain extent.
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
Like, Marzai is a massive dick, but you know and expect him to be a monster. Yes, but at the same time, Camellia is from quote-unquote normal society. So it is also understandable why she covers it up, because, you know, murdering psychopath. Also, I still feel like the voices are too soft. Hold on. I still feel like the voices are too soft. I'm gonna bump the master volume up a little, and then drop that music volume slightly to compensate. And that's why the reveal feels worse for the player. I can see that. Demons are laying waste to Canabras as we speak.
If things are as bad as you say,
That's
then we
bad.
all have to hurry.
Land's expression hardens. Oh, hold on. I'm in Twitch chat, not multi-chat. I sure hope nobody was typing in YouTube. I'm gonna feel really bad if they were. Land's voice sounds weird. I think they tried to put an effect on it because we're in like a cave, so it's supposed to have a little echoey quality to it.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
Wenduog looks you over, considering something. Normally when you make some progress helping the limping Anevia, a blind Aravashniel, and bitching Horgus-Worm, you only come across a land leading 2 other mongrels who are too deformed to speak properly. Ugh. I mean, it sounds kind of thick or heavy. Land's voice kind of sounds like he was something in his cheek. I don't know.
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabras. People are dying up there. Please, show us the way out.
Are you tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusade's finest.
Sadly, underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
Very funny that Wenduog says that. Yes, yes it is. Wendewog lets out a disdainful huff.
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
I'd never heard of underground crusaders before.
In Canabras, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Originally, there are two Mongol tribes, one led by Sol, the other by Wendewog. Land's tribe is lawful neutral, and Wendewog's is chaotic neutral. Wendewog's tribe is teamed up with the cultists of Baphomet and its cannibalism. I don't know if the Wendewog NPC is meant to be evil, as I do recall the paladin failing to smite her, but my DM also contradicted this event by mentioning she was evil. When I get to her in the book, I'll give a straight answer. I think originally she is meant to be evil, but I don't know the books.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
A bit of a naive take. Yeah. I mean, at the same time, things have gotten a bit better in Canabras, if I recall from what I have read about the Crusades, because it used to be that tieflings were just like executed on sight. But as the Crusades went on and manpower was needed, eventually tieflings were allowed in. So it wouldn't be too off for the mongrels to join the Crusaders. But yeah, to think that they would just go, that most of the people in Canabras would just be down for it is also a bit naive. What is this place then?
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
Despite my efforts to be sly, we weren't able to talk to Wendewog, so I don't know. Her art is also different, but still would. Agreed. I have seen her original art, and honestly, still not bad. In fact, the one thing I wish they'd kept for her Wrath design is I would have kept she in the original art, she has like additional eyes, like a spider, because that's part of her motif. I would have appreciated if they had kept that in. You probably would too. Oh, are we talking about stabbing the other, right?
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed. Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
Gonna stab her with something. No, she's mine, Lord Brownbear. You don't get the insect lady. I do.
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
I had to say, the first Crusade was, what, 250 years ago or something like that? It was, or maybe 300 years ago? I can't remember exactly. What are you doing here?
That's none of your...
We're looking for a holy sword. It was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold. Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Sol, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the underground crusaders to take up arms. If we get the holy sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame, and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
Wendewalk shrugs and turns away. A maze. Is that what leads up to the surface?
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the underground crusaders, that the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze. And even I don't know if it's true. But the further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendewalk too much.
Sounds very poor as a legend, considering everything that could cause the wall to fall that isn't demons. Hey everybody, welcome Diamond, welcome. We're getting through Wrath of the Righteous. To be fair, Tenwin, to be fair, it kind of does make a little more sense when you remember that most mongrels are lucky to live to the age of, I think, 35. So they have much shortened lifespans, which means it did not take very long before their culture went from, oh yeah, that person over there was, you know, the direct descendant of a first crusader and knows what's going on, to, oh yeah, it's been 15 generations since anyone has been to the surface. Like, it took them much shorter of a time frame for them to move from something that is tangible to something that is legend compared to other mortal species. At least I think I'm right on that, Lord Brownbear. If you can correct me on that, that'd be great. But I'm pretty sure Lan later even says, like, yeah, I'm in my late 20s. I've got less than a decade to go before I die. Like, the mongrels have a lot of problems with them.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
You hear a hint of emotion in Wendua's voice for the first time. A sword of holy fire. How the hell did that end up here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
The legend is so vague, the wall could crumble and they either walk up into a city who just had a minor earthquake or into a demon-infested hellhole the city long since crushed. Yep. No, I get, Tenwin, I get that, but at the same time, legends... First of all, legends don't have to make sense from the beginning, and again, with the short lifespans, it means that that legend probably got started and then rapidly proliferated because they very quickly did not have people who were very old to remember that kind of
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Mongrel men in their original bestiary entry are well established as tragically short-lived, but their origins are from extreme miscegenation instead of external mutation. Sort of a dumb explanation. And now England is missing a king. We must play. I mean, I think the whole abyss corruption makes a little more sense because tieflings get made by direct interaction between fiend or demon bloodlines and mortals, whereas mongrels are more like magical radiation poison, so to speak.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us.
Not always, Tenwin. That's the thing. Not always. That is the most frequent version, yes, but that is not always. It can just be a case of making a deal. Tieflings that are devil aligned, for example, are rarely from sexual intercourse. because devils hold themselves to such a higher standard that most devils actively despise the idea of like being intimate with a mortal. There are still other mongrel men in Golarion. These neithers are unique. Yeah, I also figured that played a role in it as well.
Lan, watch your tongue.
Well, we'll find the sword faster if we work together. Let me give you a hand.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can only help. The sword will be
Oh,
easy
you're
enough
actually
to
super
spot.
wrong. Oh, okay. My apologies. Please go ahead, Lord Brownbear.
Help
Please
us,
correct
and
me.
in return, we'll get you out of here.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface? So be it.
Oh, please, Wendewog. You might be a monster, but... Oh,
I can handle it.
Now what is that?
Got this one.
Statue of an unknown knight. The technique is crude, but the figure was clearly crafted with genuine feeling. Judging by the style of armor, the knight is from the First Crusade. And then there's some random loot around here.
What do we have here?
Basic stuff that we can sell.
No, what is that?
This room looks like an improvised museum or perhaps some kind of temple. And
beautiful.
Gems,
What do we have here?
grinding stones.
Now what is that?
Gems,
What do we have here? No, what is that?
grinding stones.
Let's see what we can do.
What do we have here?
And some bones. I think that's everything that we've got. There we go. And time for our first, like, epic moment of many. Oh, good. It actually shows my character portrait properly. A strange flash pierces the gloom, and Suvan feels drops of searing blood running down his chest. The wound healed by Terendelev is reopened and begins to weep scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene begins to appear before their eyes, a cave chamber. This one or another one entirely. Their heartbeat quickens and a stream of thoughts suddenly burst into his mind. Thoughts that clearly belong to another. Treachery. They betrayed me, trapped me, stabbed me in the back. Trusted allies, treasured friends, the very people I swore to protect. The people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are up ahead in the gloom of the cave. What are they waiting for? Are they afraid of drawing closer? Do they believe I am about to die from their traitorous blows? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lying on the rocks, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join the others, and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run, but I will not. While I still have the strength, I must! While recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Savan intuits that he can control them somehow. Heal the wounded girl. A spark of healing magic illuminates the eerie, murky scene before him. The wounded girl opens her eyes and whispers, Ariel, you said that everything was going to change soon. You said that the other warriors of heaven would be leaving us on a grand mission to stop the demons forever. Is that true? A frenzy of foreign thoughts comes faster and faster like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another, a priestess in a colorful robe observing the stars, a female paladin praying clutching a glowing sword, a majestic gold-winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet but his voice ringing clear. Only if you are willing, only if you are ready, for there is no going back. Don't waste your strength healing me. Your mission is more important. Take care. It is near. There in the vision, the darkness of the cave stirs into motion. Something massive appears within its depths, a vague shadow, an outline, a nightmare come to life. A wave of odious chirruping and rustling emanates from the shadow, the sound piercing like hot irons lancing through flesh and bone. The traitors fall to their knees before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wounded girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot, and Savan's head pounds with pain. It's no longer clear whose pain it is. The person called Lariel who sent the vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. There's a specific devil called a sire devil. The devil always births their sire as a tiefling when they make a humanoid. When humanoids make a deal with them, that humanoid will now forever birth their sire tieflings themselves. They do this because sudden sprouts of tiefling population can affect morale and stability, and that unrest can be used to manipulate the populace. My DM homebrewed a character father as being a cleric of Lord Thact with a whole harem of sire devils as a villain. Oh, wow. Tiefling breeding. This sort of thing only exists for devils, though. Abyssal corruption is so prolific, they don't need a dedicated fiend for it. Creating life is sort of the opposite of what demons do. Sorry, we don't have enough tiefling bursts. Why not? Because the mortals have invented condoms? What in the hell is that? Dragon Ball Z Abridged. The fuck's a condom? So we have a +5 for that. We have a +4 for that, so we do this. He is determined to fight off the illusion. Succeed. The force of the attack, though originating in a vision, is terrifying, but Savan proves stronger. He shakes off the pain and torpor, but alas, the one who sent the vision cannot claim the same. He is broken and exhausted. A monstrous shadow emerges from the murk of the cave. It is not real. It exists only in the strange vision or memory, but the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Discari, the terrifying demon lord. In a moment as swift as thought itself, the monster's hand wraps around the throat of the one called Lariel. Foolish angel struggling on the rocks, like a fly with its wings torn off, intones the shadow, its voice changing as it moves, shifting from a quiet whisper to a sonorous shout, becoming young, then old and quavering. Where is your goddess, angel? Where is her self-assured herald? How is it that you are dying here alone, so far from the light of your heaven? So let's see here. Larger than an elephant, this towering insectile nightmare wields a scythe made of bone. His wings are swarms of biting flies, and his inhuman eyes glitter with cruel intelligence. Discari is the demon lord of chasms, infestations, and locusts. It is believed by many scholars that he is the usher of the apocalypse. He carved his realm from the raw matter of the abyss during using the great scythe Rift Carver, a weapon he crafted from the remains of a strange creature his father Pazuzu mated with tens of thousands of years ago. Discari and his cultists have long plagued the northern nation of Sarkoris, where his cultists were eventually driven into the Lake of Mists and Veils by Arodin. Yet upon Arodin's death, it was Discari's influence on Golarion that ripened and burst, transforming Sarkoris into the demon-haunted world. Angels are a group of altruistic celestial natives to all three upper planes, Nirvana, Heaven, and Elysium. They represent all multiple interpretations of goodness. The eldest angels were one of the first creations of the primordial deities of good, making them one of the oldest races of the great beyond, and were trained as celestial guardians and servants from birth. Most serve their creators to this day. Most angels in modern times come from ascended good mortal souls, rather than direct divine creation. Sometimes these souls even retain aspects of their original mortal forms. Heaven is a plane of the outer sphere, a realm of pure righteousness where the forces of good gather to aid those on less virtuous planes and help worthy souls find rest. Though inconceivably large, it appears to most viewers as a mountain with a mysterious floating peak. The Heavens residents see law and goodness as largely the same force. Order is the greater good, and goodness is the greatest order. They recognize the good intentions of the Azadas of Elysium, but view them as misguided children. Similarly, they oppose the lawful evil forces of hell, but do credit them with intelligence and believe they can at least be reasoned into truces and stalemates, and in some cases, perhaps even redeemed. Are there rules to play as angels? Not natively. You become more like an angel through the mythic path, but not to play as them. Aasimar are the closest, because you've basically been touched by a good outsider. Funnily enough, in the book one, it says the mongrels don't have a name for themselves. A different story from our Neither that Wendiwog says. It might also be a case where if they're divided up into various tribes scattered throughout the underground, some of them might not have a name for themselves and others do. Angels, praise the Emperor. Generally, yes. Not sure why you'd want to, though. Yeah. Strange calm envelops the thought of the one named Lariel. He recognizes who stands before him, and he knows he will never bow down before such an enemy. The flaming sword flares to life in his hands, bright, pure, and flickering with multicolored sparks, like a sunbeam through stained glass. He slashes, and the blade slices through the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl, releasing his grip on Lariel's throat. The angel falls back heavily on the rocks. His vitality is ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword, and with his last burst of strength, he plunges it into the rock. Savan senses the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing like a river running dry. The last thing he hears is this: "You will kill me, monster. This I know. But one day someone will come here and will raise up my sword. They will raise it up. And they will punish evildoers, traitors, or save and protect the innocent." The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of color. Savan does not hear the final words, but he seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from his lips, and with them something else. The heat blazing in his chest fades away. The edges of the scarlet wound close shut, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Savan sees the flaming sword in his hand, or rather, its outline, a memory of what the sword looked like. And with a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes, and the light is drawn into his hand. Savan senses that it will return. All he need do is call it.
Hey, you alright? You were kinda glowing just now.
Sela kneels before the light, offering a prayer to Iomade. I suppose I should read this as well. Iomade, known as the Inheritor, the Light of the Sword, and Lady of Valor, is the goddess of righteousness, valor, justice, and honor. Having served as Aradan's herald, she inherited many of the last Aslante's followers upon his death, and continues to espouse the ideas of honor and righteousness in the defense of the good and the battle against evil.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
Lan looks at you dumbfounded.
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
Wenduog frowns. Did you see it? The traitors, the dying girl.
It's only us here. Your group, you, me, Wendu, and the light of heaven that sort of got, sucked into you. Any chance you can whip it out again? We do kinda need it.
The book says there are 5 tribes of mongrels. Okay, that makes sense. Lon looks at you.
Sorry, I crack jokes when I get nervous, and when I'm upset, and when I'm happy. Anyway, what I said, it came out wrong. We need to bring you to Chief Sull. You can show everyone the light of heaven, we'll rally the tribe and go into the maze, and we'll get back our kin.
And what if he can't make it happen a second time? What then? The tribe will just say we're crazy and turn its back on us.
What did you do with it? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did you come from, Demon Hijo? I think I saw the memories of Lariel, the angel who died.
Lariel? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone. The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
I do appreciate that Wenduog is, I think, the only person who starts to question why you, of all people, are able to touch this when no one else can.
Now, Wentuog, don't be a sore loser. He is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before him, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff, because he doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are.
He's the main character.
We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that.
Okay, see, this is where I do like that you can see the difference between their perspectives on this, even though, yes, Wenduog is evil and Lon is good, or more lawful neutral, if I recall his alignment properly. Because the whole thing is that technically Lon is wrong here. Like, he is, like, there are artifacts of good, of heaven and whatnot that do this, but heaven itself doesn't actually care. And indeed, the angels of heaven would actually be delighted to see the mongrels fighting against the demons, because it's basically a justification of everything heaven believes as far as redemption goes.
I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sull, you just refuse to face the truth. We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the Abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
And in that regard, he's also kind of wrong, because it has advantages and drawbacks. Mongrels are exceptionally physically capable. If I recall correctly, they get something like 2 or 3 times the amount of physical stat bonuses as any other race, but they take massive hits to their mental bonuses, and they have the shortened lifespan. Originally, Lan is just an advanced mongrelman, tough as nails, to be honest. We didn't take him with us outside the cave, though. The DM could have featured him in more army sections, since you do take mongrels as an army, but she either forgot or wasn't interested. I can understand that. Yeah. It doesn't make us better. It doesn't make us worthier. No, but overcoming it does. And that's the interesting thing, because Lan, I think, does come to that conclusion eventually, but funnily enough, Wendua is actually closer to it, despite being the evil-aligned mongrel. Wait, it seems that I can control it somewhat.
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing. Heaven has truly blessed you.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
Fun fact, mongrels do have one very special ability. They get a +8 bluff check to mimic voices. Oh. I tried to use it once with a mongrelman henchman, and he made the check, but the fight ended before it was relevant. Interesting. Huh. I wonder... Huh, that's a bit of a weird one. I can kind of also see how that would also... That would not look good to, like, normal people up on the surface. Like, wait a second. You're telling me you can just mimic people's voices, like, easily? That's gonna sound very bad.
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Saul needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right? Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras.
Lead us to your chief, and we'll figure things out from there.
Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
The DM actually gave us each a mongrelman henchman during Book 1's last dungeon. As a joke, she gave them all a name that rhymed with Rolf. Mine was Nolf, and I voiced him with a Brooklyn accent. I actually wrote a fanfiction of him dying later in Dresden, and the DM made it canon. Oh, cool. The personal slave. Now, Tenwin, we don't treat henchmen like that. Alright, let's put you guys in the back, because we only really have 2 frontliners.
Here we go.
That gave us protection from evil for the rest of the dungeon, basically. She does not have armor. Let's go ahead and give her the padded armor. Oh, right. Forgot that I had this mod. Yeah, keep her default equipment on. Nah, she looks better with the hood. It does mean that she doesn't need the braces of armor. I will go ahead and take those from you, Lan, because I already know you're not going to be in our party for very long, unfortunately. Oh, ad has started. Good timing. I need to refill my water, and I need to use the restroom. Do you really? Do you really? Do not disrespect the role of the noble henchman. All right, I'll be right back in a second. Let me go refill my water, use the restroom. We'll be right back as soon as the ad's done. Slight correction. Korma Zeta is called the Storm King. Aravashniel gets blinded because the Baylor's whip got him in the eye on one of the backswings. Ah. Surprised. I was about to say, I was going to say, that doesn't seem like something a Baylor would do, but then I realized, oh, backswing, which means he wasn't even paying attention that Aravashniel was behind him. He didn't give a shit. Okay, that makes more sense.
I can handle it.
All right.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Oh, we also get more experience if we go back up.
Mongrel did it.
There.
Thanks, Lan. You're so
Can't make the demons.
awesome,
We can
Lan.
rest
Oh,
after
hi
this
guys.
fight.
I didn't realize that there was already dudes there.
Into the fray.
That's fine. Zapped. Luckily, we have plenty of people for the back line to go shooting spiders.
Beautiful.
It's kind of annoying. I was kind of annoyed because when we got to the book part with Lariel, it was the first time we really hear the good theme. And I would really have liked for that to have been louder because the music in the Mythic Path music is so good.
Let's see what we can do.
That's lucky still because it could have easily removed his whole head. Oh, yeah. I'm just saying, it's like,
Lan.
part of me
You're
was
so
like,
awesome,
wait,
Lan.
why would he, you know, why would a Baylor even bother? And it's like, oh, it's because he's not
Here we
bothered.
go.
It's just a random, the Baylor does not care. All right. If I recall correctly, this is actually one of the first tough fights in the game. Wait a second. Yeah, number of enemies increased. Weird. I could have sworn there used to be a medium-sized Earth Elemental here rather than 3 small ones. Huh. Oh well.
Together?
Sela, go ahead and fight defensively, because I would like you to be the first one
Do
to
not
that
fear.
fight.
Do
Well,
not
I wasn't
waver.
anticipating that happening. That's fine. No, no, no. Camellia, fall back. Let her get in there first. There we go. Now start throwing. Ow. All right, and that's why. Go ahead and heal her, please. There we go. Top everybody up. Nice. Now, if I recall correctly, we won't level up until we get to... Can we actually see her full portrait? There we go. There's her full portrait. Hello, wife. Yes, she starts at neutral evil, whereas Lan starts at lawful neutral, is the 2. She starts at undetected, lawful good, obviously, and we're starting at neutral.
I can handle
Now
it.
what is that?
We have a Wand of Cure, Light Wound. Does anybody have the ability to even use that? You do. Good. I don't think there was anything else around here. Nope.
Can't make the demons wait. The mongrel did it.
Nope. This way.
Beautiful.
Should be getting close to the village now, if I... Oh, pardon me.
I'm here all week.
Let's go ahead and long range him.
First come, first serve.
Oh, there's a whole pack of them. Okay. Camellia, go after the spitting centipede. Sela, go after the... There we go. You guys gonna help? Oh, you can shoot from
crossed
back,
the
right.
wrong mongrel.
There we go. Nice. This is weird because I could have sworn I've gone through this tutorial before and gotten absolutely blasted by these fucking things. So I don't know if they made them weaker at some point or if I just got better at character creation and not fucking up.
You need me. Good.
Here we go.
All there. Yep, spiders.
Yet another obstacle.
It's fine. Sela, go after that one. Yeah, let's just focus fire on the big spider.
What do we have here? This pain is
And Camellia is almost dead. Please don't die. There we go. Go ahead and refill that. So heal. Why does she have 2 of these? No point. Oh, because it's the cure what? Yeah, cure light wounds.
I can handle it.
That's Master Greatsword, Light Shield. Nothing of any real value, unfortunately. And we've got everything looted. We found everything, so we should be good to go.
Can't make the demons wait.
And here's where Wendoa makes her pitch about not showing the light, which we will have to do if we want to recruit her. Wendoa glances at Lan, who is fixing his slipped bowstring, and quietly walks over to you. Her cat-like eyes glow from underneath the hood. Ooh, that sounds nice. Listen here, you... I don't know who you are, or where you come from, but you and I are the only 2 people who are seeing things clearly. That's why I'm asking you, don't show the light of heaven to Sol. Your friend Lan seems to think that the light should be shown. Lan? Wendwag grimaces and a guttural, husky snarl unfurls in her throat. He wants to play at hero. His first idea, if you remember, was to go grab the sword and run headlong into the maze. Does that sound like a plan? To me, it sounds like suicide. The worst part is the tribe might actually take his words to heart and follow where he leads. I thought you considered the Mongrels to be great warriors, Wendy. We are the descendants of great warriors, and I believe my people are worthy of greatness. We are strong. We can do many things. That's why we were chased down here. We scared people. But it's one thing to hunt in the caves. It is another to fight in the maze. Wenduag leans closer, her pupils dilating. I have been there. I have spent my whole life training so I can make it through to the end. There were more of us trackers at the start. We were all young and stupid. What's a couple of monsters when there's a whole world out there waiting for us? That's what we thought. But we weren't prepared. It isn't just a physical challenge. It's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night in portions. And if you close your eyes and listen, you hear whispers right behind you. A soft singing in the distance. It seems to rise and fall with the beating of your own heart. Wenduag looks away from you. I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. I had to step over their bodies to go further, and I do not want to have to do that again. And it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters bursts into the maze with no idea what they're doing. All because Lan believes that a glowing sword will solve our problems. Don't you have to do a bit of the devil path to romance Wenduag? No, actually. If we agree not to show the light to Sol, we don't have to do the demon option at the end of the maze. I do remember that. Don't you want to save the kids that were lost in the maze? Of course I do. But I'm not going to risk the future of the whole tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Sol is hesitant for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for us. Lan's the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I will go alone if I have to find them, or whatever's left of them, without the heroics, relying on myself, risking my life. Wenduag slows. You and your friends can come with me. Perhaps you can make it to the end of the maze together and find a way out to the surface. I also know Wenduag's true romance. I have died into the spider cat plus somebody. She's a good character. Like, I've never gotten past Act 3. Yeah, the beginning of Act 3, so I don't know the full thing, but I like her character, and fucking Monster Woman, how can I not? All right, I'll think about what you have about that. Let's go. Just don't show the light. I'll lead you through the maze to the surface, I swear it. Yeah, leaving location. We know. To Neath home.
Beautiful.
Wenduag ignores the command of somebody who needs something, someone else to do something for her. I mean, that's not exactly how Wenduag operates, but yeah. I don't even want to know what's happening up there. Fair enough, my dude.
Let's see what we can do.
Fair enough. But yeah, they have all sorts of different body parts. I mean, you can tell that they're reusing assets from other models, but it still kind of fits. As the maze really collapsed, we have nothing to feed you. Go to one of the other tribes. That's okay. I'm not asking for food, buddy. If I remember, there's a few things we can get around here. Your first impression of the mongrel village is of a squalid dump with the odors to match. Unblinking, glowing eyes watch you from the gloom, and deformed shadows slope between the huts. You see some mongrels jutting white, eyeless fish, while others are repairing fishing nets. Or gutting white, eyeless fish. Yeah. All the signs of normal village life, but tense expectation in the air. A heavy-set aged mongrel slowly shuffles his way towards you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has a distinctly rat-like appearance with pronounced teeth. You hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture. A plunder's and times are upon us. Indeed. Chief Sol, we found the Angel Sword, and we found one who can wield it. Lan points at you. He had a vision. He has the Angel Sword, and the Light of Heaven are somehow inside him. We can gather the tribe, anyone who can hold a weapon. The young ones are still alive, and we can go save them. Sol raises his hand with a ragged, broken fingernails.
And always dreaming, always talking. Too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble.
Sol eyes you up and down.
But an uplander with the light of heaven, that's too good for us. Our kind don't have good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I am chief. I don't work on faith. Show the light.
Wendawag stares at you intently like a cat watching a bird and shakes her head slowly in warning. I do kind of wish there was a way to get around it without making that choice, but... Wait, is there someone else from the surface here? Sol points off to the side.
There he is. Pale and hearty and prim as a peacock, just like me.
Sol laughs, but quickly returns to business.
It's not good. Too many uplanders. It's not good. It's not right. What are you up to here? You're not one of us. You're not of our kind. When the time comes, we'll come to you, not you to us.
Have you seen the trailer for the SpongeBob movie, the terrible big guy song? It is so bad, but it insists on popping up. I have no idea what that is. The trailer's fine. The song is trash. I have no idea what that is. I will help you find the lost mongrels in the maze, but quit hoping for a magic sword to appear. Wendawag lets out a satisfied laugh.
Oh, thank God, at least someone is talking sense. No, you don't understand. It's the holy light. It'll scare the monsters that dwell in the maze.
Lan drops his voice.
Listen, I don't personally believe in this whole thing, but I know Sol does. Just show him. It won't cost you anything.
I'm sorry, Lan, but he's mistaken. We didn't find the sword. Lan whips around to you, looking stunned. He clenches his fist for a moment as if planning to shake the truth out of you, but then gets a handle on himself.
I don't know why you're lying. Sure, you have your reasons, but I know it's a lie, and you know it. Wendawag knows it. Tell him, Wendu.
Lan turns towards her. Wendawag stares blankly back at Lan.
I saw the light shining between the rocks, and then it went out. Lan saw what he wanted to see. Why are you doing this?
I'm telling the truth, Wendawag says. Lan is such a boring character. Now, that's the real problem with him. It's like if you go the lawful or good paths, it's not that Lan is bad, he's just boring. His first real character moment doesn't come until like Act 3 when he has the conversation with his mom. And that's when he starts to get a little more interesting because he actually has like some character motivation and growth. But that's like 30 hours in. Like he's just boring for the first half of the game. It's sad. Otherwise, he's just a good boy. Yes, which I'm fine with. Like, if he had a bit more, he'd be fine. He'd be a solid, like, you know, C tier, B- companion. But as it is, he's more like a C- or even a D+. Like, he's just not interesting. And it's a shame, too, because mechanically, he's also great for the early portion of the game because Zen Archer is great as a backline marshal. But then you get a Rochelet, who is just a better ranged character. There's some people who like Lan but don't like the particulars of his dialogue. That's the only other one that I've seen, yeah, where it's like I don't hate him. I don't dislike him, but he's just not very good. Like if you romance him, your options are yes or fuck off ugly. Yeah. It's like you couldn't be a little like it's that almost sounds like Maneha vibe. No, not that bad. Because as I said, he does get better once the game really gets going. It's just that it takes almost half the game for it to get going. It's more like, it's not really Maneha vibes. It really isn't. I'd actually say that Greybor is probably closer to Maneha because Greybor has the exact same problem and is less interesting and has more problems with his voice actor delivery because the voice actor, I'm going to blame the direction on that because it seems like they gave the instructions to Greybor of be as monotone as possible. And the voice actor did exactly that. It's just unfortunate that that means he sounds bad. Who was that again? The assassin dual-wielding axe dwarf guy who's true neutral. He's a mercenary. He's a mercenary assassin. Like he has kind of the same problem where he does have some really late dialogue that's kind of interesting, but everything else is just Uh-huh. Yep. You probably shouldn't do that. Nope. Yep. I guess I didn't reach him. Well, even just to get him as early as you can, you have to actually go out of your way to find him and do his quest and pay him a lot of money. So you kind of have to go out of your way to even get him. You saw some kind of light near me, and you thought that meant I now have the Angel Sword. You were mistaken. There's no need to drag other people to it. I don't want the blood of gullible mongrels on my hands. This is at least sounding a little bit better. He shakes his head in despair. So now instead, you'll have the blood of the young mongrels on your hands. There's kids waiting for help that'll never come. Everyone around me said that they didn't want to go anywhere or save anyone, but I didn't believe them. I always have to take things further than everybody else. Isn't that right, Chief? Fine. I see how things are. I don't need any more convincing. Lan offers a crooked smile.
Peace, Lan. Miracles are not meant for us. We, the tribe, wait. You are one of us. We'll wait. We're not going anywhere. Uplanders, rest now. There's a hut over there. Rest there.
Lan is silent, his eyes shifting from you and Sol to Wendua.
Made the right choice. The lesser of two evils. Now, rest. We'll be at our best when we get you through the maze. I promise to lead you to the surface, and I will.
And there we go, level 2. Now, the question is, what the fuck do I do for levels? Fuck. So I will admit, I kind of forgot to look up builds for everybody. I said I would do that, and I completely forgot. So, I need to figure this out. Well, I know what my characters do. I do know that. So let's go ahead and get my skill points up. We're going to go ahead and grab Dazzling Display because obviously we're going to be going down the Dreadful Carnage line again because if we're playing a main character who has Persuasion, there's kind of no reason not to do that. That said, actually, So I'm pretty sure we can get Dreadful Carnage automatically pretty soon, but there's not much point to that at this level. Did your mods change their builds? No, there was none of the mods changed any of the builds as far as I'm aware, unless I missed something entirely. This is not, as I said, much fewer game mechanics right off the bat being changed compared to Kingmaker. Because Kingmaker had the whole Call of the Wild mod, which most of Call of the Wild mod's features got integrated into base game Wrath of the Righteous, so there was never a need to do that. The main thing is just that, quite frankly, some of the character builds are really bad. Like, Seela, for example, has a lot of problems. She really can't tank. She's supposed to be a tank, and she really can't tank. Like, it says something that her and Camellia start out as like your tier 1 and tier 2 tanks at the beginning of the game, but by about Act 2 or the midpoint of Act 2, Camellia is miles ahead of her as a tank because she can build up natural armor and dex armor way faster. That unfortunately means that Camellia is probably going to be in our party for most of the game, as much as I hate that. The main issue is that they chose feats that dedicate them to specific equipment early on. That also does not help, yes. You know what? I'm going to go with Persuasive to start with, and then we'll grab Dazzling Display. Probably. No, wait. No, let's start getting Dazzling Display done and get that handled. Dude, what? What? Dude, what? You can't just say dude and then say nothing, Lord Bramber, because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We can also go ahead and level up Lan because he's not going to be here for very long. At all. There you go. Take the precise shot. Way of the longbow. Overreaction to you having Camellia in your party. Oh, yeah. Well, again, I'm not playing a tank. Seela doesn't do well as a tank. There's really no other tanking companions in the game is part of the problem. Dayron can't tank. Ember can't tank. Regil can't tank. Sociel can kind of tank, but it's cleric tanking, which means if you don't have all the buffs on him, he's fucked. But if you do have all the buffs on him, he's fine. Lan, we're not gonna have. Wendua can't tank. Who am I missing? Greybor can't tank. If we go down Azada, Ivu can kind of tank because of the way pets are built in this game, but again, not the best. Like, unfortunately, Lord Brown Bear, there's really not many options. There's really not. And we're not playing Lich, so we don't get access to the undead companions, which as far as I know, there's 2 of those that actually do pretty well at tanking. Now, if I remember correctly, one of the best choices for Wendua is to go down the throwing fighter route. Because throwing weapons are not handled by most other classes. Fighter's pretty much the only person who gets the feats necessary to make it work. And she's also going to get weapon training, which means it's actually not that bad for her. I wonder if I can get a throwing weapon right away. So hold on, I'm going to hold off on leveling up because I know there's a merchant around here. We'll take a look for her in a second. We do get our first thief levels here, so we're going to go ahead and get mobility and trickery for her. Favorite with Wendawag is dual throwing axes. Yes, that's the build I was thinking of. Sealess Smite, which will apply to most opponents, does shore her competency ups, especially when you get a certain piece of armor. See, I don't know about that piece of armor, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. The next Age of 4 expansion is Rise from Ruin. It seems themed around nomads as well as deserts and wastelands. It's mentioned in the expansion pass that it will contain a form, minimum 1, could be looking like a primal. You get to choose between a Djinn, a Scorpidkin, and an Arachnid. Ooh, the spiders are cool, but Scorpion is not done as much. That does sound interesting. And as for Camellia, let's see. If we want to tank with her, we pretty much need Ice Plant right off the bat. But if we want her to debuff right now, we're going to want Evil Eye, because Evil Eye is like... Evil Eye is just one of the best debuffs in the entire fucking game. Because you want Evil Eye and Chant, because Chant allows you to just keep any debuff you put on the enemy, period. She's also going to want Battle Master at some point as well. Oh, and then there's Slumber. Though Ember does Slumber better, if I recall correctly. Creature receives a will save to negate the effect. If the save fails, the creature falls asleep with a number of rounds equal to the shaman's level. The hex can affect a creature of any hit dice. The hex ends immediately if the creature takes damage. Whether or not the save is successful, a creature cannot be target of the hex again for 1 day. Right. I'm asking on a theoretical. We don't know if it will be in the expansion or not, just that there will be one form. If you got to choose between them, which would it be? Well, then it would be the Scorpion. It would be the Scorpion. I think the Scorpion would be more interesting. Again, Arachnid is kind of is cool too, as is Djinn. But Djinn also kind of fits into that elemental mold that the Giants already kind of fill. So I feel like that would be a bit of an overlap. I think the Scorpid, I think the Scorpid would work better. I think the Scorpid would work better. Don't really see the point in giving her intimidating display. So I guess, yeah, the real question is just, do we grab... Because she doesn't start with any hexes, does she? No, she starts with the Spirit Weapon Enhancement. Right. Because she's the Spirit Hunter, so she's the more martial of them. Yeah, Courtier does not show her deity selection because it's almost... Because of course it doesn't. That would give away that would give it away. I'm talking about forms, obviously, not about leader types. An elemental form of the people would be nice, despite the giants, but yeah, that is fair if you prefer the Scorpion. I just think it'd be interesting. That's all. I just think it would be interesting. Right, she gets Battle Spirit. Shaman surrounds herself with the Spirit of Battle. Allies within 30 feet of the Shaman receive a +1 morale bonus on attack rolls and damage rolls. At 8th and 16th level, these bonuses increase by 1. The Shaman can use this ability for a number of rounds per day, equal to 3 plus her Charisma modifier. These rounds do not need to be consecutive. Right, so she can basically be a cheap bard. She can be a knockoff bard if we play her right. Right, I forget. She does get quite a few abilities that scale off her Charisma. Another point of contention with Camellia is her specific archetype is never addressed. It has a cool description of a shaman who combats spirits, but why never bring it up again? I mean, part of the point seems to be that she only pursued this path to cover up and give excuses for her psychopathy. Like, that's the entire point. She, from the sound of it, at least from what I remember of her dialogue, she basically sought out someone to teach her this so she could use Spirit Hunter as a cover for her murderous psychopathy. That's all it is. The fact that it's also useful for defending herself, that's just a nice bonus. New map regions, new world map content, new wildlife, and smaller things like new realm traits, a new interface skin, and new music tracks. Okay, yeah, so the usual. Okay, I think Evil Eye is probably still the best because the -2 penalty is just very useful. Even if it only lasts 1 round when they make the save, it's still very, very useful. She also gains Cure Light Wounds, Evil Eye, there we go. Sela. Oh boy, Sela. Hold on. I don't think the mod changed anything. No, it didn't. I don't think so, at least. She's got the fatigue. Yep, that's fine. So I think... Paladin. See, this is also one of the things. Is like, oh, mobility, because she has her thief background. Yes, but it doesn't do anything, and no one's going to put mobility on somebody who takes massive penalties every time they use their armor. Funnily enough, I would rather her have trickery, so we don't have to have Camellia here, but she's never going to get points for it. Again, it's all background stuff. Like, she gets trickery and stuff because of her background, but it doesn't do anything for her. We can give her knowledge world, which will be fine. I guess persuade. I mean, her going down the dazzling feats line is also not bad because she is a paladin. I guess it's not the worst. And I guess, you know what? Sealess build is really annoying. Yeah, yeah. Like, she gets 3 points right off the gate. Like, it's her getting 3 skill points for a paladin is not bad, but there's no real point. Curious about the secrets of the Archmage in the expansion pass because it only has new story realms, new narrative events, new tomes, new wildlife and units, new customization options, no new leader, no new form. So one of those things must be very significant if they aren't adding something to the big 3. I would imagine it's tomes, because if it's secrets of the Archmages, I'm imagining it's more than 1 tome. It's got to be at least 2, 3, maybe even 4. They're probably going to focus really heavily on tome magic in that one, and probably narrative events and things like that. Like, she is useful if you really, and I mean really, don't want Camilla. She can eventually get her trickery high enough to at least somewhat try. Like, you just have to get around her armor and shield, constantly giving her debuffs. But, yeah, she just doesn't... I think what I'm going to do is we'll go Persuasion and Knowledge World. Well, but we don't really need Athletics because we've got Wendua, and she's going to be fine on Strength covering that as well. Almost every expansion that's 2 to 3, so if the Tome is a big choice, it could probably be up to 6. Yeah, it could be. And maybe it's going to be a case where a lot of those tomes are like mutually exclusive, like you can't combo them, they're meant to be powerful. I shall return momentarily. Hold your questions. I will try, Lord Brownbear. I'm debating on what to put it. So I have Lore Religion, so we don't have to worry too much about that. I don't know if anyone's good with Lore Nature where we are right now. We also don't really have a Knowledge Arcana person is another issue because unfortunately the main... So we had Jubilost who covered most of our intelligence checks in the previous game. The only person who fills that slot is Nenio. And Nenio is annoying. And I don't just mean from her dialogue. Her being a wizard in a game that is built around expanding spellcasters' repertoires even more makes her utterly infuriating to prepare. Because, good lord, she has so many fucking options. She's also a save or die specialist. She is not a battle wizard. She is purely a save or die illusion specialist. That is the only thing she's really good. Maybe it's the fix of tier 5 tomes. A common complaint is that tier 5, the final tier, is limited in fantasy options. If you want to make a Frost Center faction, for example, there are only 2 tomes that cater to it. No tier 5 tomes fit that vibe either. Yeah, they might be purely high ranking tomes. Nothing low level, just all high level stuff. Okay, I think... You know what? I think it's just gonna fit for her that we give her athletics. We're just gonna start giving her athletics. It's weird that as a paladin, she doesn't get athletics as a class skill. That seems so strange. Maybe I shouldn't then. I don't know. I hate this. Her dexterity isn't high enough for a lot of this stuff. Her... Knowledge Arcana, she doesn't get any bonuses to. She doesn't get bonuses to Knowledge World either, except for it being a class skill. Maybe I should just give her Use Magic Device? I don't really think I'm going to have anybody else. She's the only real one with Charisma, so... Yeah, you know what? That's not even the worst idea. I'm going to give her Use Magic Device, so if we need to, I can have her cast scrolls and wands that she doesn't usually get access to. Yeah, let's go with that. I can always change it later. Yep, she does start with a +2 to charisma, so her saving throws should be good now. She already has divine grace. I want to hold off on leveling up Wonder until I know what throwing weapon I can get her early on. So that means, I believe, Horgus should be around here somewhere. Rotate.
Can't make the demons wait.
Let's make sure there's nothing else over here. I really got to change that. I don't like that it's toggleable. I don't know what setting I set to make it toggleable, but I'd really rather it be a hold down option.
Beautiful.
Horgus, there you are. Hello, Horgus.
Finally, someone from the surface. It's beginning to lose hope.
An elderly man in expensive but not too ostentatious clothing approaches you. His face is peppered with several healed cuts and bruises and twisted in an expression of extreme discomfort.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Horgus Gwyrm. Yes, that Gwyrm. You have no doubt heard of me. If you have spent any time at all in the city, I have a business proposition for you.
Your name tells me nothing, sir. Who are you?
You truly are freshly arrived in the city, then. You couldn't have picked a worse time, that is for certain. Only just arrived and the city's been razed to rubble. You should know that you are looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in all of Canabras. I may not be as well known as a certain swaggering loudmouths who spend their lives traipsing from one ball to the next.
Yes, we know exactly who you're talking about.
Darren. But the Gwyrm Trading Company is one of the pillars of this city, I will have you know. Did you see the marquee in the square? I paid for those. Tried any of the festival delicacies? You have Horgus Gwyrm to thank for that.
Now, I'm just going to say it because we're not going to get to Horgus Gwyrm's backstory this episode, most likely. It'll probably be later this week. I actually love Horgus Gwyrm as a character. He's an insufferable asshole, but I love his backstory, and I love how they wrote him. We'll get there when we get there. If the last expansion of Season Pass 3 is all about tome expansion, it would be neat filling in empty spaces. You can also see that maybe having reworks. Barbarian really needs a rework, for example. Yep. How exactly did you end up here? For a moment, Horgus' eyes focus on Camellia before his gaze returns to you.
Like everyone else, down I went when that accursed beetle cleaved the ground in twain beneath our feet. I'm lucky I didn't break my neck in the fall. I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any of these subterranean cockroaches on my blind wanderings and instead came across hunters from this very settlement. I must say that when I first glimpsed their physiognomies, my life flashed before my eyes. But they turned out to be decent chaps. Frightening to look at, but able to keep a bargain.
You don't seem to be speaking very kindly of the mongrels. They're the ones who saved your life.
Kind words are for the people with hours to fritter away on pleasantries. Horgus Gwyrm speaks his mind, and he pays for services rendered not with kind words, but with hard coin. I gave mongrels my specially crafted dagger in exchange for their help. Its handle is worth more than this whole village.
What kind of business proposition, Sir Gwyrm?
I don't know what is happening on the surface right now, but I am determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. We must find a route back to the surface and the city, if there's anything left of it. I can't tell what kind of training you've had, but since you've managed to get all the way here with nothing but your bare hands, it must have been something special. You are strong, it will be no trouble for you. Alas, I am not as fit as I once was. Can't go crawling through caves and playing at scout. My proposition is simple. Carve a path that'll lead us back to the city, and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins.
I suggest we help this man. It is good to have friends among the Canabran elite.
2,000. Ha! Why not 10 or 100? No, let's not be miserly. Let's say 1,000,000. My initial offer was already a king's ransom. You've likely never seen so much gold in all your life, and it's non-negotiable. 1,000. Final offer.
Damn, I was really Damn, we missed it by 1. Don't reload. Don't reload. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It kind of bothers me, but I'm not going to do it. Deal. 1,000 gold doesn't matter. It does at this level. It won't by the end of the game, but it does right now. And also, Tenwin. Really, when it comes to skill checks in this game, it's not the gold missing that I have a problem with. It's the fact that I just missed out on experience points. And no matter how paltry the sum of experience points is, it's still worth it if it means that I level up faster.
Splendid. In the meantime, I shall sit here in the village.
All right.
Go on, go. Don't forget our agreement, though. When you find a way out, be sure to tell me.
It's just one of those little things, Tenwin. It's one of those little things that drives me nuts.
Let's see what we can
There's
do.
no getting around it. There's no getting around it. Right. Did we miss anything around the edges of the village? I don't think. Let's just keep this on so I can see. We got various mongrels. Lon and Wendewog are always dragging back trash from the caves. No offense. No, understandable. Has the maze really collapsed? Let's see. Okay, rotate the map, please, so that we're north is north. Thank you. Don't even want to know what's happening up there. Yep. And Nevia and Horgus are over here. Hey, first aid kit. Essential for treating, you're using the treat affliction ability consumed when used. Thank you. This tragedy may not have happened if you had spent less time surveilling honest citizens and more time tracking the real spies and demon worshippers. But look at that. My recent run, I managed the role. I mean, Tenman, I get it. I get it. It happens. Oh, brilliant idea. How come I didn't think of that? Now, if only the cultists would tell us they were cultists, then we wouldn't have to waste time investigating honest citizens who decide to go all cloak and dagger under our noses. Horgus and Anevia sit some distance apart, sniping at one another in an idle fashion that testifies to a long acquaintance and mutual dislike. When they finally notice you, they do finally fall silent. What's with the bad blood between you two? It is an old matter. Miss Tirabade here has made the notion of spying on me, then of rummaging through my goods. I ask you, do I look like a cultist? Ah! Cultists don't tend to look like cultists. That's kind of the whole problem. And you, Mr. Gwyrm, built an entire secret operation of buying and smuggling into the city, what was it? Oh, that's right, magical weapons. How was I supposed to know that all this rigmarole with so many middlemen was so you could anonymously donate supplies to the Crusade? Don't you see, I have a reputation to uphold, one that I value most highly. The name of Horgus Gwyrm is that of a hard-nosed businessman, not a good fairy from a tale. I care about my city. I wish to see that its defenders, my defenders, were well-fed, healthy, and well-armed. But to make those donations openly was unthinkable. I might as well hang a sign outside my door, welcoming every sponger, leech, and parasite within the city. Sir, I appreciate your help for the Crusade. No joke, you're an all-right bloke, honestly, but carrying on secret dealings in a city that is teeming with cultists is a huge pain in the backside for those whose job it is to keep an eye on that sort of thing. Nevia, how's the leg? Nevia scrunches up her nose. Well, it hasn't fallen off yet, so that's fine. They bandaged me up all nice, smeared some stinking stuff on the wound, so I guess I'm gonna live. They said to wait a day and I'll be right as rain, so I'm waiting. What do you think is happening up there now? Perhaps the city is no more. If Discari himself appeared, there is no telling how bad things are. Hold off on writing our obituaries just yet, Mr. Gwyrm. The city has plenty of fighters, and besides that, it's barely a stone's throw from Nerosin. I think our people will hold on long enough for reinforcements from the Mendevian army to arrive. This isn't Discari's home turf. He's going to have to retreat or fight the entirety of the Crusaders' force. Capital of the Crusader state of Mendev, Nerosian, is Nerosian or Nerosin? Nerosian, I'll go with that one. Is designed first and foremost as a defensive fortification to hold back the demonic hordes of the World Wound. Nerosian is also a holy city of Iomade. Many of its notable residents are devout worshippers of the goddess, including Queen Galfrey, the ruler of Mendev. The cruciform cathedral to Iomade is central to both Nerosian's physical structure and the defense of the city. The cathedral also draws faithful pilgrims from afar to worship at the renowned holy site. What do you think of the mongrels? I thought they were just a story. The sort of thing drunks in a tavern come out with. Now I find out it's all true. What can I possibly think of them? The poor creatures are most unfortunate. Their faces, their minds, so deformed, honestly, it's a miracle they're even alive. The part that boggles my mind is that they're claiming to be descendants of the first Crusaders. Centuries they've been living under our feet, in the caves and the dirt. If we'd known the legends of them were true, then, frankly, I'd have dedicated my life to getting them out of this place. To what end, Miss Tirabade? The people of Canabras would have stoned the mongrels on sight, and Prelate Halroon would have tossed half of them into the pyre en masse. Whatever the ills of this place, it is still their home. How long do you think they would have really survived on the surface? See, this is what I like. Horgus gets lawful neutral. He actually does, and I like that. I just saw something really funny. You know in Veilguard, if I understand right, you know how the complaint that everything was the elves' fault? Well, apparently, not only is it heavily implied that one of the elven gods was the one that possessed Andraste instead of the creator, it's also heavily implied that any other sightings of the creator was Solus in the Fade, aka the creator not only doesn't exist, it was the elves all along. You know what? I'm just gonna consider the Dragon Age ended with 2. I'm just not even gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna appreciate that we played Dragon Age Origins, and I'm just gonna completely forget that most of the rest of this thing ever existed. Moving on. Moving on. Ugh. Ugh. What are you going to even do when you get back to the surface? I'm going to go home. Last I knew, I owned a very fine mansion. See if it's still standing or if I am now homeless. I need to find Irabeth. She's my wife and the leader of the Eagle Watch. As long as she's alive, she won't allow Canopus to fall. Alright, well, let's get some rest. We've got a long day. Go then, go. Don't dilly-dally. The sooner we're out of here, the likelier we are to find people alive out there. Take care of yourself. You can tell just how much they hate you. That. Thank you for the fish. Thank you for the fish. The funny thing is the game is only applied, but apparently, according to leaks and interviews, it was actually considered to be fully stated. Not only was it a poor idea, but it was originally intended to be advertised. They weren't even subtle. Yep.
Beautiful.
Big shocker. Good Lord, BioWare, what have you become? There's the merchant, but I do need... Yep. Uplanders, come and see my ware. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me make sure I get all the trash loot around here.
Let's see what we can do.
No, no, no. Don't rest yet. Don't rest yet. We've got our whole inventory full of shit I want to get rid of before we go any further. There we go. And then this leads to the edge of the area, which I don't think there's anything else over here. Yes, I know we can rest game. Thank you. Yeah, we should have gotten everything. Right? Hut for resting and Evia. Yep.
I can handle
so
it.
that's everybody. Where is Dime? There you are. You there! A tall woman with a face deformed by an enormous swelling smile, smiles broadly at you, showing off her double row of small, sharp teeth. You from the surface! You must be tough to make it all the way here. Never thought I'd see the day. Call me Dyra. Let's trade. BioWare? Yeah, we were talking about Dragon Age. Sorry, Tenwin brought up a point from Dragon Age, which, yeah. Majority of the writers are just not new. Many of them have had fingers as far back as Origins, which makes it worse. Yep. Who are you? Ha! People around here call me all sorts. Dyra the Hoarder, Dyra the Coin, Dyra the City Girl. Like that's a bad thing. I trawl the caves picking up all kinds of things that the surface washes down here through the sewers. I trade all kinds of junk for food and clothes, but I only got part with my best finds for coin. Got no coins? Forgot what money is? Well, then I have no use for you. If you want city goods, pay for them with gold, like city folk. Why are you so eager to trade with me? Because all the people down here are no better than animals now. Dyra yells with surprising anger before being overcome with coughing, wiping her mouth. Our forefathers lived in the city, just like you. Our people love to reminisce about armies and knights and crusades, but I couldn't care less about that. Savages with clubs can fight a war, but only civilized folk can buy and sell. Not after the takeover, I'm not worried at all. I mean, it's the Saudis, so it might still be crap. It just might be crap in a different direction. We'll see. They've all forgotten what trading is. They forgot the value of gold. They barter hides for plant roots and go about the feats of the Crusaders. Who cares about that? I don't need help remembering. I have coin and I have things to sell. Now let's trade like proper city folk. All right, let's trade. Bulk selling. I don't know if there's a... Yes, go ahead and sell off all of that. Sort by price. So let's see here. You have a backup ranged weapon. You do not. I don't really think you need one, though, but we'll give you the Masterwork Light Crossbow. Nobody needs the Greatsword. Nobody needs the Masterwork Dagger. We'll keep the torches until I don't need them anymore. That. Nobody uses the Light Shield. Bracers of Armor. I'll hold on to those just in case. These are all ingredients, so we don't want to sell these. These are all potions. We do not want to sell these. And that's everything. So we can make a total of 321 gold. Great. Okay, so there is a throwing axe. That's good. In fact, if there is a throwing axe, there's only one. So we might actually hold on to that light shield to give to Wenduar, so she can have something in her other hand. Yes, that is the only throwing weapon she has access to. So let's go ahead and grab you. Thick pads. Whenever an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer of this +1 padded armor, they must pass a fortitude saving throw or become unable to attack with the weapon for 1 round. Wow. It's DC of 16. That'll work for all of this tutorial area and nothing else. Braces of armor we don't need. Purifying solution necessary to clean and safely consume any food in the corrupted wastelands of the world moon. 20 from fish. Yeah. Potions of healing. Don't have much of. Actually, speaking of which, Lan, give me your longbow. You're not going to be in our party for very long, so it's not like we really need you to do that. We'll keep the crossbow for Camellia, though. So actually, do we need the longbow? She has a longbow as a backup ranged weapon. She's not going to need it because we're doing that, but yeah, if that's the case, let's go ahead and sell your longbow as well. And I already took your potions, and you're a monk, so you don't have any other equipment. Jordan will sit down with the Bioware writing team and ask who thought it was a good idea to lead so heavily on elves as being the source of everything, dwarves being as they are, elves' fault for mind-breaking, lobotomizing the Titans, the Qunari implied to be experiments done by elves, only the humans aren't clarified where they come from. Beyond a tribe of them came from the north. Yep. I'm gonna have to say, Toad, I think part of it is because I have seen some of the dialogue stuff. There's an unfortunate trend with how BioWare's been writing the elves that feels very... what's the meme called? We was Kangs. It feels very that. It really does. It's that whole... You get it in some black nationalist circles where they're basically like, every good thing that was ever developed on Earth was actually developed by a black person first. It really reeks of that, where it's like... Oh, all of your religions? Elves. All of your magical stuff? Elves. All of the creations of this world? Elves. All of the gods? Elves. Even your creator god? Elves. Elves, 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 all the way down. And it was only those evil, horrible humans who were the reason that nobody knew it was elves. I wouldn't go as far as that, but it is a very harsh that's a very harsh accusation. I wouldn't go full on with that, but it does reek a little too much of it. From my perspective, I don't know, like maybe there's a way you could write it so that it would actually be good, but I haven't seen it. They just want EA Sports franchise. Yeah, no, he's right, Diamond. The Saudis want football and FPS shooters. What does the Saudis want? Yeah, they just want it because those are the microtransaction moneymakers, especially the sports franchise. God help EA the day that FIFA asks for more money than they make off of the game series, because EA will implode. Right, no. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Wait. Where's my usable shit? What the fuck? Wait, what? Where's... What the shit? By price. Where is everything? I pulled the shield back and I sold other things. What the fuck? Huh? What happened to the... No, hold on. Exit. What the fuck happened to my... Yeah, all this stuff is in the inventory. Why did it disappear when I was trying to trade with her? What the shit? That was weird. That was very weird. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. Keep that. Keep that. Keep those. Keep those. There we go. Okay. And then I wanted... Where is it? Where is it? The throwing axe. Thank you. Don't need any of those. I was considering getting the purifying solutions. Because I don't think we need anything else. The blessing isn't going to help. The quiver of cold iron ammunition might be useful. But the problem is nobody really uses a bow, because if we're losing Lan, it's going to be Wendua, and we're going to try and take her down the throwing weapon route, which would be better. So I don't really think we need anything else. Protection from chaos, protection from evil, that might be useful. Scroll of bless might not be the worst. Scroll of sleep might also be good. Ooh. That's actually not a bad idea. EA's already imploding due to the deal. EA is currently 20 billion in debt. They have like 2 to 3 years tops before they're either absorbed or bankrupt. Yeah. They took 20 billion to finish the deal, not because they're in financial trouble, like a lot of people say. Yeah, I mean, this is where we're getting into corporate, like, debt trading, which I don't want to pay attention to. It's annoying. Everything that EA and corporations like that do is annoying enough. Honestly, do I need... Potion of Feather Step. For the duration of the spell, the subject ignores the adverse movement effects. We'll hold on to it just in case. I'm back. The hell are you talking about? Any more lore questions? No. I've been dealing with trading, and Tenwin brought up an interesting lore fact from Dragon Age, so we've been debating about BioWare's current writing crap. No, that is mage armor for an hour. That's not the worst. Those are really expensive. We'll just try... the quiver isn't going to help. The Potion of Cure Light Wounds. We don't have many of those, but we don't really have a choice. Give me the Scrolls of Sleep. And give me the Scrolls of Bless. Because I think those are going to be the most useful. There we go. Alright, and now, Wendua. Let's go ahead and give you the Throwing Axe. I'll also give you the Shield, because we don't have a second one just yet. And as for you, let's give you... Oh, no, not you. Melly. You get the backup crossbow, just in case. Let's also go ahead and... I'll give you a backup torch. You already have one. And then Camellia can also get a backup torch. There we go. And then Wenduog... Honestly, the armor doesn't really help you, so let's just give you that, and I'll sell the armor. We don't need it. Yeah. It's not really worth much. Yeah, 1 gold. Thank you. As far as I know, it's a strategy that they've done before. It's never the benefit of the company in question. Would be surprised that CEO head of EA is already preparing an exit strategy, letting the company burn while they get 200 million gil parachute. You're assuming that they do, to be fair, Ted, would most CEOs write that into their contract when they're first hired? They don't wait for the company to go under. They write that into their contract the moment they're hired. All right, but yes, we will go down the fighter route with Wendua. So she has Lord Nature and she has Perception. That's it. Ooh, okay. I thought she got more... I suppose I shouldn't be surprised she only gets 2 points there. So let me see here. She already has Precise Shot and Point Blank Shot. So she's good for throwing and shooting. So I'm thinking 2 weapon fighting. We will want that soon. She is a fighter though, so she's going to be getting feats every level. Gain a +1 bonus on ranged attack rolls for each ally with this feat who made a ranged attack since the end of your last turn against a target within 15 feet of your target to a maximum of 4. Okay. So we do want to get her 2 weapon fighting. You're dragging the 3 NPCs and they have brief stories with one another, constantly straight on each other. I think my DM handwaved this. That or the Bard suitably quelled all their worries. The Martial Campaign trait gives a bonus to diplomacy against creatures with at least 4 or more hit dice than the trait bearer, and with high charisma and a diplo bonus, it was easy for her to talk down the whiny NPCs. Yep. Rapid Shot is not the worst, but her accuracy is going to be garbage with that, and I don't think she's quite good enough at it yet. I'm thinking if that's the case, we just go ahead and grab weapon-focused throwing axe. Just get her another point of... There should be a throw... There it is, throwing axe. So she gets that. That automatically gets her to a +7 now, which is good because she's got dexterity and her base attack bonus. Very nice. Does she start with a 20 in dex? Huh. She does start out slightly weaker than Lan, now that I think about it, yeah. Her intelligence is also lower than Lan, and her wisdom is way lower than Lan, and her charisma is garbage. She is the fighteriest of fighters. That is literally what she's made to do. She has just enough wisdom and intellect to not get penalties to her saves, and everything else is in her physical stats. All right, let's rest. And Lan is gone. It's time. We're heading out now, and Lan won't get in our way. Wendowog breathes in deeply through her nose, her eyes narrowing in concentration like she's trying to taste the air, to detect even the faintest sense, and finally gives an approving nod. But Wendowog is focused not only on what surrounds her, but also on you. Sniffing the air, she looks at you with an unreadable expression. It's time to... why are you looking at me like that? Me? Nonsense. She scoffs, but then adds reluctantly, you were born with celestial blood in your veins, a rare breed. I've seen someone like you only once before. Sorry. I haven't had to do this much talking in a while. Lan won't get in our way. Where is he?
On his way to his death, he decided to go alone. Or maybe he's in a hole somewhere, crying about how lonely he is. I honestly don't care either way.
Expedition 33 spoiled you. Well, not just that, just the previous couple of RPGs we've played, I haven't had to read as much dialogue. It's nice, though. I like doing the voices. Even if my range is not that good. It just means I have to drink water more often. And I need to remember to drink water, or it's going to hurt later. We're just going to leave Horgus and Anevia here?
Getting you all out at once would be difficult. We'll let the injured woman recover. You think I like knowing there are uplanders sitting in our village? Trying to drag an injured person through the maze would be suicide. And don't even get me started on the other one. He's not going to get off his backside unless we send a litter to carry.
You sure the maze is the only way to the surface? She hisses in irritation.
Do I look like someone who doesn't know what they're talking about? Yes, I'm sure. There may be other ways, but not anywhere near here. And I've never made it all the way through the maze, but every time I have smelled the change in the air. Anyone who can't has no business being in there. They're already as good as dead. If you don't believe me, you can wait for another guide to show up, but no one apart from me will get you where you need to go.
In Tabletop, there's a hostile NPC named Milorn who's residing as a hermit refugee in the caves. He attacks the group on sight out of madness. In the City of Ashes DLC, he's just a hermit and an alchemist instead of a wizard who overcharges you for his goods. In my game, I talked him down with a joke, but we jumped him when he quickly gives away he's attacked people before. It's time to what?
To get you out of here. I said I would keep my word.
Wendewag looks around.
And it's quiet. The village is settled down, and I know the shortest route to the maze. We'll take a boat, and no one will see us.
We'll still find a way to save those missing mongrels, right?
Them? They're probably dead already.
If we meet anyone in the way, we won't just walk on by.
They are still of the tribe.
All right, let's go. Wendewag nods.
Right, and one last thing. You could have chosen not to listen to me, but you did. That means you have real strength. A strong person can take the truth even if they don't like it. And the truth was on my side. I just want to say...
She averts her eyes.
Thank you. I think you saved the tribe from a stupid mistake. They're alive now because of it.
Aw, she's being so tsundere.
Now let's go to the boats. We'll get there fastest by walk.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Right, so this can be set up in exactly the same way. We'll go ahead and set it up like this so we're right behind everybody. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Nope, we don't go that way because we're using a boat instead.
Let's see what we can do.
Funnily enough, Dyra is named NPC with tumors all over her face, but she can't talk, hence you're unlikely to learn her name unless you talk to land. Previous character spirit whispering in your current ear. She is playing you. This character doesn't care though, Tenwin. This character believes that he's going to help the world, and Wendewag will help him do it. Everyone will help him do it. We're here for the power of friendship. Oh, cool. So the flies don't spawn over here if you take this route. I didn't actually know that. Character doesn't care because he's thinking with his dick. Yes, correct.
We'll need to crawl through this crack in the doorway and then we're in. Trust me, I've done this plenty of times.
I do wonder if that means something spawned this way. No.
Here comes
there we go. All right, Camellia, no, fall back for a second. Let Sela in first. There we go.
Done with you.
So it is set to throw, right? Like, should be. You don't need combat expertise. You don't need deadly aim. You don't need power attack right now. Honestly, turn on point blank shots because throwing weapons tend to be shorter range anyway, so there's no reason for her not to. Keep deadly aim
I heed the voice
here.
of the spirits.
Dismiss spell over here. You don't need deadly aim. Combat expertise, if you are going to tank, would be nice. And then we'll keep your basic spells over here. Evil Eye, no power attack, no point blank shot. Unholy Zap is a cantrip, so it doesn't matter. So what's the current plan with the schedule? You mentioned that you won't set up Alt Tuesday streams due to Christmas. So yes, as of right now, hold on, I can check my actual calendar here. Give me a moment. Give me a second. The ad's playing anyway, so it's not like I'm missing anything. Oh, hold on. That is... Oh, GamerSups has released a Matara Khan. Oh, I'm gonna need to look at that after stream, because that is a fucking cool design. Holy shit. She went full Tyranid. Like evil Matara Khan. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that after stream. Hold on. Sorry. Let me see here. So I will be leaving the 21st of December to go on vacation, and I will be back. I want to say it's either the 2nd or the 3rd of January. So we will be missing out on about 2 weeks worth of streams, I'm afraid. So we'll see how things pan out after that point. I will try to get some slightly longer streams in the day. I think I only get one stream before I leave that I have days I can do longer streams on. But when I get back, I should have 2 or 3 days that I can try to get some longer streams. As I said, when I get back, I'll let you guys know. We'll see how things go from there. But it's just an awkward period of time right now because I do have Christmas vacation coming up where I'm not going to be doing anything, and I would like to actually visit my family properly without being called away for bullshit. Sorry, I was, when our DM voiced Soul, she voiced him with a squeaky voice because of his mouse-like features, and pair that with a tendency to break into dramatic speeches. So what's the, right, I read that. Lan's voice originally is described as raspy and strangely accented. He speaks quite eloquently with his Marvel-esque quipping. Stay safe, everybody. Yep, everybody stay safe. Everybody stay safe this holiday season. People like to be crazy around this time of year. So is it just the monitor lizard? Is there nothing else? Nothing? That's it? Just the monitor lizard? Okay.
Beautiful.
Your character ain't human, right? That is correct. Are you referring to my VTuber avatar, or are you referring to my character in the game? Utterfaf? Okay.
Let's see what
I'll just call you Uter. I usually have to shorten everybody's name at one point. You got the N-word passed? Absolutely not, and you know it. Do I look black? Also, we blew up the monitor lizard, so we don't get to skin it. Oh, okay. That's a let's turn the camera. But no, I have my claws, but I usually don't have them out when we're doing CRPGs because they cover too much of the screen. Hold up my windows. Why would you even ask that? I don't know. People are weird, Tinwin.
I can handle it.
I'm not going to be doing anything crazy. Don't you worry. Now I've lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? Right. Christmas vacation, scheduling conflicts, and we're making progress now into the game. I love how this is literally out here and nobody questions it. As long as your body mass isn't small. Yes. Insects do like to eat things smaller than them. Sometimes things bigger than them, too. Oh, would you look at that? The whole area is covered in demonic heraldry. Can't imagine that there's going to be any problems in here, right?
All right.
The boss relief of Baphomet, Demon Lord, Lord of the Minotaurs, and Lord of the Labyrinth.
Beautiful.
Regularly eating into things larger than them. Yes. That isn't as much of a problem, but yes, we do still occasionally have the issues when you run into things smaller than us, so, you know. Nom nom. All right, so we are actually in a proper fight area now. So if I recall, yeah, Baphomet cultists. There they are.
You can trust me.
Amelia, I just heard. What? What? I have no idea what that word even means, Diamond. Baphomet, head of a goat. Cool Vorlore, I guess. I mean, I don't eat sentient things. I just like meat. I don't see how that's a problem. Baphomet, head of a goat, father of the Minotaurs, holy animal is the Auroch. They call him the prime prince of farm animals. Oh, yeah. This is why every wedding cake has to be bigger for your kind, so they can be cut out into smaller pieces for you later. Okay, so... Oh, boy. Neophyte Wizard, you need to die first. So, Camellia, I want you over here. Sela, I want you over here. Wendewog, you're going to come over here.
Here we go again.
Give me... Well, we don't need Searing Heat, so that's not going to help. Dazzling Display doesn't help us either right now. We do have Light of the Angels now. Summon a soothing light, warming the heart of your allies and obscuring the vision of your enemies. Every ally at a 20-foot radius gains 1 temporary hit point for 1 hour, and enemies become dazzled for 1d4 rounds. I'm assuming I can use this... Yeah, just regardless. Light Halo is supposed to be on, but doesn't look like it is. There we go. And then, I don't need to do anything else, I don't think.
What's going on here?
So let's go with Gather Power. Give me extended range. Target the wizard. Always target the
No
wizard
reason
first.
to pause.
Power attack is not good for you. Point blank shock is not good for you. You have a higher AC, so combat expertise will be nice later, but not good right now. There we go. Damn Brazers, and yeah, not the right state. No, it would not have been Tenwin. No, it would not have
Open your heart to me.
Camellia. That's on attack rolls, that's on AC, and that's on save rolls. I would like you to throw the AC version on him once the fight starts.
I'll prove I am the best.
Windowog, you get ready.
I feel like a chosen one.
Go. Let's gain power. Fire. There we go. And there's another wizard over there. Okay, so Camellia, go after the sharpshooter. Wendewog, go after the wizard. Sela, go after the cultist.
We'll take you one way or the other.
Good, and he's down. Now, let's go for the sharpshooter. Nice. Nice. Ah, he still managed to hit me, but we took down everybody else pretty quickly. Nice. Wendewog actually hit pretty hard there, I think. Sela, Camellia, Sela. Wow, really? So then who killed the wizard over here? Oh well. Works for me. Let's see here. Scroll of Ray of Sickening, some Masterwork Glaives, daggers, chain shirts. Cool. Ooh. Lock.
Here we go.
Inflict harm, punching daggers, heavy crossbows. The usual that we can get from these guys. Healing potions.
I can handle it.
Let's get these all cracked open. Camellia is the only person
What's on your
with...
mind? I wonder.
I think she's the only person with that. She has a plus 10. Oh, the armor and buckler are causing the problem. So if I take this off of you real fast, just for a second. There we go, 90%. That's much better.
Not this
And
time.
are you fucking shitting me? Okay, so we've had a whopping 2 skill checks for the entire game, both at 90+%, both of which have failed. Thanks, game. I hate skill checks in this game. Fuck you.
Can't make the demons wait.
Piece of shit. All right, break it open. We're gonna lose some loot. Yeah. No checks are required to break open a chest, but it will take some time. Some of the contents will be broken and lose some of their value. Yep. Dusty remains, magic. Wow, we broke both of them. Thanks, Wendewog. Fine.
Beautiful.
Nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. We do not spend shit tons of time reloading the game. Not do that.
I found.
Okay, trap.
Something.
We can attempt to disarm trap. Oh, right. But we can't disarm it from there. Oh, please.
I hope
There
you
we go.
appreciate
At least you
this.
got that. Thank you. Elemental essence that can be used to brew potions or scribe scrolls.
Let's see what we can do.
There is... This is a library? Ah. Baphomet Cut.
Here we go. Should I?
Closer. Gather power. Extended range.
We're gonna rest after this fight.
Good. 4 damage.
What is that?
Oh, he's got a lot of health. That's fine. Should be fine. Ow! Or he can hit him for 8. Thanks for that. Okay, that's fine. One hit. One hit's not so bad. It's not so bad. Calm down.
Well,
What do you have? Ooh, breastplate. Scroll of fine traps. Inflict light wounds. Master of glaive. The usual stuff for them.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Extensive but slightly water damaged collection of writings on rituals and demon.
Can't make the demons wait.
I think he's a level 5 fighter. Really? I mean, you are fighting him with a whole party. Yeah, no, sorry, level 4 cleric, level 1 fight. But still, yeah, that was actually quite a bit of, that was actually quite a bit of defense he had there. Let's go ahead and use one of our healing potions. We actually rolled well for it, thank God. If you do have the benefit of spotting an enemy for engaging them, I'm always going to recommend inspecting them. Ah, okay. Well, that's also usually a good thing because as a kineticist, getting off the first attack, especially once we get better infusions for like explosions and stuff, is going to be vital to this playthrough because Kineticist really, really, really needs that first strike because it allows you to pull off some pretty insane stuff if you do it right.
Beautiful.
Being able to use your full gather power ability and just go ham on your first strike is very useful.
Huh? What's that?
Hey, perception check. Scroll of Heroism. Full map of Avston. Thank you.
Let's see what we can do.
Scroll of Prayer. Scroll of Bear's Endurance. Good. Ah, okay. And I remember some of these books have like effects that you get from them, if I recall. So Scroll of Inflict Wounds, Scroll of Prayer, Scroll of Bless. Good.
Here we go.
So that means if I go to my character and I go to read this. Yep. O mighty. So what is this? Tome of the Minotaur, the Sermons of the Labyrinth. O mighty be our Lord, formidable and sublime. His body is a bastion of flesh rising above all minotaurs. His head with the visage of a goat, crowned with horns of flame. His shoulders and raiments emblazoned with great runes telling of his wisdom and might. In his hands he wields Azuragal. Izergal? His death-bringing scarlet glaive. Its dark blade cleaves and torments those who cling to false virtues and who grovel before gods. Hail Baphomet, hail Lord of the Beasts of Golarion and Lord of the Labyrinth. Hail the scions of Baphomet, the mighty host uncountable in number. For I speak the truth, bow down before our Lord and Master, and let his will lead ye. Worship at his feet, and ye shall receive what ye desire. No, you won't. You'll be used as cannon fodder in the wars to come. So I think, yes, by reading that, +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls with glaive if the affected target creature had weapon training with glaive. As if the affected creature had weapon training with glaive. Which would be great if we used a glaive, but we don't.
I can handle it.
Still, I do like that the books have some effect here. Early cultists in Book 1 have an annoying stat spread, like the Discari cultists are all Fighter 2, Cleric 1 with Sice, and they're like that in the tabletop too. To be fair, like, Wrath really does read like a...
Can't make the demons
the
wait.
game is meant to be somewhat rigged against the party at the start, because you are facing off against demons. Also, I know what this is for, so let me write this down real fast, so I can remember. Yellow, blue, red, yellow. I know what this is for. We'll get to that later.
Beautiful.
Doesn't look like there's anything else in here. So before we go into those doors, let's make sure this room is clear. There we go. Corrupted mongrels. That's what I thought. I knew there was more.
I am a very popular extraplanar hero from another planet. Why doesn't anyone here believe it?
Gather power. Let's go to targeting them. I do think, if I remember, these guys are actually pretty tough. Yeah, they're all level 2 monstrous humanoids. That means they start with 13 hit points right off the bat. And they all have very high physical stats. They basically have Wenduog stats, really. Like, they have the fairly low intelligence, wisdom, and insanely low charisma. The only real advantage is that their AC is garbage.
Together?
Sela, I'm gonna need you... No, not combat expertise right now. You're already fighting defensively. Multiclass early on is more to the NPC's detriment. They get more benefit from 3rd level fighter or cleric at such a low level. Granted, I think Paizo does that intentionally. Yeah. It's more just to give them annoying abilities than it is to make them directly more dangerous in combat.
I'll watch your back.
Because when almost every single cultist is a cleric, it means every single one of them has access to cantrips and access to basic healing spells, which I can easily see being absolutely annoying. All right, let's, go ahead, gather power.
They are the darkness.
Sela, I want you to run in. Camellia, hold back just for a moment. In fact, I would appreciate it if you threw a anti-attack move. Sela, there we go.
Without risk.
There we go. All right, missed. Throw fire. There we go. Nice. So yeah, she's dealing 6 damage. That's pretty good. Oh, right. Point blank shot also increases the damage by 1 when you're attacking within 30 feet. So that's really good for her. I love how Wenduog wears the shield on her back. All of her spider legs are clipping through it. Wenduog looks at the mongrel's corpse, her lips curling, and then turns away. Well, are we going or what? There aren't that many mongrels. You must know these ones, right? Who was that? Funny tidbit, Worm imposes a -2 penalty in diplomacy with the mongrels because he doesn't hide that he thinks they're gross, but Arvashiel also imposes a -2 diplomacy penalty by annoying them with questions. Kind of glad we don't have to deal with that. Wenduog shrugs.
Some unlucky fools who thought the shield maze was a good place to go for a stroll. The maze drove them insane. They weren't insane to begin with, that is. She pauses, choosing her words. But this isn't the first time I've been attacked by people I know. Lost friends of mine would reappear in here like that. They didn't recognize anyone anymore. Trying to talk to them was a waste of time. Ending their suffering was the only option.
She snorts derisively. It seems forced.
Weaklings. Serves them.
You didn't tell me the maze was crawling with cultists.
I didn't because there weren't any. It looks like they got here the same way you did. They fell from the surface.
The maze doesn't look like the mysterious place you made it out to be. It looks more like a cultist and a well-established one at that.
The maze has always been full of traps and subterranean monsters. Now it has cultists. What does it matter?
Wenduok studies you with narrow eyes. Fine, let's go. Let's just get through here as quickly as possible.
Right.
Wenduok isn't looking at you.
Now do you see why I didn't want Lan and the others to come here? They shouldn't know what happens to the people who venture here. The ones we killed today are mourned long ago. Let's keep it that way.
Let's see what we can do.
Yes, Wenduok, I totally believe you. I totally believe you in all things.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Equip her fucking shit again. Okay, 95% chance game.
I am helpful.
Thank
am
you.
I not?
Lon is here with you. He names the mongrels you just fought. Yes, Lord Brownbear, I have played with Lan through this area before. The bloodstains still mar the ground. Around them are comfortable benches with pillows. Someone clearly enjoyed watching you suffer. Got some alchemical ingredients. Nothing else here. If I recall correctly, there's a pack of dudes on the other side of this.
I can handle it.
No. I need you to come into the room, but just be... There we go. There we go. Okay. So if I recall correctly, there's like another 2 guys over here.
Rely on me.
No.
First come,
yep.
first
Okay, there we go.
served.
Sharpshooter, fighter.
Into the fray.
Okay, we'll turn that off. Let's just go with that on the sharpshooter. Wenduok, target fighter. Amelia, I want you over here if we can. Pretty sure. Yep, another sharpshooter over that way.
The spirits demand your blood.
I did not realize I was going to move that close. Why am I moving that close? There we go. Somehow Sela also already got hit. Got. And I missed. Are you shitting me? Another critical miss. Fuck's sake. Oh. And Sela's taking a lot of damage. Camellia, please go deal with that one. There we go. Missed. We got the attack. And there we go. Down we go. Now, my memory isn't great, but I don't think there was any maze dungeon in tabletop. The cultists just capture the cave areas that lead to the surface. Yeah, I mean, they are trying to sell just how dangerous the cultists are, which is like, yeah, no, these aren't just cultists, like, ooh, a bunch of guys in robes. No, this is a military force that has its own paramilitary bases of operation inside of Canabras's borders. Oh my god. We're gonna have to do this every time, aren't we? Get off. The lock. Do not fuck it up.
I hope you appreciate this.
Put it back on. Let's...
A bright future awaits
go ahead and down a potion, please. That's...
Let's see what we can do.
I need to sip. Much better. What is in here?
Here we go.
Oh shit, champion. Okay, Camilla, pull over here. How did Sela end up behind everybody? I need you out here. I need you combat expertise.
Take you.
I need that on the wizard. Wenduok, target the wizard as well. Amelia, wait for Sela to get aggro on this guy, please. There we go. Then I need you to reduce his AC, please. Nice, we crit that guy, so he's dead. And did he make the will save? He did make the will save, so this is only going to affect him for 1 turn. I missed again? He has a 9! Come on! And she also missed. Oh, we're all going to get fucked by this, aren't we? We're all... Despite the fact that we're targeting his weakest stats, and debuffing them, we're still missing. Okay, there we go. We're starting to hit him now. We're starting to hit him now. He's going after Seela, but Seela's fighting defensively and with combat expertise, so she's doing good right now. Good. Still missing. Come on. Still missing. Good. There we go. Took him down. Whew. Okay, he had scale mail on. Baphomet Cultist Heavy Shield. Almost new diary. This diary contains only one entry on the very first page. Life is shit, while my brethren, although what kind of brothers are they really, are having a great time up on the surface, I'm stuck down here with Hosilla, the Nightmare, and the Mongol scum. To top it all off, a pipe sprung a leak, an elemental is smashing up the kitchen, and that bitch Hosilla is sending off everyone she can find to try and kill the thing. All I can do is hide around corners, under beds, and in cupboards. I don't want to die. This is not how I pictured serving Baphomet. This isn't how I pictured it at all. Well, get fucked, buddy. There we go. Healing potions, more healing potions, gold.
I can handle it.
DM used the intro to name some random background NPCs. In the tabletop, you find some dead cultists disguised as crusaders. In our game, we could recognize them by face and name, but the unholy symbols of Baphomet, they had gave them away as cultists. Now, hold on. Is this... No, the breastplate is not as good as the banded mail, but not by much. And I don't think she has anything that's better either. No, not with the 4 up dexterity. As for Wendua, we could give her... She does have a +5 in dexterity, though, so that is... I think the only armor that she can wear then is the leather. But that would still be a bonus to her AC. And that's not going to improve anything. So... Yeah, no, the chain shirt is too much as well. Yeah, if we put that on you, take that off. That gets you to a 20 AC. That's nice. That's better. It's a little bit better. Alright. Now, let's clear out the rest of these rooms. Okay. Send a picture of Soul along with the others. Thank you. I'll check them out after stream.
Let's see what we can do.
Now, if I recall, there's another... Oh, no. In the room. Huh? Yep, there it is. Another champion. Okay, so... Move
Here we go.
Forward slightly, please. There we go. All right, everybody set up.
I feel like the chosen one.
Okay, so... Melia, I want you to back up slightly. I need you to back up slightly.
I will help where I can.
Right here.
Should I?
Give me gather power. Give me extended range so I don't have to move. Target him.
We will win this war.
Seela, you have lay on hands. You do have smite evil, but you only have 1.
Here comes trouble.
Go. Open fire. Please hit. And then we're going to... Where is it? AC on him. Okay, we did hit him. That's good. Good. Miss Mela, did you cast it? Did you cast it? Mela uses Evil Eye. Will saving throw succeed? Okay, there we go. So what do we got here? Level 5 fighter. He does have Evil Eye for the next 4 seconds. Which is good because his AC is 18. But Mela's going to go in and try to engage in melee along with the rest of us. Or the rest of Seela, really. Okay, he's still missing. That's good. That's good. Alright, his AC is going to go back up now, which means I'm kind of the only one who can consistently hit him. But honestly, Seela's not doing too bad. His AC is high, but his actual ability to hit us is still quite good. There we go. Yep, standard scale mail, flail, and the Baphomet hit. Regular loot. Let's just get as much as we can, please. I don't know if we'll be able to carry all this, because we don't quite... I mean, we do have luck in that we have like half the party with good strength scores. 11, 9, that's not good, but 18 and 16 is fine, so that will help somewhat. What is that? Apprentice lockpick. Use once to gain a +5 bonus on trickery skill checks when used to pick locks. Good. That will help. Yes, they can be found among loot or bought from a vendor. The lockpick is expended upon use but gives a bonus to the trickery skill. Good.
Can't make the
Nope.
demons wait.
And then we also want to disarm this. Get that taken care of.
I am helpful.
Thank you.
Am
And
I
3
not?
spirits. How much? So we need 5,000 to level up. We're almost to 3,000. So hopefully
Beautiful.
Right, and the trap was in here, but we already cleared that out. Pick the lock 90%.
You can trust me.
Go ahead and take off the armor. Let's do that real fast. There we go. Pick the lock 100%. No problems.
I am helpful. Am I not?
Yep. And then just put those. Yep.
Let's see what we can do.
Masterwork, heavy mason, or rapier.
Together
Masterwork.
we
Hold
stand.
on. Do you start with stuff for your longsword, or is that something you don't have just yet? Let me see your class. What did you get? You took dodge. For some reason, it doesn't say you even took a bonus feat, which is weird, but okay. That's a bit strange. Yeah, everybody else got their stuff. I don't know why she didn't. I'd have to add that in. I have no idea why it says she gets an extra level 1 feat, and then it doesn't give her a feat. Did I miss something? Yeah, she starts with the stuff that already comes with it. Weapon finesse. Why does she have weapon finesse? That's weird. Ah, shield focus. There we go. That's the other one that she has. So she's got dodge and shield focus, which takes over for her. Okay, that explains why her AC was higher. Makes sense. All right.
Here we go.
Oh, yes, this leads down into the flooded basement.
I see something over there.
Thank you, Wendy.
I can handle it.
Oh. Okay, more mongrels. More mongrels. We can handle this. We can handle this.
I'm here all week.
Are these guys all the same as the others? Monstrous humanoid, monstrous humanoid, monstrous humanoid. Yep. All right. Let's go with a strike on you.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
No, I want you back.
I am yours. You'll make a fine trophy.
Yep. Wendowog, focus
No
on him.
match for
I'm
me.
gonna focus on him. Melia, I want you to zip around this side. Let Sela, there we go, grab their attention. Melia, come on the flank. There we go. Now we just focus fire.
Open.
Can't really see much because of how dark it is. There we go. In fact, I thought I had the light halo turned on. Did it at least turn on properly? Okay, that helps a little bit at least. For some reason, the animation doesn't play, but the light source is there.
Can't make the demons wait.
That. Didn't they say there was a water elemental down here somewhere?
Huh?
Ooh,
What's
hello.
that?
Healing. Healing. Good. Healing potions. Good.
Beautiful.
I'll watch your back.
Lockpick. Take off the armor. I think she only has to take off the armor. Nope, that only got us a +1. Take off the buckler as well. Wait, what? But I thought... So wait, what was causing it to... Total value 13. Oh. Well, -1 from the change. Okay. Max dexterity of 4. So is it just the armor check penalty that's causing it? Hold on. Put that as well. Yes. Okay, so it's just... Wait, it's just the chain shirt? Yes, it is just the chain shirt. Weird. Okay. Fair enough. But no, now it says 85 again. What? So it is both of them. Okay. Just get it open, please.
I hope you appreciate
Thank
this.
Now re-equip your stuff.
Let's see what we can do.
Got a path that way. We've got more items here. Gold, more. Oh, large potion. Like that.
Here we
Admittedly,
go.
we don't really have anyone who could. I guess Wenduog would actually be the best choice for an enlarged potion because it would. Oh, corrupted mongrel guard. 28 hit dice, 2 monstrous humanoid, 2 fighter, AC of 18, unarmed strike of +5. Ugh. Wait, how does he have a +5 already? His strength is only at 13. Unless he's a monk? Bravery, deformed... It does have improved unarmed strike. Deformed skin, granting them +3 natural armor. Okay. Agile maneuvers, fighter proficiencies, power attack. No, he's just got really shit. So Wendewog is just named enemy in the adventure. The traitor's tribe she's a part of are all chaotic evil. So either I'm misremembering or the DM miscalled this failed smite from the paladin. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Because she's straight up neutral evil here. Which means smite should work on her.
No reason to pause.
Oh, mongrel ranger as well. 2 monstrous humanoid, 1 ranger, AC of 17, throwing dart, +7 attack. Ooh, you're even more annoying. And favored enemy humans, of course. So Seela's going to have a problem with that.
Open your heart to me.
I once heard that one of the devs became enamored with Wendewog when she wiped them in one of their playthroughs of the tabletop version. Ah, a fellow Monster Girl enjoyer. I see that Alcat is employing some very based gentlemen on their staff. Or gentlewomen, who knows? I mean, I could see women being infatuated with Wendewog too.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
All right, we're going to start off as per usual. Let's start with hitting the ranger from long range.
Save the last one for me.
There we go. Seela, engage the guard. Melia, give me the anti-AC on the guard as well. Wendewog, focus on the ranger.
Rip you apart.
There we go. Okay, they're down. Did we actually get him? Will saving throw failed. Good. So he's got a -2 AC across the board. And Seela still can't hit him. That's fine. Seela, you don't need to hit him. Let everybody else do that. Oh, he switched targets. Kill him. Kill him. There we go. Thank you, Wendy. Oh, darts. Does that do more
I
than...
crave your commands.
No, does less. Does less. Does it have any advantages then? No, it's lower range, it has the same crit range, it does less damage. It's half a pound versus 2 pounds. That's literally the only difference. It's literally the only difference. Which is a shame, because I think throwing darts and throwing weapons in general are massively underrepresented in D&D. I would love to see more stuff be able to do that. Do stuff with that, I should say. Ah, and oh, okay, we've got a barbarian.
Can't make the demons wait.
We've got a barbarian and a ranger. Yep, level 3 barbarian, 2 monstrous human. That's annoying. So his AC is going to be 15. If he's using rage, so his AC should be 13, right? Unless this is already taking that into account. Maybe a 5. Ugh. Attack plus 10. Shit. Our only advantage is that he's not armed. He only has his melee. He only has his punching. In one of my Midnight Isle runs, I made a dual dart throwing fighter. It worked, but the rage was absolute ass. Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm not saying you do it for actual rage. It's just cool to have the idea, especially if you're dual wielding throwing weapons like darts or throwing axes. It's like just turning yourself into a whirlwind of throwing weapons.
A bright
Okay,
future
so
awaits
Seela,
us.
let's actually go ahead and use one of those potions, please, to top you off, because this could be bad. That was not enough to top you off, please. Thank you. All right. So you've got combat expertise in that. Wendewog, I want you over here.
Should
I'm gonna stand over here.
You can trust me.
Melia, I need you to get ready with... the attack rolls only would take him down to an 8 is the problem. He would still get +8, which means he would only need... So as it stands, he needs a 13 to hit her. That would take it to a 15. Or we could reduce his AC and try to kill him faster. Usually it's better to try and kill them faster. She does still have lay on hands to heal herself if needed.
Well?
So yes, let's go with extend range on the brute. Wendewog, I need you to get ready.
Do not fear.
Yep,
Do
target
not
him.
waver.
Melia, give me anti-AC on him. Did we still miss? Yes, we did. Okay, did it work? Saving throw succeeded. Okay, what I want you to do then is try to use the anti-AC version on the ranger.
I got this.
We're gonna switch fire to the ranger real fast. We did do a little damage to the brute, but not... What the fuck are you doing? There we go. Faster, Camellia, please. Okay, missed. Will phase. Ah, okay, so it didn't work on either of them.
Spirits demand your blood.
And they're already taking heavy damage. Focus fire on the ranger. Let's try to get rid of him. Attack of opportunity. Wait, what? Oh, on the ranger because he tried to use a throwing weapon in melee. That's why. All right, everybody, focus on this dude. Good.
This will leave a
Ow,
bruise.
okay, heal yourself, heal yourself, heal yourself. There we go. Just enough to not die. Ow, or not. Heal yourself again. I said heal yourself again.
I'll just sit here.
Or you can get knocked out because the game decided not to use it. Thanks, game. There we go, he's down. Ow.
I will help where I can.
And I have rolled so many critical misses so far. I am not happy with that. Lay hands on self. Wow, 2. Thanks, game. Thanks, I love that. 1d6 hit points for every 2 paladin. Yeah, I know, it doesn't get any modifier. And a 2 again! I love rolling low. Love it. And, oh, nobody has Knowledge Arcana, so we can't identify any magical equipment that we pick up. I mean, I'm pretty damn sure that's just a, yeah, that's just a Ring of Protection. So, yes, that increases our AC to 24. Good. Good.
Death is life's final surprise, and I enjoy surprise.
Go ahead and use one of yours on her. It just occurred to me. Yeah, she got another spell slot when she leveled up, and I never put anything in it. Of course. Son of a bitch. Green Mother's legendary tangle not to slowly alter fate. The next single attack made against you takes a -10 penalty. If that attack is a critical hit, it's treated as a normal hit. Oh, good. So for her to be a tank, that is actually amazing. Combine that with some of the other witch abilities that she gets as a shaman, and that's actually really good. Throw that in there. If we get a chance to rest, that would be good. Turn base will help even this early on. That is true. I could be doing that.
We will win this war.
Well, it's a good thing they dropped so many healing potions in this area. There we go. Let's get you topped off. Didn't use one there. Because we will not encounter either of the 2 healers until much later. Dayron and Ember are both major healers, and it takes a little while to get to them. Well, not really, but you have to get through all of the tutorial, basically.
Let's see what we can do.
Canobras' system of aqueducts channeling water from the river into the city. It was seriously damaged in the earthquake. Huh? Also, can I just say that I also appreciate how much clearer the maps are in this? I feel like that Owlcat really did a lot of work to try and improve the overall quality. Down we go. Is there anything down here? Nothing secret? Nothing? Nope. All right.
I can handle it.
Dayron's name is sort of like saying Aaron with a D. Darren? Oh, I always said it was Dayron because of how it's pronounced. Oh, shit. Neophyte fighter, Hand of Hostilla, so that's a cleric, and a sharpshooter. Fuck. All right. Go for the Hand of Hostilla. Go for the Hand of Hostilla. Sela, block that fighter. Camilla, I need you to try and get over to that sharpshooter. There we go. Draw them in and go after the sharpshooter. Ow! Good, good. Almost got him. Ow. Please stop getting hit, Sela. Thank you. There we go. All right, everybody focus fire on him. No. Fireball. Or not fire, but bolt. Sela. Oh, she got him. Nice. Ugh, we still took a lot of damage on that. Oh, Sela's orders. Follow these simple rules or you will die. Don't bother me unless strictly necessary. Keep the door to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you 2 holds it. You can tear each other to shreds for all I care. Don't ever think of setting foot in the ritual chamber. Ever. Keep the door to the unfinished section of the maze locked at all times. A reminder of your feeble-minded vermin. The entrance is sealed using a hidden lever. The torch on the wall next to the door. The torch itself is in the room with the blood pool where I sometimes relax. Do something about the damn water elemental. Do whatever you want with it. Just make sure it's gone by tomorrow. Find a better hiding place for the paladin sword from the surface. I'll deal with it later. Remember that your life means less than nothing to me. I have plenty of people vying to become a Hand of Hostilla. Signed, Hostilla. Need Avatar back. Welcome, Indala. Welcome. Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good weekend. We're making our way through the tutorial, technically, the prologue, I guess you could say, of, well, technically, it's technically Act 1, I guess. Or would you call it the prologue? I'm not sure. Regardless, we are starting to... Yeah, travel speed is slightly reduced. Fatigue carrier, that's fine. Let's just keep gathering equipment. We need all the equipment we can get. We're still at that point in the game where every scrap of money counts. So if I remember correctly...
What do we have here?
Yes. This game contains optional but especially dangerous opponents or groups of enemies that can only... The most experienced adventurers can handle. One such opponent waits you on the outside of this door. Carefully weigh all the risks involved before entering. Yes, this is the water elemental, if I recall, which is...
No reason to pause.
Aggravating. But we'll see what we can do. Let's get everybody topped off. I do think we can get... There he is. There he is. All right, don't move any closer. Move any closer.
A bright future awaits.
Sela. Need to sort here. Did we seriously not pick up anything that has a higher AC? No. There's nothing we can do to add to her AC. Braces of armor isn't going to help. She already has that. Sort by type. So, what do we have? Potion of Bark Skin. That would give her a +2 enhancement bonus to natural armor. Enlarged Person would increase her strength, but that's not really going to help her. Potion of Mage Armor isn't going to help because she already has a higher armor. Protection from Chaos. Protection from Cold. Now, I do think Protection from Cold works because I think the damage from this thing is cold. So, 54 hit points, level 8 Outsider. Has a +12 attack. Attacks twice as a slam attack. Elemental subtype. Yep. Immunity to sleep, poison, paralysis, bleed, stun, critical hits. Yep. Freeze. Water Elemental's attack deals an additional 1d8 cold damage upon hit. After that, the target must make a successful saving throw or start freezing, taking an additional 1d8 cold damage per turn for the next 1d4 rounds. Whenever an enemy hits the elemental with a melee weapon without reach, they take 1d8 cold damage and must make a successful reflex saving throw or start freezing the same way. My advice for this is smoke him if you got him. Yep, and he also starts with damage reduction 5, which is another problem. Barkskin Potion, resist cold, shield of faith, bless anything you got. Yep, I know. That's what I'm thinking. He doesn't get any damage reduction versus fire, thankfully, so he only gets the standard damage reduction on that. His flat-footed is 12 and his touch is 9, so I should have no problem hitting it. If you crowd it with melee attacks, it'll cleave you, which is to your advantage as long as it misses. Yes. That's my only thought process is if I send Camellia in there to try and assist Sela in melee, we only have one potion of resist cold is the problem, which means she could easily get hurt quite badly by that. To be fair, it also has power attack, which is also going to reduce its melee attack rolls. As a standard, they take a minor... Okay, see, yeah, no. Cleave is only going to reduce its armor class. It's not going to make it less accurate. So actually, we would want him to focus down with power attack and preferably Sela to have a high enough AC that she's not going to get hit as often. So he has a +12. That means he needs a 12 to hit her, basically. Let me see here. Let me see what we've got. Shield of Faith is going to give her a deflection bonus, but only 1, which she already has from this, because these are also deflection bonuses. The resist cold lasts 10 minutes, which is fine. Yes, resist energy 10, so I think that completely negates the cold damage. Protection from evil, protection from cold. Oh, we have 2 of them. We do have 2 of them. Wait, no. Protection from cold versus resistance from cold. So actually, yes, we do want to send Camellia in. Thank God my Kirsch mousepad survived the coffee spill and being washed. Oh God, yeah, no, that would have been bad because she's not going to offer those again for a while. Okay, Mage Armor isn't going to help. So we want protection from cold on her because she's going to be the primary target. Then we want resistance from cold on Camellia. Yes. Okay, and those last 10 minutes per level? Yes, so we don't have to worry about... So let's go ahead and use that. Then we'll go over to Camellia. Use this. Then I want you to... It's the Wonderland mousepad, not the butt one, but you still get it. Oh, yeah. Her older one, but still, yeah. Restoration's not going to help. Sleep is useless. Heroism. Mind Traps is useless. Bull Strength? In all honesty, Bull Strength would be better on Wendua because she's going to get the bonus damage from that. Bear's Endurance, on the other hand, would be better. You chose Wenduog? I'm going to be romancing Wenduog, so yes. We kind of have to get her in there because I'm not going to spend the whole game without her. You can technically romance her when she shows up later, but like you miss 90% of her interactions, so fuck that. It's not even a slight against Land. He's a perfectly bland, normal character. He's not bad. He's just not very good either. Okay, prayer only lasts 1 round per level, but it is 5. So hold on. Shield of Faith. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like Shield of Faith is good, but she already has Ring of Deflection, which is the same typing. Yeah. So let me see here. I need you to put this, and this, and this. And then that lasts 10 minutes per level. Okay, hold on. +2 morale bonus on attack rolls, saves, and skill checks. Let me see. So, Bark Skin. Use that. That gets her to AC to 26. Good. Then, Mage Armor isn't going to help. They are counted as neutral, right? Yes, neutral outsider. Okay, so those potions aren't going to help either. Yeah, protection from chaos, protection from evil. Doesn't help. Reduce person. No, because her armor gives her a max dexterity bonus of 1, so that doesn't help either. Shield of Faith, we already know that's not going to work. So.
Together, we stand.
Can be used with a skill check. Oh, okay. DC of 22. Okay. Need to be careful then. Need to be careful. F5. F5. Okay, let's start with this one. Bull Strength on Wendua. Then F5. Give me Bear's Endurance on yourself, Sela, to give you some more health. And she failed. All right, try it again. What does she have to roll? Oh, okay, so she needs a... Shit, she needs a 19 just to cast. Fuck. Yeah, no, this isn't gonna... Okay, nope, moving on. Don't waste any more time with that. So that means Heroism and that are pretty much out. There's no way she's gonna be able to... Yeah, no, she needs a nat 20 in order to make that work. That's not gonna work. Yep, she can't cast that either. Yep, nope. Nope. That's not gonna work. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. She can do prayer, though. So, hold on. Scroll of Bless on the party. He's moving closer. He's moving closer. He's moving closer. Please don't. I think he's gonna aggro. Scroll, please. Faster. There we go. Okay. Nope. Camellia, pull back. Let's go with this. Reduce person, Shield of Faith. Neither of those matter. Wendewog. Of course, Wendewog rolled incredibly low on the initiative modifier. Of course she did. I need you to attack normally. I'm going to attack normally. No, there's no point doing that right now. All right. Camellia, give me... AC. AC reduction. Okay, he missed. And saving throw succeeded. Shit. Okay, we still get 1 turn to try and deal as much damage as we can. So get in there. There we go. Good damage. Ow. Okay. The cold damage was reduced, though. Cold damage was reduced. And his AC is lower because he used the cleave attack. Yep, Wenduog's hitting pretty consistently, so am I. Just survive, guys. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That worked. Actually, that worked out great. Oh, they're still taking damage from the... That's fine. It'll go away, and you both have resistances to it, so you should be good. Yep, 0 damage, and 1 more on Sela. 0 damage. We're good. Nice. Cleared that out. We got 159 experience points for that. We have no idea what that does. Son of a bitch. I have no one with arcane knowledge in my party right now. Kitchen smelling of burnt fat and garlic. Food was clearly cooked here in vast quantities. There we go. 2 healing potions. That'll help make up for all the ones that we used. She does also still have bark skin for 30 minutes. Bless is almost out, unfortunately. Full strength for another 2 minutes, so I think there's another door over here, so if there's another encounter... What is your MC? I am doing a kineticist. So we do not need much in the way of gear. Where is it? There we go. Kineticist. We're going to be going heavy on firepower. We're going to be doing kineticist into legend for the mythic path. Still haven't decided on whether we're going to go angel or Azada for the first half of the game until we get the legendary choice. 20 levels or more. We're going to be going legend, so it's going to be 20 levels in kineticist, 20 levels in mutagen fighter. Because legend loses most of its mythic abilities in exchange for getting 20 additional levels of progress. Ah, there we go. There's more dudes in here. That's what I figured. All right. Mongrel Brute.
I'll watch your back.
Melia, fall back.
We will
Sela,
win this war.
right here. Mongrel Ranger. Okay.
I am here all week.
So we're going to go with extended range, target the Ranger.
I am yours.
Wenduog, I want you to target the
command.
Mongrel as soon as the fight starts.
I'll bathe in
Oh,
your
there's another one
blood.
too. Okay, Guard, Ranger, Brute. Okay, Wenduog, focus on him. I'm going to assist you on... Actually, no. I'm going to focus fire on the Ranger. Melia, I really need you to reduce the attack rolls on the Brute. Oh.
The spirits
Did it
demand
work?
your blood.
Saving throw succeeded. Fuck. All right. Ow. They're all focusing. Come on, Sela. All right, Melia. Oh, shit. Is she too close? I think she's already too close. I can't get her out of there. Go after the Ranger. Wenduog, focus on the... focus on the Ranger. Focus on the Ranger. Stay alive, Sela. Stay alive. You did great against the Elemental. Okay, the Guard shouldn't do much damage. Everybody focus on the Brute. Everybody focus on the Brute. And Sela... Oh, you're out of... Shit, you're out of lay on hands. Fuck, and I didn't put any healing potions on you. And a critical hit takes her down. Of course. Of course. We can't get any fucking thing done with her. She took almost no damage from the Elemental and proceeded to get fucking annihilated by the Brute.
Excruciating.
Please. And he's not dead because he's a barbarian, so he's still going. Please somebody kill him. Please somebody kill him. And, okay, Wenduog, it's all up to you and me. Ow. There we go. Ugh. Okay. Ow. Everybody took injuries there. Some darts, some purifying solutions. Is there really nothing else in this room? There is a lock. The door's got a strong lock on it. You'll break every lockpick you have. It won't budge. Believe me, I've tried. I don't think you... Oh. Oh, does she have the key? That was before I found the key to it. Took a few valuables for myself. Take a look inside. You might find something you can use. Thank you, Wendy.
I see something over there.
There is some stuff. Potion of Bear's Endurance. Good.
Here we go.
Oh, and scale mail armor that I can't identify because I don't have anyone with knowledge arcana. Fuck. And a lockpick, which...
What's on your
Milla,
mind?
let's go ahead and
I
take
wonder.
this off. This off. Please work.
I am helpful.
There we go.
Am I not?
Large person, reduced person, and some gems. Let's get that armor back on you. Nope.
Can't make the demons wait.
All right. Yep, nothing else in here. Okay, so I think that's everything that was down here. Wait, did we miss something? In this room? No, that's just where the wall...
Beautiful.
Okay. All right, so... This seems a little suspicious. Is there supposed to be a secret room in here? No. No? No. I don't think so. It just looks a little weird that it's completely surrounded and it feels like there should be something there. So, we cleared out this, so I think the only progress option now is over here. If there was anything we missed? Alright, we need to heal before we go any further. If we rest, we use up the last of that bark skin, which is kind of annoying because it is helping. So I guess we just spam healing potions. Probably be the best choice. So wait a second, hold on. Basic used for the treat affliction ability.
Here we go again.
What exactly does that do again? Light of the Angels, no. Dismiss, no. Is that something that only some people have? There it is, treat affliction. Lore religion check. If your skill check exceeds the DC of the affliction is removed. You can treat each character only once per day. Oh, okay. So that is specifically for like debuffs. It doesn't actually heal, despite it being a first aid kit. It doesn't actually heal. Okay. Fair enough.
Well?
She can use... Okay, so Cure Light Wounds on me, please. And then use your object bond to get another Cure Light Wounds. Use that on Sila. Thank you. That's unfortunately all that she has, because I don't think they made it... Yeah, Stabilize just prevents... Yeah, it just prevents you from losing negative hit points. It doesn't actually heal, unfortunately. And Virtue is also only 1 temporary hit points. Yep. And that's it. Okay. So we're going to have to use healing spells, or healing potions. We do have some Cure Moderate Wound potions, which might be a good idea. There we go. There we go. We'll use the regular stuff. Yes. I think that was like 2 in a row that, yeah, healed 2 hit points. Thanks, game. All right, that's good enough. That's good enough.
I'll prove I am the best.
And you know what? Let's go ahead and use the... Where is it again? The Light of Heaven ability? Because that does give everybody a temporary hit point. That will help if we get, like, clipped by an enemy.
Here we go.
So originally, Wendiwog is second in command of her traitor tribe, and they were originally just spies for Hasilla. Hasilla took over when her commander got found out as a traitor, and sacrificed the original tribe leader and his lover. Ooh.
I can handle it.
Anybody in here?
Huh?
Oh, secret. Secret. Secret.
No, what is
that?
that?
And a trap.
You
Camilla.
can trust me.
I mean, it's Camellia, but I'm probably going to keep calling her Camilla, because let's be honest, she's a bit of a bitch. Take off that. Take off that. Disarm.
I am helpful, am I not?
You are useful, which is the only reason you're going to be kept around. Otherwise, you're a pain in the ass. We take that. Take that. And we take that. And Cold Iron Masterwork Longswords. We do want that on Seal. Because that is just a straight upgrade. Which add sort by price. There we go. Cold Iron Masterwork Longsword. That gets her to a +6. I don't suppose we found a Masterwork Rapier by any chance. I don't think so. No, that's just a regular rapier. Okay. So we got healing potions. Good. Purifying chemicals. Good. And some crafting.
Can't make the demons wait.
I do think crafting and like cooking are more important here, if I recall. Every enemy has their own unique statistics and abilities. Knowing an enemy's strengths and weaknesses can be crucial to win it. Yeah, use the Y button.
Beautiful.
There we go. Neophyte Wizard. And I'm pretty sure there's some other enemies nearby.
Let's
we stealth. Try to move just a little bit closer. There we go. Sharpshooter, Wizard, Baphomet Cultist. Okay.
I crave your
Log here.
I feel like a
here.
chosen one.
Up a little bit. There we go. All right. We're going to start off as per usual. Kill the Wizard, because you always kill the Wizard first.
The heartbeat
Oh,
quickens.
there's a lot more. Okay. Wendiwog. Come on. Okay, he's dead. Good. Target the Cleric.
For me.
I'm going to target the Fighter. Melia, go after the Fighter as well. Sela, go after the Sharpshooter.
No glory without risk.
Okay, he's down. Good. Let's go for the Sharpshooter over here. No, get the Cleric. Get the Cleric. Missing. Good. They are focusing on me, unfortunately, so I really appreciate it. I thought I told you both to target him. It's fine. After that, Sela, go after the Fighter. Oh, good. We got them all. Ow. Hit. Go. There we go. Critical hit and a regular hit. He's down. Whole squad of cultists destroyed. How close are we to leveling up? 1,500 more. I don't think we'll level up before we get out of here. Scroll of Divine Favor. That's good. Some more inflict moderate wounds. Nothing heavy, though.
Let's see what we can do.
Yep, just some basic shit. Ritual pool filled with fresh blood. How do they keep it from coagulating? Oh, and we're... Yeah, party encumbrance. Shit. So yes, exiting to the global map is blocked. Fatigue period is closer. We're still going fine. We'll just have to... We'll probably have to leave stuff behind when we get out of here, unfortunately. So this... There we go. So that's the unfinished section of the maze. What is over here?
I can handle it.
What do we have here?
Back it up. Back it up.
Open your heart to me.
Go around. Very slowly. Unequip. Equip.
I hope you appreciate this.
Thank you for the free experience, game. Put that back on.
Can't make the demons wait.
No, 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 no. This way. Oh. Oh, right. It's our first encounter with actual demons. How about you guys? Dretches. Level 2 outsiders. Yep. Energy resistance 10 to acid, 10 to fire, 10 to cold. Yeah, and they can cast Stinking Cloud as a natural ability. That's not... Okay, chaotic, immunity to electricity, evil subtype, chaotic subtype, planar subtype. I love how as a level 2 creature, 2 hit dice, 14 hit points, 18 in mobility, 26 in stealth, 15 in perception. Dear God. And a 13 in persuasion for good measure. Time for my lore speciality, demons. Now to learn about dretches, though I imagine they have lore splats on their info. Oh, yeah, you're right. They might actually do that. I didn't even think about that. Oh, no, they got rid of those, or they don't. I think they only show up after you've killed some of them. Yep, damage reduction 5, exceptions to good or cold iron. Yep.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Okay, so we should take advantage of the fact that we are...
I'm here all week.
So, hold on. That means the only way I can even deal damage, because I'm pretty sure the maximum that my fire can do right now is 1d6. Yes. Energy attacks gain 1d6 plus 1/2 of the Constitution modifier. Increase for every 2 kinesis levels beyond the first. So I can deal a maximum of 8 damage, which means I physically, as of right now, cannot harm the dretches. So we're going to see if maybe I can find another path. Or I know that's progress, but I know there's more to the dungeon, so we're going to work on that first before we're going to go into what they said, the unfinished section of the maze.
Let's see what we can do.
Besides, maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get enough EXP to level up. I doubt it, but who knows?
Now what is that? What's on your mind?
The trap. Camilla, you know the drill. Take that off. Take that off. Go around the trap, hopefully. There we go. And disarm.
I am helpful. Am I not?
You are. Now, both of these doors are not locked, so I don't have to worry about putting that back on. So that. Yep. I do not remember this part. I know there's some, like, Cambions or something down here. Oh, there we go. Hand of Hosilla, 2 Cleric Neophytes. Okay. Okay. Quick save. So I think 4 Cleric, 1 Fighter, 2 Cleric. Okay, so they are fairly weak. So if we focus fire on the weak ones first, we should have a decent shot. I'll go first.
Let me draw the first blood.
Wenduog, target that cleric. Sela, target the hand of Hosilla. Melia, I want you to go wide and go for that cleric. Oh, there we go.
The spirits demand your blood.
There we go. Wenduog, focus on the cleric. I will also focus on the cleric. Turn off gather power. We just want to use it fast. Come on. Ah, he still managed to get the spell off, but only one. And it was just a channel energy. We should be fine. There we go. Yep, he's low on AC. He's down. No problem. Dretches are demons of sloth, the least of demon kind above only the larval petitioners. Their small size, have 2 claws and a bite, and spew noxious fumes as a spell-like ability. For slothful souls, they can't become greater demons. They may explode into a small army of for slothful souls that can't become greater demons. Ah, okay. They may explode into a small army of dretches when they turn from the larval stage into demons. There's not a lot to say about them as their very nature discourages them from being more than they are. Yep, they are literally the epitome of slothful demons. They can't get any higher in Hell's hierarchy, or the Abyss's hierarchy, and they pretty much exist just to die in massive numbers, I'm assuming. All right, basic equipment, Husilla's orders, which is exactly the same, Husilla's key, so we did need to get that, and another breastplate. There we go. We also have some dead crusaders from the looks of it. The bodies of the maze builders lie where they were caught by the earth elementals that enraged by the earthquake. The builders' tools lie scattered next to their bodies. Oh, so it was
Can't make the
cultist
demons
engineers. Okay. Is there anything? No, so this was where they were expanding. They were slowly building out this chamber.
Beautiful.
Which means, I believe... yeah, monitor lizards. Okay.
Save the last one for me.
Okay, hold on. Nope. Fall back, fall back, fall back. Melia, fall back. Fall back. I told you to fall back. I told you to fall back. Sela, I want you to stand in the doorway. Thank you. There we go.
No
Focus
match
fire.
for me.
Focus fire. Melia, give me anti-attack rolls on the ferocious monitor lizard, please. Did it work? Will say throws failed. Good. And I missed. It's fine. Am I really just... yeah, no, I'm getting a +5. Their armor class is only a 10, and I just keep missing. I just keep missing. Touch attack is the easiest thing to hit, and I'm still missing. Just constantly. There we go. Let's see if we can skin these guys. Okay, we got one. Better than nothing.
Let's see what we can do.
Oh, that is a much heavier rock. What have we got? Large aggressive creature was kept in this cage. Judging by the bent bars, that creature is now loose. I'm pretty sure we just killed it. Yes.
Here we go.
Low level combat, baby. Yep. I know of one instance of a dress with class levels, and it's on the Whirlwind random encounter table where they're wolf riding rangers, which makes sense.
I'll watch your back.
All right, take off your armor, take off your shield. That should get it to 85, so we could guarantee it, but we only have 2 of those.
I am helpful,
Thank you.
am I not?
Oh, good. An amulet of natural armor and a potion of haste. Thank God I can at least recognize some of the... if I go ahead and put that on you... oh, it's not going to work right now because she still has the bark skin. Right. So I guess put it... oh, no, we can't do that because her bone amulet's in the way. Shit. Me, I guess? I have the lowest AC. I kind of have no reason not to put it on, I suppose. All right.
I can handle it.
Cleared this out. But as soon as that bark skin is worn off, I will go ahead and give her the amulet of natural armor. So that going. Yeah, low level combat where every +1 you can get your hands. There they are, ambience. This could be a problem because they are all level 3s and I can't do jack shit to them. They also get, yeah, they have composite longbows as their attack. They have Sin Frenzy, which lets them basically attack an additional time, I think. Once per day for a number of rounds equal to their hit dice, a champion can embrace his sin and enter a frenzy state. In this frenzy, his land speed increases by 10. He gains a +1 bonus on reflex saves and attack rolls, which of course he was going to do because why wouldn't he? Also, again, what is with these skill numbers for a level 3 enemy? Oh, right. They also get command as a basic ability. Oh, God. All right. All right. So I need something that I can use because ranged attacks aren't going to do anything. Heavy crossbow? Probably a heavy crossbow. That's kind of the only thing I can do. Oh, cold iron masterwork javelin. Not for me, but that would actually be better for Wenduog right now because the throwing axe isn't going to do anything really. Why did that go up? Oh, because it's masterwork. Okay, and that compensates for the lacking in weapon focus. Oh, but I have weapon focus plus. So as long as it's a throwing weapon, she's good. So yeah, we'll go with the throwing javelin for right now. And it's cold work and, or it's cold, iron, and masterwork, so that works out. Again, we haven't found a masterwork rapier for Camellia yet, which is unfortunate, but that'll have to do. So as far as ranged weapons goes, yes, a heavy crossbow is still preferable for me.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
I have no choice but to use that right now because I physically can't damage them otherwise. All right, drop you down. Cambions are the children of mortal women, especially those sired by incubi, but who carried their pregnancy in the abyss. Cambions each adopt one of the 7 deadly sins, whichever was most prominent in their mothers, and adopt a correlating class in which that sin frenzy provides an additional bonus. They are probably the only demons besides petitioners who do not have damage resistance. Yes, but they do still have the elemental resistances, which is part of the problem.
A bright future awaits us.
And they do have ranged weapons, which is a problem. Which means trying to engage them here in a choke point isn't going to help because they're just going to shoot us. Unless... No, I don't really have room. Let's just quick save and try this. Let's just quick save and try this.
Rely on me.
I need you to get in there and move fast.
Do not fear.
There we go. All right.
Do not waver.
No. Turn this off. Turn this off. There we go. There's no point.
Damn you!
No, 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 focus. Oh, wait, what? Deals 12 damage. Oh, is it just this one who's got a lot of health? Hold on. Oh, yeah, Wenduog hit him for 9, and then Seela managed to hit him for 12 because he doesn't get his damage resistance because we... Oh, there's the Ranger. He has 4 hit dice. We need to do that. Who are they focusing on? I can't tell. Regardless, everybody focus fire on him right. Oh, they're focusing on Seela. Good. Yep, he's switching to his melee weapon so he doesn't get attack of opportunity against him. There we go. Oh, Wenduog's doing good damage with that. All right, everybody go after the regular Cambion next. Cambions have inherent racial hit dice and they're mostly defined by class levels. So they're mostly dangerous when they hit high levels. Yeah, like everybody else. There we go. This actually worked out great. They weren't able to really hit Seela. And we're able to just pick them off with our ranged attacks, even though I'm not contributing much because my fire damage can't do it. Oh, but I still hit him. Nice.
I see something over there.
Yeah, we'll get that in a second. So they had studded leather, which does give a max dexterity of 5. They also all had masterwork scimitars and composite longbows. That's actually worth a decent amount of money for this level. So I actually think... So she doesn't need that, but... Oh, she can't use it. Okay. So actually the heavy crossbow... Wait, no. If I need to use her at range, that's a masterwork light crossbow. Actually, now that I think about it... Hold on. Why don't you give me the masterwork light crossbow? Because that's going to be more accurate. Yeah, even though it deals 1 to 8 rather than 1 to 10, it does give me an additional +1. So if we're fighting more Cambions, that's going to be more accurate. Maybe. More hidden items.
Beautiful.
Thank you, game. Nothing of any real value there. Ooh, half plate. Tell me that doesn't... Oh, it's a max dexterity of 0, so this doesn't actually help her at all. Ugh. We need to find something that gives at least a max dexterity of 1, because she otherwise is kind of pointless. That sucks. Oh, I forgot to put her shit back on. Oh, well, it's a good thing the enemy didn't target her. We would have been in trouble.
Well?
Shit. All right, we'll get that open then, since you have everything off.
I hope you appreciate this.
Potion of Blur. Oh, that'll be useful. That's useful. Potion of Blur is always good. Especially at low levels. I wish I knew what this gave, because it's probably better. Well, actually, the armor check might not be. Turns out there's a small maze where the 2 Drutches live in tabletop. I mostly just remember them hotboxing us with Stinking Cloud. Yeah, I mean, that just seems like what they're made for. It feels like if you encountered the
Let's see what
Dretches
we can
alongside the Cambions, you'd be kind of fucked because they would just throw Stinking Cloud on you as a debuff, and then you'd have to deal with all of that. How long do we still have on this? 18 minutes. Good. We should be good for the rest of the dungeon.
Here we go.
Oh. Medium Earth Elemental. AC of 16. Attack of 9. So that
Together
means
we
he needs
stand.
a 17 to hit. That'll be annoying, but I think we can
We
handle
will
that.
win this war.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
I feel like a
But I
chosen
don't
one.
think they have fire resistance, do they? No. They are immune to sleep, paralyzed, and stun, which makes sense. They do have Earth Mastery. +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls if both it and its foe are touching the ground. If the opponent is flying, the elemental takes a -4 penalty. Well, unfortunately, we don't have anybody who can fly. But yes, they do not have fire resistance, so switch back to unhanded. Move over here. Wendulog, I want you over here.
Should I?
And we're going to gather power and hit him from range.
We can rest after this fight.
Okay. Good. They are focusing on Sela. Good. Camellia, come this way. I want you to reduce his AC. Saving throw succeeded. Damn. Try to... No, just...
I'll cut you wide open.
Come on, guys. We can do this. He's already at half health. There we go. All right, now give me reduce AC on him. Did it work? Saving throw succeeded. Damn, but we still get it for 1 round, so let's try to hit him. There we go. Perfect. Another glorious victory. Medium Earth Elemental, nothing else? And some gold and diamond dust. Okay, not that much of any real value, but hey, 52 experience, 54 experience, not bad. Oh, did we leave? Oh, we did leave something. Forgot. Inflict light wounds, heals, and okay. Still have our temporary hit points.
Can't make the demons wait.
Oh.
What's that? You can trust me.
Yep, you know the drill. Take off the armor, take off the shield, go fix that.
I am helpful.
Thank you.
Am I not?
You are. It's the only reason we're keeping you in the party. Yeah, no, we're not going to level up before we go fight those Dretches.
Beautiful.
But, don't remember what was down. I don't.
Let's see what we can do.
Oh, Cambions.
Here we go again.
Back over to the crossbow then. I don't know why my shoulder is feeling weird. I think I'll stand up and stretch the next time we get to an ad break, because I think I need to stretch my shoulder. Okay, so big
Here we
room,
go.
multiple Cambions.
I will
Let's
help
try to
where I
send
can.
Sela in first.
The heartbeat quickens.
Oh, and there's more of them. Shit.
Are you still here?
Camellia, nope, go after
Spirits
that.
demand your blood.
Wendulog, go after that. Focus fire. They are firing at Sela, which is good. Wait, what? Fire blast? Huh? Wait, what? How does that... The roll result was a 1. Wait, what? Fire resistance 10, but it only applied -4? That doesn't make any sense. Just shoot him normally.
Me to stop.
Just shoot him
Good
normally.
guys always win. I got this.
Yes, Sela, go after them, please. There we go. All right, everybody focus fire on the regular Cambion. That was really weird. I don't know why the fire damage went through.
Wendulog.
Damn you!
Bro. I will also say, as brutal as throwing axes are, when she is equipped with the shield, the throwing spear actually looks cool.
Handle it.
I'm just going to say that. Once we get her dual wielding, yes, dual throwing axes is going to make more sense for her. But I do like the shield and throwing spear, like, silhouette. I think it's really cool.
Can't make the demons wait.
It's also a fighting style that was historically very common, but which you never see in games like this. Okay. I think we missed anything else in here.
Beautiful.
Ah, there we go. The color puzzle. Dual throwing axes turns her into a turret. Yes, I agree. I'm just saying, like, from a purely aesthetic point of view, I like the shield and throwing spear better. Like, but we are gonna, but also that doesn't really fit Wenduog personality-wise either. She is totally a dual-wielding, I throw axes all day long and everything around me dies kind of lady. And also, if she gets into a melee fight, her having dual-wielding axes just makes more sense. All right, it was yellow, blue, red, yellow. We wrote down the order. So, yellow, blue, red, yellow.
Let's
There
see
we go.
what we can do.
And there is the paladin weapon of the game. Sela peers closely at the sword, which seems utterly unexceptional to you. This is... No, it can't be. Her eyes light up. I know this hilt. This is Radiance, the sword of the great Yania. That's what this is, but it's meant to be in the Tower of Estrad with other relics. At least the last I heard of it. Well, of course, this rusted piece of metal must be the very same sword. Camellia rolls her eyes. I think you merely wish that this was an illustrious sword of legend. No, you don't get it. I've seen this sword 100 times. In paintings, in the hands of Yaniel's statue. I even thought of going to the Estrad Museum to see the thing in person. How did it get here? Fun fact, the Trickster Path has a mystic spell that lets you roll auto nat 20s for 3 rounds. You get your best bang for your buck with someone with more attack. So when you use Wenduog dual wield and rapid shot, yep, I could definitely see that, yep. Really, anybody who's a long-range specialist with multi-attack sounds like it would be great. But yes, since throwing weapons are the only way to dual-wield ranged weapons, that makes the most sense. What's so special about it? Sela frowns. Nothing, I guess, now, but the sword was legendary back in its day. People say that when Yaniel held it, the blade would glow, striking demons left and right. Soldiers would see Radiance's light from afar and take heart, rushing into the fray and winning. I don't know what's wrong with it now or how to restore it. All I can sense is that the cultists here made a mockery of it. You empathize with an object. Extraordinary. Are all paladins so tender-hearted and sensitive? Sensitive in a way. We're highly attuned to evil and anything wrought by the demons. Radiance was in evil's hands, and as a paladin, I can tell you they did nothing good to it. Who is Yaniel? You've never heard of Yaniel? She's famous all over the continent. She was a great woman. She was born in Mendev when the Crusade started. She couldn't just sit idly by, so she dedicated her life to the Crusade. Some people say she was audacious and spirited. She was always the first in a battle, and she never sacrificed other people's lives for an advantage. That's how she's been remembered, an incredible warrior who blazed with righteous fury. In all the images of her, she looks capable of driving the demons back to the abyss all by herself. But then something happened between her and the commanders. Maybe they envied her, maybe it was just more to it than that, I don't know, but she went into the world wound with a handful of her fellow soldiers and just never returned. And she didn't survive the mission. She brought back the Crusaders she rescued in there, can you imagine? She died as she lived with pride. She was one of the people defending Dresden to the very end. That's where she perished. Sela frowns. Don't take this the wrong way, but I really hope that she died quickly, a hero's death, because if she didn't, it means she was taken prisoner and had to endure unspeakable horrors. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Our paladin used a mythical ability to turn Radiance into a sentient weapon. Yeah. Oh shit, Yaniel. No spoilers. I don't know how the Yaniel subplot ends. I know she shows up at some point, but I don't know how it ends, so shush. You seem to know a lot about this Yaniel. You a fan of her, Sela? I suppose you could say that. I've always felt an affinity with her. I know what it's like to not be what your commanders want you to be. Whenever I used to feel under pressure, when I thought of Yaniel, maybe some people didn't know how, like how she was, but to the people she pulled out of the world wound, she was perfect. To the people she saved on the battlefield, she was incredible. To those who keep her memory alive, she's a hero, and that's what counts. Alright, but how in the hells did a precious relic and museum piece end up down here? Yaniel disappeared, but by some miracle, Radiance was recovered from the battle. No one else has wielded it. It was Yaniel's blade and always will be. That's why it was put in the Tower of Estrad with the other Crusade relics. But now it turns out that somebody stole it. I've got a weird feeling, like I'm following a fellow warrior from a dungeon, rescuing it. We can't just abandon the sword, even if it has no use. It's no use to anyone down here, but what if it could be repaired? No, pick it up and let's get going. Seela's lore blurb is accurate. The only change from tabletop is that she and the queen were an item before Yaniel died. Oh. Paizo maintains their habit of making all paladins gay. Wait, Seela's gay too? I wasn't even aware of that. I don't remember her having any dialogue regarding that. I will say I was tempted to do, when I was originally planning this run, I was tempted to do an Angel Paladin run because, come on, that's just the most stereotypical of the stereotypical runs. In which case I would have gotten the mod that lets you pick what Radiance's weapon type is, because obviously not every Paladin wields a longsword. I also think it only counts as a Masterwork longsword, so it doesn't count as... Oh no, it does count as an Ironwork Master Long. So I guess, yeah, Seela, you get to wield this for now because it is better than your current weapon anyways. Still no sign of a better rapier. I would really appreciate a better rapier. I don't know about Seela, but DMing in other adventures I can attest, yes, they make the paladins gay.
Here we go.
Okay, Paizo, whatever floats your guys' boat.
I am helpful,
go.
am I not?
Okay, so we've cleared out this section of the shield maze. I don't think there's any other hidden rooms or anything. So that just leaves the dretches. Yeah, I don't know what I did to my shoulder. I think it's just stiff because I've been playing for so long. But, it's starting to bug me. All right, so dretches, I mean, that means keep the crossbow equipped because my fire damage is still not going to do anything to them. Looks like 2. Probably could be more, don't know.
You'll make
there we go. All right, go for that one. We're going to team up on this one.
Match for me.
There we go. And we missed, and we missed. There we go. Wendowog hit him. All right, focus fire on that one. Actually, no, focus fire on that one. It's already injured. Oh, yep, damage reduction. Yep. I mean, we already know what that does. Thank you, game. There we go. My own DM added more gay couples. It became a bit noticeable, but at the time I was just cheeky about it. I mean, to be fair, I feel that might have been a case of the DM being like, well, let's just have a little bit more diversity and not realizing Paizo had already done that for them. Judging by the corpses littered around the summoning site, the cultists did manage to summon a demon. Yeah, they did manage to summon a demon. It then ate half of them, because that's what demons do.
Let's see what we can do.
There we go. Okay, so... Oh, yes, if I remember... See, they're suggesting we camp, but that would lose us the bark skin bonus.
Open your heart
Instead,
to me.
what I just want to do is top... Because I do remember we are at the end point of the dungeon. I do know that. That only lasts a minute. Protection from chaos. These are deflection bonuses, though, is the problem. So hold on. Sort by type. Let's see what we have here. We have another potion of bark skin, but our main tank already has that. We have a potion of bear's endurance. So note about radius. It says it's only cold iron, but it will break through damage resistance good on its own. Okay. I think she just thought it was cute, and so she kept doing it. Some people are just gay-brained. I've never heard that phrase, but I guess that works. All right, reduce person, shield of faith, mage armor. That only that does last an hour per level, I suppose. Because I'm pretty sure there's a demon down here, so... Well, no, my fire damage should be good for the other enemies, I think.
I heed the voice
First
of the
off,
spirits.
let's get you topped off. Let's get you topped off. We need to make sure that we're healed up. There we go. Same for me. There we go. Reduce person does increase dexterity. It's only going to last a minute, though. Shield of Faith does give deflection. You know what? Let's go all out for this, because I'm pretty sure this is the boss fight for the area. So... we need to... Okay, so hold on. We only have a minute per level for this. We need to... That's a round per level, so that's definitely... That only lasts 1 minute. Son of a bitch. Give me the Bless Scroll. Give me the Divine Favor Scroll. Shield of Faith isn't going to help you, because you already have the deflection bonus. I want you to drink the Shield of Faith. You to drink the Shield of Faith. and I will drink Shield of Faith. Go. That gets everybody's AC higher. I will have you down the Potion of Protection from Evil. That'll get you... Oh. Really? The deflection is only +1. If she took that, it should be... Oh, right. It only applies to evil enemies, so it's not going to show up in the default. But when we fight any demon, she's going to have an AC of 27. Right. Mage armor isn't any real value. Potion of Reduced Person. I can actually make use of that because my dexterity will go up and it won't really matter because I'm not using strength. So if I use that, that gets me to a 20 AC. Next we have Potion of Blur. That lasts 1 minute per level. On the one hand, that would be great on her. On the other, you know what? Put that on my inventory. Sela, I want you to down the Potion of Bear's Endurance. Get yourself some more HP. Melia, use the other Potion of Barkskin, please. She does lose 2 points of dexterity if I do this, but the additional 2 points of strength might be good too. Potion of Haste. Put that on your inventory. Actually, ooh, Potion of Cat's Grace. Use that, please. There we go. Dexterity of 24. Mage armor. I don't think any of the others are good for that. Sela, I need you to cast Bless real fast. We should be paused right now, right? Yes, good. So use Bless. That hits everybody. Then I want you to use Scroll of Divine Favor. Good. Scroll of Prayer lasts 1 round per level. It's going to wear off before we even get there. Can't use Heroism without a check. Resist Acid doesn't matter. Use that without a check. Use that without a check. You can, though. Okay, keep Sleep on hand just in case. Might be useful if the enemy has any summons. I think that's everything. The only thing... Okay. I don't think there's anything else we can cast right now. So we should be good. So, quick save now that everything's buffed. We want to run up this way as fast as
Here we go.
Go. Because as soon as we get out here, yep, cutscene, and the fight is about to start. Praise Iomade! And then he dies.
Here you are, huddled together like a herd of animals, pitiful monsters, not human nor demon, even tieflings are less defective than you lot. But I, your master, Savamelek, can make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger, starvelings of the dark, if you but submit.
We are the descendants of Crusaders. Trusting a demon would be a betrayal of everything they...
Oscilla?
Sometimes their timing on this is a little awkward. And glaive to the face.
Who is the next descendant of Crusaders who values old legends over their own lives? Beasts, monsters in human guise, revel in your true nature, for this is the sweet and wholesome flesh of a righteous Aasimar. Eat, underground Crusaders. Eat the flesh of the Crusader from above and find true strength.
You rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel like you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knees one after the other and crawl towards the Aasimar's body. You hear the fangs beginning to tear through the flesh. You hear the slushing of blood, and you hear the former mongrels snarl like animals as they begin to fight for the most tender and juicy portions of meat. Your companions begin to writhe in agony. One clutches at their head, another doubles over. You can feel saliva pool in your mouth. The metallic tang of blood awakens hunger in you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares try to tempt you with the sweet scent of meat untainted by corruption. The wretch must die. Die. Yet still there is some clarity remaining to you. Somewhere deep down beneath the vile rage and anger, you sense the light still trying to break through. Seize the light within. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and almost in response, warmth suffuses you from within. Warmth and joy from a simple realization: you can win. You can save these people. The power of heaven bolsters and guides you. Its light breaks free and envelops the mongrels, granting them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet stain upon your chest. The wound once more has reopened, and instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. So in the tabletop, Hosilla is guarded by cultists and a tiefling, and she's on the defensive. Paranoid that the Crusaders are directly after her, she attacks you on sight. Nothing so dramatic as this. Savamelik is a Vrolikai, but I'll save the lore on that for later. Yeah, because if I recall correctly, they're just going to teleport away. Yep. Boom. And it knocks all of them out. The demon convulses in pain as the light reaches him.
What are you? Destroy this vermin.
And portals in. Hosilla points at you.
He's already wounded. Wendua, kill.
Wendua takes a step forward.
I no longer serve you, you bitch. Not you or your flying monkey. I always fight with the stronger side.
And then Lan comes out of nowhere as well. Lan emerges from the shadows, knocking an arrow in his bow as he moves. What I miss? A dramatic showdown?
Oh, it's you. Perfect.
They will break against our resolve.
All right, Wendewog, fall back. Sela, move forward. And then, let's just go ahead and... Boop, boop, and
are you still here?
And Camellia, if you'd be so kind as to lower her AC. There we go. Yep. There we go, Wendewog. Start attack. Oh, wow. Okay. Or Sela can hit for a critical 20 right off the gate and knock off half her health. That's great. And I missed. Another critical miss. How many of these have I had? At least one in every combat so far? Also, if Savamelik hadn't panicked, he probably could have killed everyone here, but it's not an unreasonable amount of caution for a greater good. Yeah. There we go. Evil Eye, did she make that save? Okay, so only one turn of it. Oh, but that's all we needed. Well, this is a second phase, I think, because I think she summons in help.
Mighty Savamelik, your faithful servant evokes you now. Demons, protect your mistress.
Demons always make the worst guard. I love that Wendewog shoots her as she's talking.
You need me. Good.
Sela, you go after that one. Camellia, you go after this one.
Sacrifice.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is not good. Oh. Ow. There we go. Because if I recall, if you don't recruit Wendewog or you don't have her on your side, Hosilla is still fights during this.
They were forced to do it.
So it is kind of nice that she's like, demons, protect your mistress, and Wendewog just throws a javelin into her chest. It's just like, no, we're not letting that happen. Originally, Hosilla is just a subordinate to the commander of a traitor crusader order called the Hammers of Heaven, led by Staunton Vane. More on him soon. Yes, I do know they changed Vane a bit. I do know they changed him a bit from his tabletop counterpart. Lan stares at the mongrels like senseless on the floor.
Keep telling yourself that, Lan. There is always a choice. They could have chosen to die, but now they're going to live and become stronger. I know that from personal experience.
More than a bit? Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Shut up! You're not just a traitor, you're a monster! The young ones, they believed your stories, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh!
Well, to be fair, we didn't intentionally do that this time, but I get your anger, Lan. Also, I can say as well, Lan's voice actor does do a good job. When he's allowed to emote and isn't just doing, like, the Marvel quips with the partial sarcasm, the voice actor for Lan actually does a really good job. Like, this is one of the best early examples where he really sounds pissed off. It's just a shame that, again, they don't do much of that throughout the next 3 acts. Put a Luigi hat on his head. Pretty much. Sorry, Lan, we're gonna be putting you on a bus for a while.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I led by example. I trained. I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface.
But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
You see, the part that Lan didn't see in this is that Savimelech was doing the same thing to us, so it's not even a case of... It's not even a case of, like, choice. Like, yes, Wendewog eventually did choose to partake because she thought it was the only way to get her stronger and to keep herself from being killed by the cult, but Savimelech doesn't really care. Demons in general don't fucking care. Like, you can claim that they had a choice, Lan, but in many cases, you don't even get that much because the Abyss's corruption fucks you over hard.
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal. I conquered my anger. The anger that has been building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death. I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats. Who do you want at your side? The person who betrayed the demons to follow you? The person who will do everything you say and bring glory to your name? Or this trash?
I do feel that if you had both sided with Wendewog originally and then used the Light of Heaven later, that there should have been some way to take both of them, but I also do get that at this particular moment, neither one of them trusts the other and is more than willing to kill the other. So I get why they make you actually choose here. Also because, quite frankly, having an additional ranged character who's also pretty well spec'd for range that actually is a lot of firepower for this early in the campaign. Like, you're gonna get it anyways once you get Darren and Ember, but I still see why they're like, okay, maybe not another ranged characters to also form yet another firing line. Inspect the wound in your chest. The bleeding deep wound of your chest is gone like it had never been there in the first place. The skin completely smooth and unmarred.
It's gone. It was just there, and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
I also love how Wendewog and Lan were standing next to that closet when it died, and yet she's perfectly fine. Meanwhile, he looks like the closet literally exploded on him.
As if you know anything about demons and their powers. Some dark force cast its gaze on him and chose him from among all others. There's magic inside this Uplander that is beyond your meager understanding. And all you have to say is, go see a cleric. You're pathetic, Lan.
I mean, to be fair to Lan, Wendewog, clerics, he didn't say go see a good cleric. We could go see an evil cleric who might be able to explain more, but you're not going to find many of those that are on the cultist side right now. How did you even find us down here, Lan?
I just kept going until I found it. You can find a way into anywhere if you try hard enough. And besides, I also remembered some of this traitor's stories. At least some of them were true. But that doesn't matter now. We need to tell Sol everything, and then we need to get out of here.
I feel like the game dropped the voice audio again. What the hell? No, it's still... Okay, hold on. Set the master volume to 8. And then drop the music volume slightly. Drop the ambient volume slightly. Got to part 3 in book 1. I'm a little tired, so I'll finish it later, but I can still give Lord Dom soft memory. That's fine, Lord Brambar, whatever you're comfortable with, man. I appreciate the additional context. That's all. Oh. Dialogue is on a completely separate slider from voice. Oh, voice is the barks in combat. I'm an idiot. I think.
You think you're the one going to the surface with them? Isn't that sweet?
I think that's a little bit better. This is still weird. Up the dialogue. So you've been serving Savimelech the whole time, when
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neathers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans.
That sounds better.
I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered, and I follow whomever is the strongest. You scared Savamelek. Kosilla has fallen. Now, I wish to serve you.
I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little stronger than you. You say you didn't become an animal? What a joke! Only animals pledge their allegiance to whoever has the sharpest teeth. Oh, but what am I saying? Even cave spiders are loyal to their mother. You're even lower than that.
Oh, so now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the
Spiders
best
are not loyal to their mother. I
hunters
mean,
in
maybe
the
that
tribe.
particular
It
species
benefited
is? We
me
don't
to
know.
ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you. And the Uplander will get the Windward that he wants to see. I'm willing to do anything to get out of this hole. And you're willing to do anything too. Don't try to hide it. I know you, Lan. I've had time to study you.
I'm going to the surface only because my time has come to leave. The Uplanders are in danger. They need all the help they can get. But I'm only risking my own life. See the difference? I'll do whatever the Crusade asks of me, but I'll never be like you.
So Wendawag's particular form of evil is novel, but I think even most evil NPCs would just take her out back to be careful, considering she's open about how flippant her allegiances is. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know the particulars of her story. I just remember reading a while back where people were like, hey, give Wendawa a shot. You'll be, like, it was a non-spoiler post where like, give Wendawa a shot. You'll be surprised. She has a good character arc. And also, Monster Woman, how can I resist? And also, my first playthrough where I did take Lan and where I got to about Act 3, I just wasn't very impressed by him, so I didn't see a reason not to. But yes, like, I totally see why even an evil player might look at Wendawag and just be like, yeah, no, the first chance I get, you're getting taken out back behind the shed. Why didn't you try to stop us from going inside the maze? You knew we might uncover all this.
Savamelek is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then... once you'd gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplanders showed up and I had to change my plans. I don't regret what I did. I met you. Just say the word and all the Neathers will be yours. I'll bring them to you if you take me with you.
What are you proposing to do with the Mongols?
What you saw here. They will become stronger. They will be an army unlike anything ever seen before on Golarion. Our lives may be short, but while we live, we are faster, deadlier, and harder to kill than most. I am offering you an army. An army that will win you land, power, and everything you desire.
An army of cannibals? Are you insane? You want to turn them from rational beings into rabid beasts that only want to kill. They will be slaves, and you will be their slave driver. Is that the kind of power you're so desperate to gain?
The other funny thing as well is that the eating of the Aasimar flesh doesn't actually seem to give the mongrels any additional stat bonuses that don't already exist on their stat line. The only thing it does is basically give them the barbarian rage mechanic, and that's it. Which means that they're still perfectly competent as soldiers without it, and in fact are easier to control too.
I went through the same process they did. The beast raged inside me. My mind was foggy, but I have an iron will, and I never back down. I snatched victory from the jaws of insanity. If there are any individuals worthy of becoming my officers among those Neithers, they will be able to do the same.
Lan, do you think she cares at this point? Yeah. Near as I can tell, just corrupts them as part of some kind of ritual. Yeah, I don't think it actually... I think this is a case where Wenduog's lack of intelligence, or just her regular... Because she has an intellect of 10, so she has perfectly average intelligence. She doesn't really know that the corruption is the point, not the strengthening. This is an Owlcat novelty, so I'm not sure the Mongrels were nowhere near as significant at the tabletop. I mean, I don't mind it. It is an interesting angle, especially since you created this whole thing of the Neithers, Carnabras, and all that. It's interesting that they added them in more. You said you went through the same ritual. You ate the flesh as well?
Yes. Hosilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry, and she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live and gain the power to change everything. Sava Melek tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe. That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way. Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal, no better than the weaklings you saw in the maze. But I am strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes? Who would have showed you the best caves for hunting? Who would have made you a man?
A predatory gleam appears in Wenduog's eyes.
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
You haven't done a weapon focus for Wenduog. Multi-classing courage of Manticore Shifter isn't a bad idea. I have heard about that build. I prefer mono builds if I can do it. I don't like multi-classing from a roleplay perspective, unless it makes a lot of sense.
Look, isn't our Lan sweet? Look how his eyes blaze as he speaks of murder. And we were so close, too. Tell me, what do you think he'll do to you if you fail to live up to his precious ideals?
What did your service to Hosilla entail, Wenduog?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze, making them stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuddered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hosilla would dispatch a dozen young Neithers easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in? So when Lan ran off looking for the Angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neithholm. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
You sicken me.
I've heard enough.
Then you know which one of us you need. Take me with you, and I will give you an army of Neithers.
Don't fall for her empty words. Wenduog despises everyone but herself. As soon as you show any weakness, she'll betray you, just like she betrayed us.
That is the reasoning of a weak person. A strong person does not fear, they act.
I don't think this opens up any other...
You can ask me, and then you know which one of us you need. Take me with you, and I will give you an army of Neithers.
Why did you even want to come, Lan?
Up there on the surface, the Crusades are still going on, right? Since I'm a mongrel, that means I've got Crusader blood in my veins. You could say it's my destiny, even. Anyway, I'm ready to do my duty. And all of you Crusaders get rations, right? With vegetables? Well, I'll be killing demons and be well fed for doing it? That's not life. That's a dream come true. I'm sorry you trusted Wenduog instead of me, and that you didn't show the light of heaven to Sol. But she can be very persuasive. She honed her skills on all of us in the tribe. I'm asking you, believe me when I say that I won't let you down. I have nothing to lose down here apart from my chief's distrust and my friendship with the giant roaches. I'll do whatever the Crusade needs.
Yeah, see, the problem is, Lan, is that's exactly what makes you so uninteresting for the first half of the game, because you have literally nothing else.
The angel deemed you worthy of his power, not just his sword, to light the path in the darkness. So, I can trust you too. Seems fair to me.
Are you really that desperate to go to the surface, Lan? Why didn't you run away before? You know why. The Uplanders will never accept us. Don't pretend you're going for food rations. Then why? For death? For glory? If it's death you seek, you're sure to find it.
Maybe I'll be able to find something on the surface that you can't get down here. Like a way to help the mongrels. A way to stop our tribes from having to follow scum like you.
Lan calmly stares Wenduog down, his fists clenching. Why do you want to help me, Wenduog?
You think I'm just a freak from the catacombs?
More like freaky,
Neithers are
not freak.
faster, stronger, and tougher than you Uplanders. Take me with you, and I'll build you an army of Neithers. I'll lure them out of this hole, we'll round them all up, every last tribe, and perform the ritual. And then, you will be a power to be reckoned with on the surface. Many of the Neithers will be no better than the mindless beasts we encountered in the dungeons. But there will also be those who can overcome the fog and be like me. I will lead them into battle, and you will command us all. You trusted me from the beginning and hid the angel's light from that idiot Sol. Keep listening to me, and a glorious future awaits us. Just don't become too reliant on heaven's light. Remember what happened to the angel who wielded it before you.
Again, this is another reason I like Wenduog. She's the only one who really kind of identifies like, hey, the whole mythic power bit is not your power, so you shouldn't rely on it. She sounds like Dexter when she says idiot. Yep. I've made my
we're
decision.
not taking this girl with us. She'll sell us to the first demon she sees.
Oh, and there's the ad. Perfect timing. I need to stand up and stretch because my shoulder is killing. Well, not really killing. It's just getting aggravating. It's reaching that point where it's like, okay, why is it happening? But we will continue in a moment as soon as the ad is done. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Since the last of the part 2 images, I guess I can look at those real fast. 1 second. Let me see here. Opening art for book 1. Oh yeah, it's Aridin crushing Discari. Fan art of Lan. Damn, Lan looks more badass with that. I'm surprised they didn't do more with that kind of picture. Sol, oh, yeah, that about looks like it. Milorn. Oscilla pretty much looks exactly how I would imagine her. Yep, and OG Wendwalk. As I said, I wish they'd kept a few more of the more insectile traits for her portrait. Like, I wish they'd kept a little bit more of that, but it still works. Still would. Still would. Let me just... There we go. Sip of water. That's feeling better already. I think it was just stiff. I think it's because I've just been laying on it a little bit. Leaning slightly to the side when I'm using it on my mouse pad.
If we're befriending monsters in order to fight the demons, why not join forces with the strongest of them? Isn't that the rational choice? They're both equally hideous. Neither of them will improve the aesthetics of our little band.
Yeah, of course, that would be your... Yeah, like, I wish you could at least ask. Like, I wish you could at least ask them, like, hey, why don't you both join up? We could just, you know, pool our resources. Because it would have been interesting to actually hear them say, like, absolutely not. But... Wendwog, you're coming with me. I can make you better and you can make me so much worse.
You're making a mistake. If some priest ever winds up down here, I'll ask him to pray for your soul. But I doubt it'll help you.
Who cares what you think? The master has made his choice. Lan knows too much. He must die.
No.
You're right. I know everything. And I also know where I'm not wanted, so I think I'll just go and have a chat with Sol.
No, go ahead, Lan. Leave.
Yeah, if this is you in a good mood, then maybe I'm lucky we're parting ways now.
Already asserting my authority over Wendwog. No, you don't get to kill Lan. Get over it.
He got away. Don't worry, Lan. I'll get you. Wait here, Master. I will bring Sol and the other Uplanders. We'll make sure that everyone knows that Lan failed to save anyone and fled like a coward.
Why not kill Lan? Because my character isn't actually evil, 1. 2, I do know that he shows up much later in the game and you can still recruit him, and I'm not in favor of killing companion characters unless I absolutely have to. It's why we'll be tolerating Camilla's insanity when we get to Act 3. And in general, just because he doesn't deserve it. Chief still appears, flanked by the mongrels. The journey has clearly taken its toll on him, and his breath is labored, with sweat dripping from his bloated face.
What is this?
Anevia gives a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned.
Old Holroon wasn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol or two. Damn.
Orgus's lips curl in distaste as he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious mongrels. You said you were in charge of the reconnaissance for the Eagle Watch, Anevia. How the hell did you miss a nest of demons and cultists this large?
Right. It wasn't enough that I sniffed after every damn shadow in the city. Everyone knows that there's been stories about demons living under the streets of Canabras, but those tales are as old as the Crusades themselves. I messed up, but thankfully you fixed my mistake. So again, thank you.
Is your leg ready for the journey?
It's better than yesterday, worse than the day before, but I'm not gonna die, don't worry.
She winces slightly, but forces a smile. The maze was full of dangers, but they've been dealt with. Wendwalk crosses her arms.
I sensed that the maze was an evil place, and so it was. There was a demon sitting right here at the center with spells to dull the mind. We only barely managed to overpower. When we reached the cultist lair, that was when we saw Lan. He ran like the coward he was, abandoning the young ones to be mauled by the demon.
Saul looks at the unconscious mongrels laid on the ground.
Yes, Lan is too hasty. We will survive. Will we survive if we listen to people like him? No, Lan is not one of us. He doesn't understand our path. You understand, Wendua. You saved us.
Always thought you were a decent sort. Respect. We need you to look after the remaining young mongrels.
They're out for the count, but when they wake up, you'll see that these experiments have made them stronger. They survive. They'll be warriors now. As long as they can hunt, the rest can wait. Uplander, and you, Wendua, you saved them. That's what matters. We will help them from here, but if they want to go to the surface, I don't know if there's anything I can do to stop them.
We need to leave.
I'm going with the Uplanders, Chief. The maze holds no more secrets. I must go further.
Sul heaves a sigh.
Oh, you always had to go further than anyone else. What can I do? Go then, but make sure you come back to us somehow. But where are you going? Where's the way out? I think I've worked it out.
Wenduog reaches over to Husila's body and shows you some papers and a key.
If there's a key, there's a door. And if there's a letter, then it was intended for someone.
Anevia quickly skims over the letter and passes it to you.
Those cheeky sons of...
This is the information on multiple cultist groups in the city. Meeting places, passwords, secret hideouts. We need to show this to whoever's in charge of the defense of Canabras. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what. Let me see. Savamelik, this is my last warning. You need to act discreetly without attracting any more attention than you already have. People are already talking about the strange disappearances of Canabras' most righteous men and women. Keep below ground, nurture your mongrel pets, and wait patiently. The call to battle will soon come, and it will sound loud and clear even in the catacombs. Gather your warriors immediately after that and bring them to the surface and lead them to the Tower of Strahd. I love how this also implies that Savamelik was basically telling Minago to go fuck herself because he decided to wait. The tower will be my final dagger, and I will plunge it into the guts of Canabras. Our vicious servant Flaxen made the tower's base of operations months ago, taking command over the Templar forces in Canabras while the Grand Master was distracted by other matters. Faxon has already gathered a stash of weapons, potions, and other useful supplies, which he will gladly share with you if needed. If he behaves himself, you two should combine your forces. If not, take his stupid little head off his shoulders and take command yourself. Mistress Menad, who we will be seeing shortly. There we go. All right, there should be some loot around
I can
here,
handle it.
Yes, let me see. Oscilla has a glaive that we can't identify, a breastplate, some healing. The priest also had armor, and the mongrel had some scrolls. I don't think there was anything else.
Can't make the demons wait.
We can't do anything with Chief Soul, or her, or Nevia. Dura should be over here. There, Dyra, sorry, not Dura. Let's trade. Let's get rid of all the random shit we've accumulated. Keep that. We don't need... Old Iron Masterwork Dueling Sword. I wish that had been a rapier instead of a dueling sword, because that would have been great for Camellia. Let's keep the Masterwork and the Cold Iron. No one's gonna use a short sword. Sell off the scimitars. Did pick up quite a few of these, actually. Composite longbow. Nobody needs a composite longbow for range, I don't think. Or heavy crossbows or light crossbows. I think we can sell off everything else. Yep. So that means non-magical. There we go. Yes, good, because the cold iron does count as magical. Good, and we... Oh! Wait. Who identified this? +1 enhancement gains a +2 insight bonus to AC against the undead, which is not really that useful because I don't think there's any undead anywhere in the Canabras portion of the game. Flow of water, +1 bonus on saving throws against spells with the cold descriptor, and adds a +1 to the DC of all saving throws against spells with cold descriptor that the wearer casts, which doesn't help us. If we were a water kineticist, that would be great. Talking to a merchant auto-identifies. Oh. And the Marching Terror. Whenever this +1 glaive lands a hit on a new enemy for the first time, the target receives a 1d6 negative damage, and all other enemies in a 15-foot radius must pass a DC 21 will saving throw, which for early game is actually really good, or become shaken for 3 rounds. If the target is killed, all other enemies in a 20-foot radius must pass an additional will saving throw of DC 17 or become feared for 1 round. Yep. Unfortunately, hold on. Who are we have Sela, we have Camellia, we have Wendua. We're going to be getting Darren, who is a spellcaster, Ember, who's a spellcaster, and Woljif, who is a thief. None of them are going to use glaive, so we're going to go ahead and sell the glaive. We'll keep the magical items for now, though. Don't want to sell anything that we can use. I don't think we need this book, because we already have the bonus, so there's no point in keeping it. No point in keeping Hosilia's orders. Cultist dispatch, we do want to keep that for now. Nobody needs the almost new diary. And we're keeping the apprentice lockpit. So that gets us a nice fat 4,500 gold. I don't think there's anything else that we need right now. Yeah, no. Thick pads is a magical item, but it doesn't matter. We don't need a braces of armor. I will go ahead and grab the food supplies that she has, just so that we have that. I will go ahead and grab a few healing potions. There we go, just to help replenish our supply. I don't think we need the quiver of cold iron ammunition, and all of this is just the regular shit. So we still make 4,100 gold. There we go. Nice. We should be close to a level up. No. Oh, right. We've got to get through the next phase before we level up, right? All right. There's nothing else we can do in here. Yep. I wonder what it's like up there. I wonder what it's like up there. Yada, yada, yada. All right. We're finally out of the shield base. Thank God. Which I believe means, I think I know what the next phase... Yeah, I recognize this now. I recognize what's next.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabras are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant. Yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
The surface, finally! I miss the fresh air so much.
Let's see what we can do.
And we did get rid of most of our equipment, so we now actually have some. We don't have to worry about being constantly over-encumbered, which means we can get even more loot. Hear the sounds of battle outside, out of the pan and into the fire. Yep. Stuff, long spears, scaling, shining scale, and incense. Don't worry about that. So another immediate change, I'm pretty sure, is you don't normally pop out into the Grey Garrison. Yeah, but they wanted to give you an idea of what you're going to be coming up against, I'm pretty sure, is how this whole area very much is supposed to feel like. There's Erebath. You pop up somewhere else in the ruins of Canabras and need to navigate your way through it a bit. The half-orc before you is wearing armor adorned with the Iomedean golden sword. It is clearly exhausted. She obviously has not gotten much sleep for at least a few days. There's soot on her face. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Burp there. And fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up surprised, judging whether you are friend or foe, and is about to open her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Anevia. The animations are still a little awkward.
Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. This here's a new friend. He rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without him, we'd never have made it out.
Anevia strokes Erebeth's head and whispers something in her ear before standing up and pointing towards you. So note on Erebeth, if this game were mythic, Erebeth would be the main character, and this would be her book. Or her book too. Now, since tabletop isn't a computer game, it's also possible that Anevia does not survive the caves. Ah, interesting. I'm imagining that makes things much more awkward if you get when you encounter her. Erebeth Turbate, head of the Eagle Watch, turns towards you. Yep.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabras. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there.
Where exactly are we?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
As I recall, the DM confirmed she would not have had the presence of mind to assist in the Grey Garrison. Why? It seems like something that they would need to do, especially if the Wardstone is located here. It seems like if they've only got one chance to stop whatever's going on, this would be the place to do it. But do we know what the target of the enemy is?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
I forget exactly. There is a drawback if Nevi is dead, though. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Because Irabeth's main thing is that she does get a little mentally unbalanced as the fight keeps going. So losing her wife early on would probably not help things. The Ward Stones are chains of powerful artifacts. Oh, we already read that one. Crusaders. In 4433, Eredin defeated a cult dedicated to the demon lord Skari, making the north of Avestan safe from demonic influence. However, this protection ended in 4606 with his death. The same year, the world wound was opened by the witcher Rilu Vorlesh, working in conjunction with her demonic patron, Skari. Demons poured out and overran the barbarian nation of Sarkoris. The world wound was not large at first, but soon it abruptly began to expand. As it kept growing, it came to be seen as a threat to the whole world. The remaining clerics of Eredin and the clerics of his follower Iomade took it upon themselves to defeat the demons and seal the world wound. Answering their call, thousands of pilgrim crusaders flooded up the river road and into Mendev, the nearest neighboring kingdom of the former Sarkoris. Thus, the Mendevian Crusades were born. I have to imagine that given that they lost all of their power when Eredin died, a lot of clerics of his saw this as like their only remaining act would just be to throw themselves into the jaws of the demons and kill as many of them as possible. I know some of them went on to become clerics of Iomade, but I imagine a good chunk of them just said, fuck it, our god is dead. The entire, like, era that we were predicting that was about to happen where humanity would rise to conquer much of the world is gone. We're just going to throw ourselves at the demons until we're all dead.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
We do have important location regarding the location of multiple cultists.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
Yeah, Eredin not anticipating his own death sort of fucked Sarkoris. Granted, I don't see how he would. I mean, that's one of the things that if I recall, they have purposely left out. Like, Paizo has never clarified what happened to Eredin, and that's on purpose. Like, they're supposed to be, because he wasn't supposed to die. There was, if I recall from what I read on Golarion, there was this huge hubbub where it's like, the coming age will be mankind's age, and Eredin will be like the chief god leading humanity into a golden age of ruling over most of Golarion. Like, the whole thing was that it was about to be a golden age, and then he dies, and everything goes to hell. All of the former kingdoms of Cheliax and all the empires he touched all start having problems. You've got civil wars racking the countryside. The world wound opens and Sarkoris basically gets wiped out almost overnight. Like, it's just a bad time altogether. We did meet some mongrels who live beneath Canabras. This is my traveling companion, Wendua.
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the first Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
I see you are in serious need of help. You're in luck. If my master is with you, then I am with you also.
And what about the situation in the rest of the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
As I recall, Eredin was sort of a living god who would actively meddle on the material plane affairs, hence him throwing hands with Discari personally. I think he may have ascended to full-on divinity at some point, hence less involvement later in his existence. I mean, he was the first of the Ascended, if I recall, and the Ascended are kind of in an awkward spot where they do have the ability to function more on the material plane because they used to be of the material plane. And that is why that's why you see Iomade, Kaden, and Norgabur doing a lot more in Avestan than you do a lot of the other gods because they do have that connection. If I recall. Again, this was all just like a wiki dive that I did months ago.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
Shut up, Camellia.
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomade abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
I'm afraid you're going to have to explain why the Wardstone in particular is so important.
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomade. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
The Ascended Pantheon are held back by the same divine politics, but being that they've only been divinities for a matter of centuries, they're still strongly concerned with Golarion as a mortal world, where other gods have the foresight and patience to remain as distant gods. Ah, okay. The Hand of the Inheritor. A herald is a deity's favored servant who acts as their messenger and emissary of the planes. While not necessarily the most powerful of a deity's servants, the heralds embody the fundamental elements of a god's faith and philosophies, and thus prove particularly suited to interaction with mortals. Iomede's herald, the Hand of the Inheritor, is a warrior angel, always ready to answer Iomede's call whenever she must directly intervene on Golarion. With his angelic speed and might, he leads the charge when the Inheritor's celestial armies go to war. A veteran of countless sorties into the abyss, the Hand fights with a song of battle on his lips and unbreakable courage in his heart. When he is not needed on Golarion, he escorts noble souls through the astral plane to Pharasma's court, patrols the borders of Iomede's realm in search of abominations from the abyss, duels devils on neutral ground to better learn their tactics, and watches over youths his patron has marked for greatness. Basically, all around a pretty sweet dude who's just, you know, a powerful angel who, if I recall from his dialogue, he's surprisingly level-headed for an angel. He's just a little over-enthusiastic. Here's a fun tidbit. Since we played Hell's Vengeance after Wrath of the Righteous, the DM confirmed the glorious reclamation that sparks the events in Hell's Vengeance was a direct result of Iomede's church feeling momentum after closing the war wound and shifting their focus to Iomede's birth nation of Cheliax. Ah. Since our party was still around in somewhere Iomede and running afoul of a level 20 mythic level 10 hero, pissed off mythic hero was a real threat. I mean, that's one hell of a way for the DM to say, look, this ain't we're not on rails, but if you guys start doing crazy shit, I'm bringing down the hammer. And you guys have given me a pretty sizable fucking hammer. Placed as the key to the whole barrier, we cannot leave it in the hands of the monsters from the abyss. Right. How did the Warstone end up here?
The demons have long laid siege to Canabras, but this time, their lord Discari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost. Yet. Discari has gone, but the wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
My own Hell's Vengeance PC was intended to be pretty repulsive. My Wrath PC would kill him the moment he knew what he was. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the vibe.
But how did he do that? He's a demon. The wardstone should have burned his filthy hide.
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Then we can't waste any more time. Let's get moving.
That's the spirit. You, take a Navia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
You hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled muttering as Horgus is holding his rapier hilt with a white grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canabras can be said to be safe right now.
Yep. Sends off one of her men with the Nevi and Horgus. We get the remainder of her forces plus whatever, which is not much.
Can't make the demons
Staunton Vane, 3 recruits, and Irveth. That's it. Thank you for the Masterwork Bardishas, though. They will sell nicely. Oh, I didn't realize there was reflections on this. Yeah, when your characters get close, it actually...
Beautiful.
Oh, polished brass, I guess. We can't talk to anybody. We can only... Oh, door won't budge. Looks like it's locked from the other side. Oh, right. We have to go this way. I don't remember how this fight goes. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Okay. Focus on... Let's focus on you. I'll fire on you. Everybody else move up. Oh, God. Yep, they're all... Oh, dear. Right? I have no idea what's happening. We got... Oh, dear. We got... Okay, they're mostly focusing on Sela, and she does have the best AC. Your enemy, the Neophyte Sharpshooter, is highly resistant to energy damage with the descriptor of fire. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, because he's a tiefling. That's why. Okay, target the cultists instead. Good to know. Good to know. Why is that guy still alive? There we go. It's hard to even tell what's going on. Should I turn up the brightness? Because some of these areas are a little... Some of these areas are a little dark. that be under graphics? Contrast. No, that's for the... Is there really no brightness setting? I guess gamma correction will fall under that. Let's bump it up by a couple points. That's a little bit better. That's a little... Yeah, it's not as shadowy over here, so that should be fine. All right.
Good guys.
We shouldn't have to worry about these guys. There we go. Okay, so the Ward Stone does have stats in-game, and it does instantly vaporize most demons. It does damage over time and eventually kills them. I sincerely doubt that a demigod like Discari would have trouble outlasting it enough to break it. Yes, but if you're a common soldier and all you know is demon touch Ward Stone, demon bursts into flames and dies, then it doesn't matter that it is a demon lord. Part of you is going to be like, oh, fuck, it didn't die when he touches it. All right, I don't think we can get through here. Yeah, this whole area is sealed off right now. There is a ooh, 45% chance. Hold on.
I wonder.
Hold on. Let's go ahead, take you off, take you off. What does that get her up to? 60. So if we use the lock... Yeah, that only gets it to 85. Ugh. I know we come back here way later, so if we fail this, I'm fine. We'll try it again.
I hope you.
Hey, she got it on the first try. Never mind. Sweet. That makes things easy. Put that on. No, that's still not. That's just a... would that be... No, that doesn't help her. I was hoping it would. Oh well.
I can handle it.
What have we got? Basic supplies, and that's it. Yeah, I was hoping for more. I don't remember exactly what the loot is around here, so I was hoping... Oh, I remember this encounter. Yep, we immediately get attacked by 2 sets of cultists. Hey, I know you. You're one of the cultists? How's it going, pal? Wanna join? Your lot'll be dead soon, but we'll be alive. I also feel really bad for this, because that's obviously a tiefling. So it's like, oh, tiefling NPC immediately deserts the second he gets a chance. Oh, I didn't read that. He was convincing him to desert. I know that much. Here goes nothing. All hail Baphomet. Cowardly traitor, I swear on the sword of Iomade, you will all answer for your betrayal. He's about to in this exact moment, because... Pretty sure... Yeah, there is a Cambion, but we're going to ignore it. We'll let Irabeth take care of this group while we start on this one. Because unfortunately, there's a lot of these fuckers. A lot. Holy shit. I forgot how many of them there were. Alright, let's start... Go after the Evoker, because that's not good. We want to deal with mages. Sela, please block. Body block. I need you to body block fast. Camilla, go help. Good, he's down. Focus on the sharpshooter. I will also focus on the sharpshooter. Alright, Sela, move up. Ow. Good hit. Me and Wendwog are doing great on this. Now focus on that sharpshooter and focus on that sharpshooter. You got this, Sela. Just block those glaives. Block those glaives. You got this. Another one down. There we go. All right. Let's go for that guy. There we go. Nope. No. Why are you... No. Just use the fire attack. That's all I need you to do. All right. So did these guys... We didn't get the second group, but... Oh, nope. Staunton's going to run in, so we can't loot anything yet. I barely noticed Staunton cock-sucking Vade. Yeah, he shows up. He's way changed in the Alcat version. Originally, at this point, he's already an anti-paladin who was found out by Irabeth and barely makes his escape after being discovered by her. He's a well-known villain due to his betrayal being recent, but otherwise not being notable. Yeah, they wanted to slow that down because I know he doesn't betray you until much later. Okay, so we're going after the cultists. What I need is... Where's that wizard? There he is. Take him down. Sela, go after the Dretch. There we go. Okay, wizard's down. That'll make things easier. Let's go for the cultists next.
No match for me.
Oh, Camellia, how did you end up in the middle of that? Well. The bad people explode. Yes, it does make things a hell of a lot easier when that happens, doesn't it? All right, we can't loot things yet. Are you going to stand there for a moment, or are you going to run? You're going to... Okay, hold on. No, because I think we lose the ability to come back here in a moment. So, loot everything. I mean, look at this. Masterwork glaives. We are not leaving that behind. Fuck that. All that. Nothing else on these guys. Stairs are severely damaged. This way is impassable. All right. So yes, that gets us everything. Ready to get back over here. I know we're moving a little bit slower, but that's fine. We need all the weaponry we can get right now.
Well,
Melia, go ahead and heal yourself, please. There we go. There we go. Much better.
you can trust me.
I think we're good right now, because I think once we get past this, I don't think we can go in yet. Nope, won't budge. Looks like it's locked from the other side. Yep. We will come back here. I know the Grey Garrison is basically the end of Act 1, so we will be back later. Yep, as soon as you click on that, it drops the rocks, and you can't go. You can't go. Right. And now we're starting to... Oh, there she is. The chief bitch in charge.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
The face of this demoness could be called pretty if she still had eyes, the mouth slowly widening into a smug grin.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it, you missed me terribly.
The demon's mouth drops open in surprise as she brings a manicured hand up to cover it.
Marco. You again, you wench!
The aged dwarf from Irabeth's troops, silent up till now, spits upon the floor, his hardened, craggy face like storm-weathered stone, twisting as if in pain.
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
In other words, he's an above-average performing mook, and his mediocrity is very intentional. The half-orc is too well-bred to spit upon the floor, but the name sounds like a slur upon her tongue. I find it ironic they describe a half-orc as well-bred. I mean, to be fair, she goes out of her way to, like, the whole thing with Irabeth, if I recall from when she does talk to you about her backstory, is that she has done everything she can to basically show, like, I am a knight first and a half-orc second. Like, everything she does is to give the appearance of being a fully capable knight and paladin. To be fair, she also did her original service in one of the cities that's near where the orcs live, so she's like, she had an active incentive to be like, I need to show people that I'm not like the orc side of me. Like, so I'm not surprised that she does act like that. Demon woman, what is wrong with your face? Minago's responsible for an event called the Red Morning Massacre. She infiltrated Canabras as a refugee, kills 67 people, and then teleports out. Yeah, that'd do it.
Oh, how rude. You're one to talk, mortal, with a face that even a mother would loathe. Staunton, sweetie. You're not going to let your friends speak to me like that, are you?
I don't like that the dretches are shiny. Are you seeing that? The dretches are shiny. I hate that. I don't know why. It's like they're covered in oil or something.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Dresden fell.
Founded as a city fortress during the hubris of the First Mendevian Crusade, Dresden was overtaken by the demonic hordes of the World Wound and now stands as a monument to the foolish naivete of the early Crusaders. You expect a succubus not to have oiled up minions? She's not a succubus. I don't know if it says it yet. Yes, she's a Lilitu. Powerful Lilitu Minago is one of the demons whose names in Medivh are always spoken with a curse. She is the author of 2 of the most horrific atrocities in the history of the Crusade, the Fall of Dresden and the Red Morning Massacre. So on the protection of the Warstone, while it was meant to be purview of Minago originally, she wasn't meant to miss out on the carnage of sacking Canabras. So she assigns it to her subordinate, who assigns it to their subordinate. Yeah, of course, classic problem of the chaotic horde. Until a lap of mortals focused enough to not pass it to someone else. But said mortal is nowhere near as strong as the demons above her assigned to guard it. Yep.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
Aren't Lilitu temptation demons? You'd have to ask Lord Brownbear, because I don't know the specifics of the demon types. Minago threatens Staunton with a daintily clawed finger.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
Succubus focus on lust. Lilitu are not limited to any one sin. They're also much stronger physically. They have the same CR as a Marilyn. Oh yeah.
I'll kill you!
Yep, and then she teleports away and leaves us to her gang of minions.
You'll make a fine trophy.
Okay. Alright. If I recall, this fight is actually a pain in the ass because the Abra Condalu are fucking annoying because they all use Sunder armor constantly.
Take you!
So I'd appreciate it if you would Evil Eye him. Oh, and of course, one of them is already focused on me. That one. Alright. Give me... Just use extended range. I don't care if I have to use my burn for this. And then I want you to focus on the cultists.
They'll beg me to stop.
Yep, let Erebeth run in front, please. There we go. Good, we got the wizard on the first try. Nice. Let me see here. Use his ability, Evil Eye, Willow Throw, succeed. That sucks. I want you to go over here. Let's focus on the cultists still. Let's keep reducing their backline. There we go. Kind of really need Erebeth to take care of this because we're going to have problems with the Abrakilu. Oh, or not. Never mind. We broke through their front line. There we go. They're just succubuses with a wider variety of their arsenal. Ah. Originally, Minago in Tabletop had levels in Rogue that reflected her design with blue leather armor and bull-like horns. Our DM sort of shoved in a bit about her being our Tiefling Inquisitor's grandmother, but she clearly thought of it much later, so it didn't amount. Yeah, that sounds like something that the DM thought they were going to make use of and then ended up not. Some more Discari cultists, basic equipment. I mean, we'll take it. Anything we can do to make more money.
Beautiful.
At this point in the game. Religion 12 DC. I think we're...
All right.
There we go. Unholy symbol of Discari, the demon lord who attacked Canabras, drawn in human blood. Yo. And here we go. They are trying to fuck with the ward stone, so we're going to need to deal with this. Also, look at the sheer size of this thing. It must have weighed God knows how much. I actually do wonder, would Discari have the natural strength to throw it? As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision begins to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with power coming from the stone, and suddenly your head is filled with voices. Screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening, voices pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink, and the illusion finally passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious ward stone. But what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you. There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious ward stone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves. So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof, pledge your loyalty to Baphomet, and when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
The demon blows Staunton a kiss and holds out her leg, which ends in a cloven hoof instead of a foot. Succubi, there's a little more to it than that. Succubi are more want to follow their nature as lesser demons, while Lilitu do have that same urge. They're much more distressing tendency towards patience and playing the long. What in the hells are you doing to the stone?
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side.
The demon brings her clawed fingers coquettishly to her lips.
Prepare to fight to the death, demon! We won't let that happen.
You feel a sudden rush of wild rage, and with it comes a feeling of monstrous, unbridled destructive power. It is much like the power you felt in the shield maze when you confronted Savamelik, but now it feels more fully fledged, more conscious. You met the demon Savamelik in the shield maze, where he performed unknown, brutal rituals on young mongrels with Gwendolyn's help. Savamelik fled from you, leaving his servant Hasilla to deal with the problem. Who even are you?
You've already forgotten me. You mortals have awfully short memories, even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums, don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lilitu and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
In Tabletop, she's the leader of a captured settlement called Raliskrad, where she brings captured crusaders. You don't even touch her until before. Oh, so I guess they just combined her with the other one that you mentioned, and just to make things easier. Yes, Lilitu. Here we go. Lilitus are subversive and hidden horrors, demons who work subtly in their constant quest to destroy and devastate. Lilitus enjoy few things more than leading mortals into all manner of sinful acts in the hope that when the mortal perishes, their soul will fuel the abyss. The exact nature of the sin that a Lilitu tempts a mortal to committing varies, for these demons are adept at reading mortal desires and secrets, quietly discerning which sins specific target can be convinced to perform easily. Lilitus possess a hideous ability. They can turn their victims into husks, immobile and desiccated bodies, who do not actually die, but preserve their life and consciousness. Lilitu can assume the form of their husks, stealing their faces and appearance, and treating their poor victims like a living wardrobe. Oh, so that's also a major difference, because if I recall correctly, Succubi basically do a similar thing, but they can't keep the husk around. It just drains the life energy entirely. Whereas a Lilitu can basically keep the husk at the very edge of not quite death in order to use their appearance for their own ends. Does sort of create the exception that Lilitu are just stronger Succubi with how she treats Staunton. In Tabletop, he's even more pathetic. And we haven't actually read Baphomet's full description either. Demon Lord of Beasts, Labyrinths, and Minotaurs was the first and greatest Minotaur, a beast created by Lamashtu herself to serve as the leader of her latest creations. Seeking ever greater favor from the Mother of Monsters, Baphomet sought to raid Hell to steal Asmodeus' rod. Wow, that's one hell of an ambition. Unfortunately for him, he was caught, yeah. As punishment, the Prince of Darkness inscribed his own symbol on the Minotaur Lord's brow with the nail of his index finger and imprisoned him in a maze so cunningly crafted that Asmodeus declared it unsolvable. In this act, Lord of Hell did manage to overstep. The cunning Baphomet not only solved the maze after only a decade, he stole the labyrinth itself from Hell, taking it with him when he returned to the Abyss. Baphomet claimed this new realm for himself, his plots and schemes from his redout to return to Hell, this time not to steal from Asmodeus, but to slay him.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
Yeah, Camille, because your primary concern are the boulevards and the quiet shaded trees.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
I want to play this act again. I mean, the opening act of Wrath of the Righteous is very strong in my opinion, because it really does sell like, yeah, the Crusades are on the back foot, and we really need somebody to step in.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
Can I also just say that as much as I dislike Camellia as a character, her voice actress sells it so well. I grieve for the common folk as well. It's like, bitch, no you don't. And the fact that Seela doesn't pick up on that is kind of insane. You feel righteous fury swell within you. How dare this demon besmirch the ground of this beautiful world with her hooves, a world created by the gods and cultivated by mortals. And these cultists, how dare they betray all that is sacred in this world and join forces with this evil? Can they repent and redeem themselves, or have they followed the path of evil past the point of no return? The wardstone seems to sense your thoughts, and the chamber goes slightly brighter. Your victory celebrations are a little premature, demon. Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light begins to return to the room and brighter until it floods the chamber. You hear the voices again stronger now. They repeat your words like a choir of angels.
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
I usually play Paladin, but I want a Cleric. If I recall, there is a build for Oracle that basically is a combination of Paladin and Cleric. You get the 9th level spells of a Cleric, but by the end of the game, you're hitting as hard as a Paladin. You basically do an Oracle Angel run, and you basically get the best of both worlds. The only thing you miss out on directly is like the Paladin's abilities, like the Charisma bonus and stuff like that. Or the Charisma bonus to save and smite evil and all that stuff. But like the play style is very Paladin. I had considered that for a playthrough because it's the only way to get a martial type character that isn't a cleric, but that also can fuse their spellbook with the angel spellbook. The demon giggles, but you hear a note of astonishment in her laughter, and a man standing on the cultist turns towards her. If you have a chance, don't listen to her. The fiend wants us to lose all hope. Keep fighting and she won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
The cultists glance at each other, hesitating, before the man who was the first to speak against Monago rips Baphomet's unholy symbol from his chest, casting it to the floor.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back, and heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
Admittedly, I do like this scene because it really is setting up like you have a chance against her, and quite frankly, you don't.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
A tattooed-covered cultist reaches for his weapon.
We'll see how tough you really are. We let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
An elf with a face deformed by acid burns throws her unholy symbol at him. Purifier gets you cure and inflict spells. I usually play Paladin, but I want a Cleric.
Tear your throat
Yeah, this, I mean, like, some of them split off, but not many of them, and this does not go well because Monago is about to wreck our fucking shit. The only thing we can do is kill the cultist to get some experience points, and that's about it.
No match for me.
Because we're all about to get hit by her.
Spirits demand your blood.
Yep. There's fatigue on everybody. Irabeth is going to try and deal damage. As I said, the best we can kind of do is kill the cultists, because we're all about to have a lot of problems.
They'll beg me to stop.
Kill the cultist, please. Please. Nope, we got fireballed.
I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the Ward Stone? Here's a little demonstration.
Why not just play Cleric? If I recall correctly, the Oracle spell list, I think, pairs better. And again, the whole point of the build was to try and emulate a Paladin rather than just being a Cleric with the Angel spell list. Again, this was a build I read a while back. I don't remember the specifics of it exactly. Irritation seeps into Minago's voice. Oh, and then she teleports, and boom. We're all getting hit by this. We're all about to have a very bad day. The demoness whispers a spell, and a wave of darkness begins to sweep through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it's nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once more bursting into your mind, drowning you in the moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your very skull. Your evil spells will not stop the righteous army of this world. I will drown you in blood if need be, Minago.
Iomade is with us!
Yes, yes. Keep telling yourself that.
God, it hurts!
A roar of voices blends into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark. My friends are in pain, but nothing compared to what I feel. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't even necessarily say that they're in pain. It just says that they can't do anything. You're the one who's actively in pain.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
Because mystery can be life. Yeah, it had something to do with the choices of mysteries and using, I think, the mythic feat you can get that lets you pick an additional one or something. Again, it was a build I read about a long time ago. What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
Why did my ad manager just disappear? What the fuck? There we go. 5 minutes until the ad. Oh, we're almost at the end anyways. Oh, dear. My apologies for that. I didn't even realize we were almost at the 6-hour mark. Damn. We found a cultist dispatch in the dungeons. They're held up in the Tower of Astra.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now. At least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
Oh, we actually have a line for demons. Demons are malign and destructive creatures native to the outer sphere of the abyss. Demons exist for one reason, to destroy. While their more lawful counterparts, the devils of hell, seek to twist mortal minds and values to remake and reshape them into reflections of their own evil, demons seek only to maim, ruin, and feed. They recruit mortal life only if such cohorts speed along the eventual destruction of all hope and goodness. Death is, in some ways, their enemy, for a mortal who dies can often escape a demon's deprivations and flee to their just reward in the afterlife. It is the prolonging of mortal pain and suffering that fuels a demon's lusts and desires, for it is partially from mortal sin and cruelty that these monstrous feeds were first born. War Priest is what I was now at, and that's awesome. Oh yeah, War Priest worked pretty well. I think they only get to 6th level spells though, so I think that's part of the other thing as well, is that Oracle can get 9th level. Good timing though. Yep. What's the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
And what do we plan on doing next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Ward Stone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with the Ward Stone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Pretty sure we already did this.
The Ward Stones are a
Yeah,
gift
we've already
of
seen this.
Iomade.
Can I help you in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine
favorite
the Ward
NPC
Stone,
because
and
he showed up in the previous
alarm
game
when
too.
his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, He had found some damage or flaw in the stone. Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened. There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use. And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabris, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
In the tabletop, they tell you no uncertain terms, shit's fucked, you gotta destroy the stone because the ward stone, despite being an artifact, is vulnerable to being destroyed by relatively mundane means between upkeep rituals. Okay. Air Domain Cleric, I'm gonna try that. Okay, have fun with that, Indala. It does sound interesting. I don't know what the Air Domain gives. I know it's it got a couple of spells that are pretty good.
May
Alright,
the
everything's
goddess
clear.
help you. We're still fighting, which means that Canabris still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault.
Arc Lightning and full immunity to electricity. That'll help. Demons do have a couple of lightning specialists in their
Yes,
arsenal.
one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
Nevia Tirbade is the Eagle Watch's most adept scout. She was among the unlucky ones who ended up with you in the dungeons of Canabris and accompanied you on the long and exhausting treatment service. Yep. The tabletop, the tavern had a password you had to use to get into. They made to try and weed out spies. That would make sense, but if we fell unconscious while this happened, it also makes sense. All right, we're going to go ahead and make our first proper save here, and that is where we're going to call it. So perfect timing, 6 hours, and we got exactly through the prologue, basically. And got through the initial 2 dungeons. So that worked out really well, honestly. How do I level companions, though? I've not really figured that out. The same plus... Oh, make sure you turn off auto level. If you don't turn off auto level, the game will automatically level them up for you. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Let's go find someone to raid real fast, and I will let you guys go to enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I hope you have a good one. Let me see here. Where are you at? Where are you at, Twitch? There you are. Who is on right now? Oh, God. I love the first thing it shows me is a dude playing Wrath of the Righteous, and I know where he's at. It's one of the stupid Nenio puzzles, and I immediately recoiled in horror upon seeing it. I know we're going to have problems with those when we get there. I know we are. Ugh, those things are annoying. Who else is on? Who else is on? I mean, Matara Khan is on, but she's doing a big old thing. Oh, she's doing a collab with Neuro. That's cool. Who else is on? Does Smug Alana allow raids? I don't remember. Does she, or does she have those off? She does allow raids. Okay, we're gonna go raid into Smug Alana. She does reaction content, lots of yapping. She is a good fox. We like Smug Alana. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you had a lovely time watching us play Wrath of the Righteous. This is going to be our main game going forward. And again, I will get you guys a more definitive timeline in regards to my December vacation weeks. So look forward to that. I will either post it. I will probably post it on Twitter, and I will announce it in stream a couple of times before that time happens. Hope you all have a glorious rest of your weekend, and I will see you tomorrow for more Wrath of the Speak plainly. I need to drink more water, apparently. Wrath of the Righteous, and we will continue burninating the countryside of all demons, even the ones that are immune to fire. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.